So we're going to be checking out the whole Gundam development history by Kakarot197. This is going to be all the videos, but not today. We're going to be doing this over the course of probably multiple months and weeks. But it's going to be fun, so let's jump into it. Just going to leave a like in advance. That'd be embarrassing if I didn't. Yeah. The ball. Really? The Shave Club? Oh, no, it's his Patreon blades. Oh, okay. I thought he was actually just doing the Shave Club because that's what I've seen everywhere. Also, Steven, have I seen Iron-Blooded Orphans? The first season. I don't know why I never saw the second. I liked it. It's not like I don't have access to it. I just never got around to it. Don't know why. Really don't.
Considered a joke.
Gunpla Builders. Oh, he has multiple other
Often
channels.
considered a joke. There is much more than meets the eye when it comes to the humble ball. During
The first time I saw a model of this, I thought it was from a different game or a different show because I didn't realize it was part of Gundam. Because I didn't see the actual first series because it wasn't airing when I started watching anime.
later half of the One-Year War, with mounting casualties and the still low distribution rates of the RX machines and their derivatives, the Federation needed something to bolster their forces. For this, the Federation looked back to their postponed projects. As early as UC0076, the Federation had drafted plans for an upgraded and armed version of the SPW-03 space pod. Dubbed the RX-76 Ball, it was originally meant to be part of the V project. The proto-ball had extra armor and an upgraded version of the gun tank's cannon. It is unknown.
If they were unmanned, I could see these being a threat. They were not unmanned. Also a lot lighter and only with the gun. I mean, at that point, they're basically just the turrets that fly around the Gundams all the time.
How many of these were builds or if any saw combat. This proto-ball was then picked up again and further enhanced into the standard RV-79 ball. The arms were slightly more armored, the cockpit's window size.
Wait, this is more armored? It's probably just because this version on screen is way more detailed. It actually looks like it's way more armored than the other ones. Okay. Unless that's just me. Also, what is up with my camera right now? Oh, that is weird. Huh.
Size was slightly reduced, the side thrusters were strengthened, and the cannon was also overhauled. Around 1,200 balls were produced during the One-Year War.
They made that many of this death trap? I mean, if nothing else, it's a good way for the opponent to waste ammo.
While often called the mobile coffin by its pilots, the ball was much better than its reputation would lead one to believe. The ball had excellent acceleration and sensor range, higher than most contemporary mobile suits, making it a very competent hit-and-run machine. Some units were also equipped with twin 180mm cannons.
This is not the version I saw. It actually looks a lot more detailed and newer than the one I saw. But oddly enough, I kind of like it. Like, it's a stupid mech, but it is cool looking. Maybe that's just me. I mean, I like Urbies and mech or rear. Yeah, no, actually, it's called MechWarrior or BattleTech. So I'm really not the person to ask.
While these had a higher rate of fire than the single 180mm recoilless cannon, they were much less effective and could only penetrate the armor of most mobile suits at close range. Its ease of maintenance was also a very important asset. Unlike most mobile suits, the ball mostly
This is probably from Unicorn. At least that's where I'm thinking, this animation level.
used fuel cartridges, which were quick to replace, in addition to having a cartridge-fed main cannon.
Although I don't recognize this off Unicorn, so maybe it's a series I just don't recognize or haven't seen. Ooh. Unless it's Hathaway, in which case I have never seen anything of Hathaway, and that's completely just going to be a thing.
All of this meant that the resupply time of the ball was extremely short compared to mobile suits. This led to wide-scale production and adoption of the ball. The most common formation was 3 gyms being supported by 2 balls, but teams of only balls on Salamis-class crew.
What does it say that my first thought is, wow, I'm not sure which one's the red shirt. And suddenly I'm like, oh god, the gym actually looks like the competent, very effective mech by comparison. And that is also a death trap. I think the difference is one is a trap, the other one is basically deterrence to not be a bad pilot. Oh god. It's a punishment detail. Specifically, a one-time punishment detail. Also, Luke, I'm going to pull up your comment. One, thank you very much, too. Oh, well, since we are watching all the Gundams. Yes, I'm going to say it that way every time. Anyway, might as well learn it myself because curious, too. They mass-produce these death traps? Yeah. Granted, you could say the same thing for the GM. Not that they're bad. Honestly, they're very cool mechs. It's just that everything else outclassed it. And I do quite mean everything other than the ball. Every full mobile suit outclassed it. I refuse to call this a mobile suit.
Cruisers for the aforementioned hit and run tactics, and large formations launching from Columbus-class transports were also a regular sight. The reason for the ball's bad reputation was no doubt because of the brutal Battle of Solomon, a battle in which their attrition rates were exceptionally high. However, the casualty rates during the battle were high no matter what you were piloting. Still, the Federation High Command requested for the ball to be upgraded in order to combat the high attrition rate.
I wonder if they ever did in a future series just make them remote controlled. That would kind of reduce most of the problems with it. Also, it's a mobile pod, not a mobile suit. Yeah, it's not even a mobile armor at that point.
Plans were proposed, and it was decided to go with the RB79YC plan. This plan proposed to take existing balls, add extra armor to vital areas, and add a new backpack with 3 main thrusters and fuel cartridges.
They literally just slapped on a Gundam backpack. Although I'll be honest, I'm looking at that, all I can think is, someone just learned about Space Marines. Look at this and tell me that doesn't look like something you'd slap onto a Space Marine in a plastic kit. You can't, because it literally does look like that. Oh, man. Also, Siren just mentioned, remember the golden rule, military grade. Just means cheapest the military can mass produce. Which is funny, considering I think the American military is looking into building a naval base of 3D printed drone warfare. Specifically for naval usage. Which sounds dystopian as fuck. I'm not sure if it's even going to turn out, though, but it's definitely something in plans.
Another small change was a reorientation of the 4 small bottom thrusters. This new ball was dubbed the F-type.
Also, I'm going to read out Magnetar's comment. Counterpoint, the design is cooler than just another giant human. Yeah, and here's the thing. I'm shitting on this because in universe, it's terrible. Outside of universe, it's still a really cool suit. Like, it's a cool mech. I actually really like the look of it. It doesn't have to be good to be interesting. And it's definitely something I think is actually really cool. I would never want to pilot, but there's a lot of mechs in Gundam I would not want to pilot for even more reasons than Deathtrap. Because there's a few mechs that if you're lucky, you die, and that's the upside. Some of them really got bad. If we ever get to the Devil Gundam, man, dear God.
The benefits of this plan were both cost and time. Existing factories could easily be modified to incorporate these small changes to begin pumping out the upgraded ball, and existing units could also be quickly upgraded. Not only was it more agile, but the new thrusters also gave it the speed of a Saberfish space fighter, suddenly making the ball F-type a very popular unit.
Really?
Potentially, another one of the 3 suggested plans was the ball C-type. Rather than being an upgraded version of the ball, it was a complete retooling. At first glance, the biggest change is the additional pair of arms, but in fact, the C-type was...
Oh yeah, they have fold-out arms from the bottom, so they're more like pincers with extra pincers on their pincer, so they can pincer more. Huh.
As a whole, more geared towards combat. The main thrusters now pointed more backwards rather than down, and various small thrusters all over the body gave it increased mobility over the base unit. Despite the popularity of the F-type, the C-type would become the mainstay ball for the Federation post-war. There seem to be 2 variants.
Or maybe I do. It looks like one of the early ones. If it's from Zeta or Double Zeta, I might know it and just not remember it because it's been literally years.
Of the C-type ball. The 1-year war version sporting a 180mm cannon without bar above the cockpit, and the post-war version sporting a 120mm cannon with bar above the cockpit. Other than this, both type appears to be mostly identical. Throughout the war, various more limited production versions of the ball were also created. The most famous one was the K-type ball, thanks to Shiro Amada. He used his ball to take out the Zaku High Mobility type after it had already taken out a squadron of Jims. What makes this feat...
If that guy doesn't die in that fight, you're just going to be looking at him going, I can't survive the incompetence I have displayed. Even if the pilot who beat them is highly competent and highly decorated, unless their name is Char, you're never going to live down being shot down by a ball.
even more impressive
He's kinda
is
cool,
that the K-type ball was most likely not intended as a combat unit.
Oh?
Judging by the headlights and the grappling hook mounted on the ball, it was most likely meant as a working unit stored.
And admittedly, this is something that I wish they had played more into within the Gundam universe. The peacetime effects of having so many mechs afterwards. Universal Century does not do that. Specifically peacetime. It's either a war or it's a Cold War or it's a war that's about to happen, but we know it's going to be a war because it's their entire shtick. You don't do that. Some of the other franchises have kind of touched on that. And I think Gundam Build is literally just peacetime without all the bullshit. But I've never seen any of those shows or any of the manga for it, so I really can't talk about it. I heard it's good, though.
On board of transport shuttles. The K-type's arms were also perfectly suited for grabbing onto large objects such as containers or space debris. They were mostly seen with twin 180mm cannons, so they could serve as a last line of defense, or crane arms for construction.
Yep.
Despite being a worker unit, Shiro's amazing performance might have been the reason that the base design of the K-type was carried over to the later C-type. The earliest variant of the ball was that.
See, this is scary. He takes it from the thing you ignore to, oh, hell no. It's like any random thing in MechWarrior where it's like, oh, it's a tank. I could step on it. Why does it have an... Oh, God, oh, no. It just opens up and it's all the SRM spam or all the LRM spam or multiple 20s. Yeah.
M-type mine layer ball, aptly named Bomber Ball.
Yeah. It's a walking death trap for everyone. Oh, God.
Production and deployment of these balls began shortly after that of the regular ball. The M-type was armed with 48 impact and proximity mines carried on a rack that was attached behind the ball. This rack led to two other nicknames, Locker Ball and Flying Lunchbox. When flying, this rack was folded up and it opened up in order to scatter the mines. To position the mines, the 180mm cannon was replaced with a control unit to guide the mines to their desired location.
Oh, so they weren't literally just plumping them out and letting them sit. They actually were controlling where they went. That's actually really cool. Yeah.
A final change were shorter manipulators. Most of these M-types were stored at Luna 2 and mainly used Columbus-class transport ships as motherships. They were used to deploy minefields on known Zeon patrol routes around the Earth's orbit, a mission in which they were very successful.
Yeah.
The minefields not only hindered Zeon's fleets, but they also managed to destroy multiple ships, including even the mighty Zanzibar-class cruiser. As excellent as they performed, deploying a minefield was a defensive strategy. And when Operation Star 1 was launched, the Federation's big space offensive, they began converting the M-types to regular balls, and shortly thereafter, also the improved F-types.
Admittedly, using a mass-produced unit to mass-produce mines in very defensible fashions is a kind of awesome use for it. But yeah, I'm assuming all of them were blown up when they were converted, because that last battle, man, they were just fodder.
Finally, there were three more obscure ball variants whose existence is more up for debate.
What?
The Fish Eye is an underwater variant of the ball that still keeps the main body of the ball.
I mean, at this point, it's just a submarine that's just a little less elongated. Why have a gun underwater, though? Oh, because it's anime. We don't have to pay attention to that. Unless it's a harpoon.
Mostly intact. But with its giant claw arms, propeller, searchlight, and harpoon gun, it is definitely the most different looking ball variant.
I mean, we're just going to ignore the obvious thing of space and undersea are completely different environments with literally exact opposite requirements. In space, you're holding everything in so it doesn't blow out, where underwater, you're holding everything out so it doesn't bulge in. Yeah, it's terrible if they don't change that up to the point where they're really just copying over the design. On the other hand, giant bathyspheres like this is a standard design for what underwater ships look like, so it's probably not that hard to fix up into it, just more internal plating.
And also the most intimidating one. It is sometimes said that the ball was meant to mimic Zeon's mobile armors, and this variant definitely comes the closest. From badass to obsolete, we have the Model 133 ball. Feel it in Universal Century 133 is...
I mean, it's like an Irby with no armor, which already negates most of the Irby factor, but all the guns. If you ignore it, it will fuck you up. But if you shoot it, you feel like you just wasted ammo.
Its design and performance changed very little from the original ball, fielded almost 6 decades earlier. The only significant upgrade was that it now featured 3 120mm recoilless cannons instead of 1, and it also had a pair of 30mm Vulcan guns. While in theory these cannons were powerful enough to kill an enemy mobile suit if they hit, the miniaturized machines that the Model 133 would face.
Ah, Hammer, you were joking. Don't worry, the show didn't believe that. Also, Shadow, it's not even HoloSense. After the battles, the gunpla would actually sustain damage? Oh, in Build Fighters, yeah. I actually kind of want to see that show. I just need to get around to it one of these days. Also, Magatar, to quote Futurama, how many atmospheres of pressure is this rated for? It's a spaceship, so between 1 and 0. Yeah. Oddly enough, you could probably build a spaceship that's rated for 0 if it was built in space. Otherwise, on Earth, it would crumple. Or you'd have to vent it as it goes, which is weird. I guess it can standard, as long as it is built in such a way that it could withstand it. But at that point, if it's withstanding 1 atmosphere, it's withstanding 1 atmosphere.
In battle were both highly mobile and had beam shields that could render the ball's projectiles useless. As power generators became smaller and more powerful, one has to wonder why these balls weren't equipped with any kind of beam weaponry. This thing was very much worthy of the nickname of its predecessor, Flying Coffin.
Yeah.
And finally, we have the B Gundam.
What?
A unit so amazing and awesome that I made a dedicated video on it, which
okay, it's cartoony style. That's the only reason that you can see this one.
you should totally check out. And that's all for the development history of the ball. I've been thinking about making a series like this for a while, so I decided to use it on the ball to test the waters. If it proves to be popular, I will absolutely be doing more episodes.
Wait, so this entire series was just because he had balls to do it? I've been waiting to make that joke the entire damn time. Let me have this. Oh, and what do we have next up? Oh, this is the Camphor, which is one of the models I don't actually recognize. Oh, and Dark. Thank you for joining the Goatee Modern Evil membership level. That's awesome. Yeah.
In the 1-year war's closing stage, Zeon tried to counter the Federation's numerical advantage by producing various high-performance machines. However, with the war turning more and more against Zeon, they were forced to hastily throw many high-performance machines onto the battlefield. One such machine was the MS-18E Kampfer. Unlike the Gelgoog, which was designed as a general machine, the Kampfer was an optimized assault mobile suit for inside of colonies.
I don't know why, but just something about this older 80s, 90s style of animation, I just really enjoy seeing it. No real reason. It's not like I don't like the newer stuff that's more CGI based and very bright and colorful. I just enjoy this. Also, it's not like there's less or more animation in it. They kind of all use the same effect of standard backgrounds with things moving on top of it as often as they can, unless it's a high-end studio that's really, really working it. But I like seeing how they used to draw things out more by hand. It's a personal preference. Even if it doesn't always look as nice, I just enjoy it. Also, it might have something to do with the shine. And Luke 1, thank you very much too. I'm learning a lot, but also all of these are death traps designed to be very human. And one has to wonder why the hell they would operate on these. I think the term is voluntold and utter desperation. Yeah. Again, I have the reason for this. This mech just looks cool, and the animation, right
machine, the Kampfer was an
here. This is the heavy shading style, where you can see all of it in the shade. There's the shine on top of that. It's so freaking beautiful, man.
Optimized assault mobile suit for inside of colonies, and first saw the light of day as the YMS-18 prototype Kampfer. Its exact specs are shrouded in mystery, but they are most likely very close to those of the regular E-type Kampfer.
Also, Yokai, art style looks better than CGI. I mean, I've seen CGI done incredibly well, but usually you're using CGI to do incredibly fast by comparison. When CGI is given time and effort, it looks just as beautiful. But those shows are standouts among standouts already.
Unlike the E-type, which was covered from head to toe in weapons, the prototype was usually only equipped with a large prototype machine gun of unknown caliber. It is unknown if it ever saw combat during the 1 Year War, but rumor has it that the Kemper prototype was used by space pirates after the war. According to the same rumor, this machine had the same hardpoints as a later E-type, although it is not known if they were there from the beginning or if they were retrofitted.
And you could definitely see what leads into the Nightingale later with those shoulder pads, man.
As mentioned before, the Kemper prototype was then developed into the MS-18E Kemper, an even more specialized machine compared to the prototype. The machine had a modular design and could be easily taken apart and reassembled without advanced equipment. The armor...
Also, according to Siren, the original plot of Gundam, probably not the one they used, was to create a fake war so people would get tired of violence, and the violent members of society would be sent out as cannon fodder. Yeah, that one ended up not being the case. But that would definitely be an interesting way to do it. Also, Hammer, there's only one show you've seen that uses CGI well, and that was Keigen Ashura. I don't actually know what that one was. I was thinking more Frieren, personally, just because when that show goes hard, it's really cool. Also, the rest of the storytelling and the voice acting is just amazing. There's other ones, but that's the one that comes to mind.
While looking similar, was completely redesigned and the skirt armor removed in order to lower the weight of the machine. Its thrusters and apogee motors also received an overhaul for even higher speeds and more agility. They even allowed the Kemper limited flying abilities. However, because it needed to fuel all of these thrusters, the Kemper had a very limited operational time. Another problem with the thrusters was that the generator also needed to dedicate a lot of power to them. This meant that despite having an immense generator of 1,550 kilowatts, the only beam weaponry that the Kemper could use were the two hip-mounted beam sabers. This was because the use of additional beam weapons would put more strain on the generator, lowering the maximum output of the thrusters and thus lowering the overall performance. Considering that the Kemper was mostly meant to operate inside of colonies and the fact that beam weapons could do enormous damage to them, this probably wasn't that big of a compromise to make for the Kemper's designers. Another advantage was that an explosion caused by a beam weapon destroying a mobile suit reactor could also damage the Kemper's thin armor. Other than the two beam sabers, the Kemper also had two 60mm Vulcan guns mounted on the head, and when it came to optional weapons, the Kemper had an entire arsenal. So much so that its fully equipped loadout earned it the nickname Hedgehog. It had two 360mm
Hedgehog? Oh, it's a Sonic reference. Of course it's a Sonic reference. Because it's blue. Yeah, that would do it. It makes sense if you think Sonic. If you don't think Sonic, then I was like, that doesn't make sense. I was not thinking Sonic first, but then you put it up, it's like, oh, no, wait, disconnect.
And Bazooka 2 sticking out at the back, two Sturmfausts sticking out from the legs, and finally a Jagdgewehr 192mm
it has a lot of spikes.
Could be mounted on the back skirt, which was
oh, yeah, I think the Stardust memories. I think I recognize the over-armored form of the Gundam.
Usually supplemented by a second handheld one. A final weapon that it has been known to use was the chain mine. These mines were magnetic and could either be used as normal mines or thrown at enemy mobile suits. There is also some debate on what exactly the E in its model number stands for. The most simple theory is that it stands for experimental. While it was no longer a prototype, it could very well be that the Kemper was still undergoing testing, but was rushed into service because the tide was turning against Zeon. Then the second and most widely believed theory is that it stands for Einhauen Typ. In English sources, Einhauen has often been translated as meaning one strike in reference to its intended use. It quickly moves in, takes out everything with one strike, and then makes a quick getaway. However, with this spelling, Einhauen is a single verb that means to smash or to bash in, rather than two nouns with a separate meaning. And there is nothing that I could find in Japanese sources that supported the one strike translation.
Okay, I'm pretty sure Camphor is German. What does that actually mean? Because you think that would actually play into this one. But I don't speak German, so I don't actually know.
What you will find in Japanese sources is the Camphor being described as a Shugekigata, or attack type, which then translates to Einhauen Typ. While this isn't necessarily incorrect, it is a very liberal translation. Einschlagen, a similar word with a broader meaning that is also used more often, would probably be better than Einhauen. But let's leave the semantics behind and have a look at another development of the Kemper, the MS-18F. Unlike the other two units, the F-Type was made to handle beam weapons. Supposedly, it used a modified version of the Gelgook Jaeger's beam machine gun, but because almost no records of this machine survived,
Wait, if there's no records of it and we don't have an image of it, where is he getting the sourcing from this? You know, it's probably just some random, like, book collection that just says, oh, and there was this other type to fill it out. That would make sense. Also, according to Shadow Blazer, Camphor is fighter or combatant. Oh, okay. That kind of makes sense, considering it would be the enemy combatant or enemy fighter. Yeah, it's a good name for that. Literally tells you exactly what it is.
This is all that we currently know. At this moment, it's not even known if the F-Type existed at all, or if it was simply a design plan that couldn't be implemented before the war ended. Finally, a canon variant of the Camphor is...
That's not the Camphor, that's a prototype of the Nightingale. Granted, as everything Xeon goes, it just gets more and more like the Nightingale no matter what happens. The shoulder pads, the eye helmet, the flared torso skirt, the giant poofy legs, fat feet. It kind of fits every time, man. It's like you could definitely tell everything is leading up to that being the ultimate design.
Also rumored to have been developed. Its outward appearance is very similar to the E-Type, with the most obvious differences being the pointy shoulders, the elbow guards, and then its main weapon, a cannon of unknown caliber that is mounted on the left shoulder. At the moment, no records of this machine fighting in combat or even being built exist. And that is all for the in-universe explanation. But before I end the video, I quickly want to elaborate on this Camphor cannon with some real-life information. Apparently, in the original concept for the Blue Destiny games...
Is that what it was supposed to look like originally? That's definitely different.
Player would have had to fight Marion Welch and her custom red Camphor as a boss. But this plan was scrapped early on in development, so all that remains is the line art of this custom Camphor, which wasn't even referred to as a Camphor, but rather Marion's mobile suit. And if you want to know what did happen to Marion, you can check out my video on the exam system. And that is all for this video on the development.
Oh, wasn't that the people who yeah. Mind fuckery and just playing with people. Got it.
Development history of the Camphor. Leave a like if you enjoyed it, and be sure to subscribe for more similar content.
And next up we have, the GM Sniper. Probably the only GM that maybe... there's a distinct possibility wasn't immediately cannon fodder because of distance implied. Let me watch and find out how I'm wrong about this.
A sniper. I think we all have a very good idea of what this job entails.
Hissing off children in Halo.
A specialized soldier with a high-precision rifle that tries to take out the enemy without being spotted. However, in Universal Century 0079, this word would take on a completely different meaning when it came to Federation mobile suits, as we will soon find out. In this episode of Gundam Lore, we're having a look at the various GM snipers. The first sniper-type mobile suit fielded by the Federation was what could be considered as a more conventional sniper.
Also, it looks like in chat, I've just been using the word CGI wrong. Oh, more you know.
Simply named the GM Sniper. Initially, this machine was little more than a GM ground type with a camouflage paint job, a long-range beam rifle, and additional software loaded into its OS for this power-hungry sniper rifle. It could be powered in two ways.
Oh, it's beam rifle, not ballistic. Ooh. So you're basically just sitting on a giant battery that if anything touches you, you blow up. Yeah.
The first was by the GM Sniper's own reactor and the E-cap in the rifle, just like any other regular beam rifle. The issue here was that a full charge took over 2 minutes and only allowed for 2 shots. This could...
Only 2 shots? Huh. That actually sounds like some of the issues, oddly enough, we're having with physical hardware when it comes to railguns, outside of whatever the hell the Japanese just did to make a barrel that didn't fuck itself up in the first shot. There are actually apparently a lot of current IRL beam weapons. They're just used at scales of drone warfare, like literally shooting out drones that get too close to ships. And they also take multiple seconds per. So, useful, but the power output to what they're actually hoping to get to is not there yet. But the fact that it exists is cool.
Could be bypassed by the second option, which was hooking the rifle up to an external power source and a cooling system. While this did give the rifle significantly more shots, as well as increasing their range and power, it also meant that the GM was now confined.
Actually, it's kind of funny watching this. With how laser weapons work IRL, it would be a long shooting time like that, But if the shot moved around on the ship to different locations, it would dissipate the heat too much and or almost possibly render it useless to do so. If it's on a single location heating up, it usually does the damage that way. Oh, and Delta, any chance for Path of Archie in the near future? Probably not, if only because, I mean, we're not going to be doing anything but Gundam today. This is something that Duck has specifically done through the end of the subathon, and we're going to be holding ourselves to this one.
To the base or land ship that was housing the generator. To get the best of both worlds, it has also been rumored that a specialized backpack was developed that could provide the sniper rifle with the extra energy and cooling that it needed.
Oh, it's also a cooling system. Of course it's a cooling system. Why else would you have a power generator without a cooling system? It looks like they have an external one on top of the external backpack, though. You know what? This is probably the best use for a mobile suit ever. You literally have your backpack on one end, counterbalanced by holding the generator additional parts in the front, while the gun is just strapped to the body. It's kind of like the perfect use for it. It's either that or, you know, trucks. But there is actually something to be said about the mobility of something that can walk on two legs and position automatically like that,
allowing for more improved independent action. It is unknown how many of these gym snipers existed because, technically, any of the 42 gym ground types that were produced that picked...
Wait, there was only 42? For some reason, I thought most of the fighting was in space, yeah. Honestly, if the backpack is the mass-produced thing and it just fit on any GM, this is kind of a useful system.
The long-range beam rifle would become a gym sniper. So far, at least 4 of these units have been confirmed. The Federation's second sniper machine was known as the Gym Sniper Custom, and unlike the Gym Sniper...
Am I the only one who looks like it has a mouth grill? Like it's wearing a muzzle over itself? I don't know why I'm seeing it that way, but I look at that and it's all I can see.
This machine was purpose-made as a sniper, using the RGM...
Also, Kit, beam rifle can tear through ships and can't. Oh yeah, no, in universe, really good. I'm just thinking IRL is kind of funny because we're having exact reverse issues of what happened in the show, where the ballistics are the ones that are single shot, oh god, what the fuck, but then the laser weapons are shoot everything and hold it on sight and don't just do a bunch of shots. Yeah. Also, according to Duck, they were all made from spare parts. That's probably why there's so few.
79 Gym as a base. This was also the first time that the Federation's new idea for sniper types came up. The machine was made with feedback of veterans in mind, resulting in an extremely high-performance machine that could even rival the legendary RX-78-2 Gundam. The biggest upgrades were two...
Also known as possibly the weakest Gundam. Granted, still a Gundam.
High-performance thrusters on each leg, a backpack with improved thrust derived from the gun cannon's backpack, a high-output generator to power all of this, and extra cooling on the legs and the chest to cool all of that.
Oh, so the internal cooling of the mech had it rather than being an external backpack cooling it. Okay. Excuse me. Got excited for guns. Neat.
One thing that set the Sniper Custom apart from future Federation Sniper mobile suits was that the sliding visor itself didn't help with aiming.
What?
Instead, it mainly served to protect the sensors installed in the head during close combat.
Oh, that makes sense. Why would you let a sniper get into close combat? Because it's a mobile suit, and every mobile suit in Gundam eventually gets in close combat.
As a result, it mainly relied on the scope installed in the R4 sniper rifle during sniping. Around 50 Sniper Customs were produced, and while...
I mean, that also kind of makes sense. I mean, build it into the thing that if you're not using it, you don't need to worry about it.
Their base specs were all the same. They were all...
So I'm being told this is actually a Gunpla first Gundam. Or, well, mobile suit. That's actually pretty cool.
Fine-tuned by the ace pilots they were assigned to, and had various weapon layouts as well. This was helped by the fact that this machine had various weapon hardpoints all over the body. One on each calf, side skirt and arm, and one on the back skirt, allowing for various configurations, making this much more than just a sniper unit. A few more customized units belonged to the Shimada squad.
Whoa.
Their firepower was increased with missile launchers modified from the ground gem and the ground Gundam's missile launchers, and had extra thrusters on the backpack to compensate for the extra weight. Another famous unit belonged to Federation top ace 10th.
It's such a simple model, but damn if it doesn't actually look cool, man. I would hate to do these transfers. But the rest of it is so cool. Ah. Also, Golden. Rule of Gundam, be ready to catch these hands or die. Yeah, because everyone will eventually get into close combat because the game never stays sniping for long.
A Young, whose main weapon was a
whatever.
sniper rifle from the Boa Company instead of the R4 sniper rifle. It would also seem that this became the standard equipment in the post-war. This was most likely because it also shared parts with the other Boa beam rifle that became standard issue in the post-war. From the Jim Sniper Custom, 2 units were directly developed, the first one being the Jim Intercept Custom. Introduced
I don't know why, but I hate that head. Like, I even kind of like the regular GM head. I hate this one. I hate it with a passion, and all I can think is RoboCop. And I don't mind RoboCop's look. I just hate it here. I don't know why. It does not sit right with me.
in late November, the main goal of this machine was to be hooked up to the Fellow Booster, a giant
I still think the head looks stupid. And honestly, the booster hooked up on it looks like it's dragging along with stupid. But it's the kind of stupid I like now. I have so many conflicting feelings about this design. It's so dumb, but it's cool.
booster backpack with 2 6-tube missile launchers. This gave the Intercept Custom a huge speed and firepower boost in order to carry out its intended goal, protecting fleets by intercepting enemy attacks. Despite the Intercept Custom itself being a cheaper version of the Jim Custom, it supposedly still had the same performance. But since it used a regular Jim backpack and the Jim...
Okay, this mech looks pretty cool. Granted, it's just all the missiles, so that's already just awesome. That actually looks pretty cool.
Cannon Space Assault's legs, this claim seems rather dubious. However, there were cases of Jim Sniper Customs using the Fellow Booster, which might have led to some confusion and led some to believe that these snipers were actually interceptors instead. Another cost-saving method was used for the Fellow Booster. Rather than a whole new design, its chassis was the same one as used for the In-Atmosphere Lightliner and Corvette Booster.
Oh, they just took bits of the wings off and made them smaller. I wonder why they have the TIE Fighter design on the edge, though.
Other than all of these cost-saving measures, the visor had also been redesigned to offer better protection for the sensors underneath. Throughout the war, 10 units were produced, and thanks to its performance, 45 more were constructed.
I'm pretty sure, based on how this is drawn, those guns right here are actually going to clip the bottom of their own booster.
After the war. The second machine was the Jim Guard Custom, and unlike...
And again, as soon as they change up the eyes, I just like them again. I know the Jim is not a good mech, but I just kind of like it as the base model. It just looks good. It's like, this is what a mech should look like as a standard baseline entry where everything else builds off of it. And this kind of looks like someone built off it, but hasn't really deviated too much yet.
Like the Intercept Custom, this was a complete overhaul, with the most important changes being a new backpack, replacing the big leg thrusters with smaller ones, a redesigned visor with an extra sensor, and completely new weaponry. Rather than a sniper rifle, its standard equipment now consisted of 2 E2 beam spray guns, 2 beam daggers, and the giant Guardian shield that gave the Guard Custom its name. This thing had 5 layers made out of 4 different metal alloys. It also came with 2 extra Vulcans, just in case the 2 Vulcans on the shoulders and in the head weren't enough.
Wait, there's some in the head? I can't even see them. I see the ones on the shoulders, though. Those are actually pretty bulky. This is crowd control, isn't it?
As its name would indicate, the main role of this unit was to defend Allied units and the Federation fleet in particular. Because of the giant shield, handling this thing was also extremely difficult, again leading to it being mostly assigned to ace pilots, which is also why many of these units survived the war. Seeing the success of the Jim Sniper...
Because the guy who's least likely to die immediately has a mech that will probably survive if he does. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Sniper Custom and its derivatives, the Federation again commissioned a sniper-type machine. Again, it was to be a high-performance machine, but it had to be cheaper than the extremely expensive Jim Sniper Custom.
Oh, they were
expensive? The result was the Jim Sniper 2 in late November. The machine lacked the hardpoints of the Custom, making it less flexible.
I think we've seen that shield design in other mechs used later. Actually, I'm pretty sure they've actually taken that exact shield design and used it in other mechs, because I recognize the cutout in the front and the backs. Or the top and the bottom.
Flexible and customizable, but everything else was top-notch, and again geared towards ace pilots. This time the chassis was that of the Jim Command, but the upgrades were very similar. two
bigger
thrusters
glowy
on
thing.
each leg, a high-performance backpack, although this time the focus was on precision and mobility rather than raw power, joints with tuned-up servos and actuators, and a more powerful reactor to fuel everything. But despite the higher output reactor, the overhauled body of the Gym Sniper 2 seemed to have less cooling rather than more.
We have a Battletech situation where everything newer has less of it. Until it gets back to the actually being good again. We'll ignore that.
And while this could hint at a better overall cooling efficiency,
Does
it could
it?
also explain why the standard equipment of the Gym Sniper 2 was the conventional Kar 98K sniper rifle instead of a beam sniper rifle like the R4 or the BOA sniper
Not
rifle,
dealing with as much
even
heat from the gun,
outside
yeah.
of colonies. One important difference between the Gym Sniper Custom and the Gym Sniper 2 was that the sliding visor contained important sensors and a high magnification lens rather than just serving as armor. These then work together with the sensors of the head and the scope of the sniper rifle.
It looks cool, but I think I liked it better when it was just extra armor because it kept you from losing important things. And if you lose the gun, you don't need the zoom.
For an unsurpassed maximum firing range. A black Gym Sniper 2 was famously used by Federation Ace Lido Wolf, and 3 slightly customized units were used by the White Dingo Squad in Australia.
And thus we see a beginning of what led to every single stereotype in G Gundam. Oh, dear God. If one of them doesn't talk about something on the body.
They used a customized shield and also had their units equipped with a Vulcan pod, a feature not seen on the Gym Sniper Custom or most Gym Sniper 2s. This was because the vibration could cause issues with the very sensitive sniper optics. One more modified version was used by the 2nd Special Platoon of the 17th Armored.
Okay, just as a sheer image, this is cool. I like the unity of color in it. It's all so simple, so when you have anything else that stands out, it's very noticeable. I just like how this looks in general.
Armored Marine Division. Dubbed the Gym Spartan, it was a gym command outfitted with various Gym Sniper.
It's actually officially a Halo reference. Like, you look at this and... Oh, that's probably why I liked it, because it looks like the Master Chief. Yeah, this must have been in the... When did Halo come out? It had to be in the 2000s, but no, this would... I would love to find out a comparison of when the Spartans for Halo and the Spartans for this came out, because it seems like there would be a lot of overlap here.
2 parts, a customized Gym Striker backpack, and various other equipment such as a pulse dagger, 2 shoulder-mounted anti-mobile suit missiles, 3 hip-mounted grenades, a 2-tube smoke discharger, and a Minovsky particle scattering pod. Other than the 3 units belonging to the 17th Armored Marine Division, it is unknown how many Gym Spartans existed. The Gym Sniper 2s...
Also, I'm being told by Duck, this is older than Halo. Huh. Does that mean that Bungie got the idea for Spartans from Gundam? That would be hilarious. I doubt it, but it would be hilarious.
Excellent performance that on paper even surpassed the legendary RX-78-2 Gundam, ensured that it would have a lasting legacy. Other than serving as the basis for the Pale Rider, it also influenced the design of the Nemo. The design of the sliding visor was also implemented by future sniping machines such as the Gym Sniper 3 and Spec Ops machines such as the Jag and ECOWAS type. Sadly enough, the Gym Sniper 3 was to be the last Gym Sniper. Only one unit is known to have existed, but it served an extremely important role with the Titans test team. It was modified from the Gym Type C High Mobility type, which was essentially a Gym Kai modified to match the specs of the Gym 2. This machine was then further modified with more upgraded sensors, a sliding visor, improved thrusters, and an extra exhaust on the body, which might also suggest that the generator was upgraded as well. So again, despite being called a sniper unit, it was a very capable all-around machine. In addition to fighting against...
Surprisingly, it made it so far then.
Xeon remnants, the machine was...
I'm being told this is the Hazel? I think at this point, yeah.
Also modified throughout its lifespan to test out various pieces of equipment. One such item was a cannon backpack designed to mimic the Gym Cannon. This configuration was then called the Gym Sniper 3 Medium Range Support type. Unfortunately, this wasn't a success for the Gym Sniper 3.
They made a toy of it, though. Doesn't look bad. A little too blocky for my taste, but it does look good, though. Also, according to Duck, the artwork for the GM Spartan came out in '89.
In order to lessen the strain on the generator, the cannon was a conventional shell-firing cannon. And while it definitely increased the firepower of the Gym 3, the added weight also came at a significant loss of maneuverability. Another variation provided much more satisfactory results.
Oddly enough, I've seen so much art of this, and I don't know why, but I think it looks really cool. It's probably the color scheme. Yeah, it's definitely a color scheme. I don't know why, but dark purples and orange just kind of work for me. Don't know why. I don't usually like either color on their own, but together, I just think they're neat. Also, according to Yokai, fun fact, this GM Sniper 3 survived into late UC. Damn. I thought that was like when everything kind of just reduced in size. It got super hyper powerful, but small.
This time, the Gym Sniper 3 was outfitted with an improved version of the Hyzac pre-production type's backpack. Dubbed the High Mobility Backpack, this then resulted in the Gym Sniper 3 High Mobility type. Other improvements included new leg thrusters and a beam launcher.
Nice.
Originally, the test was meant to see how this backpack could be used with the Gym series, but instead it was later on used for the Hyzac Custom along with the new beam launcher. The new leg thrusters...
I said I like purple and dark orange. It doesn't work on this one for me. I don't know why. Here, yes. There, not so much. Maybe it's the shiniest.
Would later also return, but for the Gym 3. And this is unfortunately where the Gym Sniper's lineage came to an end. Relatively speaking, there were never that many Gym Snipers around, but those that were made a big impact on both the battlefield and mobile suit development.
I just realized it says kick your ass. And it says that in English in a Japanese magazine. I wonder who snuck that in there hoping their editors didn't realize what they wrote. Oh, man. That actually is hilarious. This would have been 80s then that came out.
In part thanks to their high performance,
nice.
And in part thanks to their excellent pilots. And that is all for this episode of Gundam Development History.
What do we got next? Oh, we're moving on to the Zaku 1. All right, we're going classic on this thing. Patron Blades.
All mobile suits came to be. The Zaku 1. Please keep in mind that units from Gundam the Origin are not included due to their extensive and conflicting nature.
Gundam Origin? That's probably an OVA, isn't it? I don't know much about that one, so I'm not entirely sure what that would change or anything. Huh. Also, Terry, you mentioned the purple is too desaturated and the tone of orange is very different, making them clash. That might do it then, yeah. Color theory is not my favorite. Just some things work for me, but I don't know enough about the theory behind it to make it understandable. Also, Duck, G3 gas time? Oh?
They deserve their own dedicated video. On the 15th of August, Universal Century 0069, the Zabi family managed to gain complete control over the Republic of Zeon and transformed it into the Principality of Zeon. Vying for independence through armed conflict, they realized that they would need some kind of technological edge in order to even put up a fight against the numerically superior Earth Federation. 1 year later, in Universal Century 0070, the first so-called mobile suit was created by Zeonic under the Suit Project.
Sorry, something about the old prototype mechs are just so cool to me. It's why I like the Tall Geese. It's why I can love this thing without even knowing anything about it. And oddly enough, it kind of looks like some of the prototype mechs from, well, Battletech. They all kind of look cool.
It took 5 years, and the result was a towering...
Also, I'm being told by Yokai, it's Gundam Origin as an AU that follows Char before he tries to steal the Gundam. Oh, and according to Dave, or Davis, the Gundam is the origin, the prequel reimagining of the 1 Year War. Oh, okay. AKA, according to Duck, Char's headcanon, as he tells Camille.
Monkey machine, nicknamed Crabman. Possibly due to secrecy on Zeon's side and a lack of interest on the Federation's side, very little is known about Zeon's earliest mobile suit prototypes, the MS-01, MS-02, and MS-03.
Whoa.
Some sources claim that there were 3 different machines, whereas others claim that the 3 model numbers were used for only 2 machines.
Wait, these are actual... Oh, someone actually is selling the initial mobile suits from Universal Century. That is so much fiddly detail. This has to be like a custom order model because every single kit here is so different from the usual aesthetic. That's actually really cool, though.
Do know is that
Mackie
the
vibes?
MS-03
Yeah,
was
Taran, I get that.
unveiled in Universal Century 0073 and was heralded as the first true mobile suit. However, unlike previous test units, this unit was fitted with armor that was meant to withstand combat, leading to a heavier and much less agile unit. Fortunately for Zionic, another technological marvel was just unveiled, the Minovsky Ultra Compact Fusion Reactor. Zionic went back to the drawing board with this new power supply in mind, and in February of Universal Century 0074, the MS-04 prototype Zaku was born. The new generator was twice as powerful, and despite...
Oddly enough, I think we do actually have backpack power generators at this point. They have issues, and they're very much not safe. Yep. Well, backpack might be an extension, but I think they have things like this that could work on low scale. But shielding is the issue. I think they have been attached to some of the space probes we've sent out because, I mean, there's no one to irradiate, so who cares?
Despite the armor being strengthened even more,
And because I think.
It was agile enough to be greenlit for combat testing. While the test results were generally positive, the 100mm machine gun that was developed alongside the prototype Zaku was deemed
They gave it an actual drum barrel. Oh my god.
inadequate for anti-ship combat.
Also, Duck, you said it was most likely built for a hobby book, so it was a custom model then. I wonder if someone actually has it now, or they just trashed it after they were done getting the shot.
Another problem was that the prototype Zaku was much too costly for mass production. Due to the dangerous and unknown nature of the Minovsky Ultra Compact Fusion Reactor, it has been rumored that the MS-04's operation wasn't tested by Zionic itself, but by Hostioka under a subcontract.
Oh.
Another retooling happened in an attempt to fix the issues that the Xeon High Command had with the prototype Zaku, and only a few months later, in May of Universal Century 0074, the YMS-05A Zaku was born. It was reliable and fixed all of
The head just looks off compared to everything I see. It's probably the really dropped snout effect. Like, not having it, but just having it drop so far down by comparison to the rest of the head.
the problems of its predecessor. Costs were streamlined while also keeping performance up,
Space Tommy?
and a bazooka was developed for anti-ship combat. A new and more powerful 105mm machine gun was also developed. Zionic's flagship unit was then pitted against
Oh yeah, I guess technically it would still have a drum barrel. Huh.
Zimon's flagship unit, the EMS-04 Zeta, during the arms race for Xeon's mainstay mobile suit. The Zaku won out and was formally adapted as the MS-05A Zaku 1, although nowadays it is usually referred to as the Zaku 1 Early Type. The Early Type wasn't just the first Minovsky reactor-equipped machine that was deemed ready for combat, but it was also the first one to actually see combat. 27 additional A-types were produced in early...
Oh yeah, sorry, just for some reason I'm used to Gundam having huge numbers of mechs, except for the Gundams themselves who are like one-ofs until they get mass produced later on. But hearing that even the mass production, or what we would think of later as being a max production model as Zaku, as only having 27 to 28 copies, it's like, oh, it feels weird to hear such low numbers.
Early July, and immediately put to use as training machines for future pilots and commanders to develop new strategies for these machines. Some of the most famous aces of the One-Year War, such as Ramba Ral, Char Aznable, and the Black Tri-Stars, would get their start with these machines. Finally, there exist no records of the A-Type being upgraded, meaning that chances are high that they were used as training machines until newer models became available and were then relegated to construction or other such menial tasks.
I mean, construction with a mech is pretty much an awesome use for it.
But despite the positive reception of the A-Type, there was no time for resting. Alongside the pilots, the R&D people were also pushing themselves to improve the A-Type, sadly resulting in the deaths of 10 people and the loss of 5 machines. Still, the result
How'd
was
they lose
there.
that many machines?
In July of Universal Century 0075, the MS-05B was officially rolled out. While it looked virtually identical, the armor was stronger, the cockpit overhauled, and the engine was changed from the ZAS company's ZAS MI-8B to the similarly spec'd but more reliable MYFS-MES by the M&Y company. The B-Type was almost immediately approved, and 793 units were produced between August of Universal Century 0075 and August of Universal Century 0077. After this, production was shifted to Xeon's next generation mobile suit. the Zaku 2.
And this is the one everyone knows. When you think of a Gundam, and then you think of one of the enemy units, this is probably what you think of. Just that eye. And the sound effect going... Wrong. I know that's wrong, but it's as close as I can get. Also, according to Trey, my question of how do they lose them? Probably explosions? Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, man.
Still, with so many units produced, the B-Type would remain Zeon's main machine until shortly before the 1-year war, with many remaining active in one way or another. While mostly relegated to menial tasks or a jack-of-all-trades...
Oh, yeah, shit. You actually just see this one over here, just carrying boxes where everything else is doing, or doing something.
It's a guard and working machine on transports. Some veterans who learned how to be a mobile suit pilot thanks to the A-Type decided to stick with their B-Types a little longer. Other pilots specifically requested Zaku 1s because they knew that there were still plenty of these machines just collecting dust and would therefore receive them much faster than if they had requested a Zaku 2 or another newer machine.
In other words, you get the spare parts and you actually get a mech as opposed to waiting for a mech and not getting anything and dying.
In addition to this, they would also have an abundance of spare parts. Once the war started...
I mean, don't knock actually having replacement parts. That is very much useful because a high-spec machine that you never get a replacement for is one scratch away from being grounded.
Turning against Zeon after Operation Odessa, Zaku 1s were once again pushed into service on a much broader scale in an attempt to reinforce their badly depleted forces. Even though the almost 5-year-old machine performed pretty poorly by now, Zeon had no other choices but to use the Zaku 1 until the bitter end, as newer machines simply could not be produced in enough numbers. But no matter how popular the Zaku 1 used to be, one event cast a dark cloud over its legacy.
Only one?
During the 1-week battle at the outbreak of the 1-year war, Zeon Marines would use Zaku 1s to attach booster rockets to a colony for use in Operation British. This was after they gassed the entire population of the colony.
私は知らなかった。どこが砂なんて知らなかったんだよ。
Oh, they weren't told what they were doing. Oh, okay. I was not aware of that. Sorry, I haven't seen as much on Universal Century, just some of the mainline series and not some of the side works. I was unaware that the people going in here did not know what they were doing. I thought everyone was on board with the mission of fuck Earth and everyone along the way. Kind of like how everyone in the Federation is like, fuck space and everyone along the way. You see the problem that happened. This is actually surprising in its own right.
With its long service life, it should come as no surprise that variants of the B-Type also popped up. For starters, it is rumored that a specific commander type, the S-Type, existed. Supposedly, the Zaku...
Also, according to Golden, it happened 2 times. The Titans also did. Yep. And the Titans were the Earth side. Zeon did nothing wrong. Read long list of war crimes. Yeah, Gundam Universal Century is... every side sucks. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I look at everything happening in... not Witch for Mercury, but G-Quux. I'm like, wait, Zeon winning actually led to a generally less fucked up world? Huh. That's weird. Like, don't get me wrong, G-Quux has things wrong, but it's less fucked up than everything that happened in Universal Century. And Char just got his ass kicked by a little girl as well.
One commander type was simply a B-Type with a commander antenna and an additional shoulder pad. However, records show that Rombaral's machine that was active early on in the war was also classified as a B-Type. This could mean that Ral's machine was simply mislabeled, or that the type got its own designation much later on in the war.
Oh.
But it could also mean that there was another separating factor, such as a stronger generator. But that is all that we currently know about the Zaku 1 commander type. As mentioned earlier, even when newer machines became available, many of the pilots who learned the ropes with the Zaku 1 A-Type still wanted to stick with their trusty Zaku 1s. So at some point in Universal Century 0078, a plan was proposed to upgrade the B-Type with the latest technology. This plan was allegedly approved by, at the time, Rear Admiral Dozal Zabi.
God damn, they really went all out on making this fancy. I'm just gonna take a guess. The guy in there's probably some random grunt, right?
An attempt to make the mobile suit forces more uniform. This upgrade was designated as the Q-type, and it featured an upgraded reactor, power pipes on the head, and a second shoulder pad on the right shoulder, giving
this
it
is where the
an
power pipes on the head
almost
came
similar
from.
performance to the Zaku 2 C-type.
Oh.
While not standard, knuckle spikes were often seen on one or both hands, and because they were mostly used by aces who specifically requested them, they were usually adorned with a commander's antenna. Some units, such as Norris Packard's machine, also used a custom machine gun with an added shield on the gun barrel.
What would be the effect of that? Like, just easier aiming to slot down the sight? Or... Against what I say. Also, I'm being told by Strike Wyvern, that's Dozal's custom Zaku too? Yeah. I kind of figured, I wasn't sure which one it would be from the Zabi, but it definitely had the Zabi shine to it. Also, someone previously said the Federation were the villains, and then Zeon was just pushed to do horrible things. I'd say it's less the Federation were villains and the Zeon was pushed, and more the Federation were villains, and then the Zombies fucked up Zeon. And then Char got fucked up, and he decided to pass it on to everyone else. Yeah, Char is basically, if people thought for a time that Sephiroth might have been right. Don't get me wrong. Shinra deserved it. But then everything else that came after was kind of fucked up.
Before the war, 240 Q-types were planned to be converted from B-types, but only 162 would be completed because priority was given to the new Zaku 2 C-types.
According to Duck, that special Zabi... Oh no, the space commander for all of Zeon's army, Dozal Zabi. Oh, that was the very special one. Yeah. And Alan, Zeon dropped a colony on Earth? Yep. But apparently, the people underneath it didn't know what they were doing with the gassing part. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Zeon's fucked up. But a lot of that happened after the Zombies took over. Without them, it would be a very different story. And honestly, if Gundam's going into alternate universes, I would love to see what would happen if they did a version of the Universal Century. If the Zombies failed to take over, that is kind of a fascinating idea, and I don't think it'll ever happen, but I would love to find out if anyone has any ideas about it, or if maybe there's like development records of the show that getting into that kind of what if scenario.
In the later stages of the 1 Year War, another 30 units would be converted for a total of 192 units. Unlike the B-type, the Q-type would be consistently used at the front line. Also, due to its similarity to the unconfirmed S-type, it is possible that the S-type was simply a misidentified or damaged Q-type. Another upgraded variant of the Zaku 1 appeared after Operation...
Oh, that's... Without the iframe hiding it, that's actually really unique. I'm not sure I like it, but I think it's really eye-catching. Because it's a giant eye, I just realized. Yeah, there's a pun in there.
In Odessa, the Zaku 1 sniper type. Up until that point, Zeon had been using Zakus that were equipped with Magellan top cannons for long-ranged attacks. However, concerns about accuracy and power were brought to the forefront when the Federation retook the offensive. To make matters worse, due to the Federation's advance, Zeon's terrestrial forces had been almost completely cut off from their space forces. As a result, Zeon's final major base on Earth, California Base, made do with what they had and began developing a sniper rifle from a Gelgoog's beam rifle. Because of the high output, the barrel would overheat if fired too fast, although this could be averted by...
Okay, that's just cool animation. I have no idea which show this is from, though, but it looks really cool.
hot swapping the barrel.
Oh, and it's literally the one we just saw the image of, yeah.
In order for the Zaku 1 to use this
I'm being told this
rifle,
is a unicorn.
it was equipped with a backpack that contained a 700 kilowatt sub-generator that used technology from the Gelgoog's backpack. Other upgrades included a Zaku recon...
This is a style. Oddly enough, I recognize this style of art right here in the blue mech from Battletech art from like the 90s, maybe 80s. Yeah, it's that high shine, but a lot of extraneous lines and folds in it that just seem like they're making it look like there's layers of building blocks in it. Huh.
reconnaissance types mono-eye and sensor array for better targeting, a crutch for easier kneeling, and a pair of head-mounted Vulcan guns for close-range defense purposes. Finally, there were two special variants, the MS-06W Worker Zaku and the MS-06V Zaku tank.
They made a tank as
well.
well?
Their model number wouldn't indicate...
Why would they build a tank for space? Probably for when they got on Earth. Yeah, that would do it.
...that they were Zaku 1s.
Also, Federico, that was done in the 80s before Battletech? Yeah, but the art style is something that was kind of iconic and definitely copied over. Maybe as part of the Unseen art. Actually, that would be surprising the slides because it was probably something to do with the Unseen that came into Battletech. There was similar artists shared between them.
Some of them were. This was because neither the Worker Zaku nor the Zaku tank were standardized machines and were merely attempts by engineers to get Zakus back up and running. As mentioned earlier,
Metallic
Zeo
oil
was
paint
being
yokai?
pushed
That
back
might be it,
on
yeah.
all fronts, and they needed all the units that they could get their hands on. As a result, Worker Zakus were often cobbled together with various parts from Zaku 1s and Zaku 2s.
Oh,
although
literally
it does seem
Frankenmech.
like they had some kind of standardization in the form of a shovel on the right arm, a wench on the left arm, and instead of a backpack, many had a rack that could hold containers. Many also had their cockpits modified to allow non-mobile suit pilots to use these machines.
Oh.
In the Zaku tank...
Wait, they actually made them easier to pilot? Did that make them less performant, or just more people were able to do something? If anything, I'm kind of surprised that kind of doesn't trickle into the big forces, so you just have more pilots. But they're probably more waiting on mechs than waiting on pilots at that point.
In this case, the modifications could be as simple as mounting the torso of a Zaku 1 or a Zaku 2 onto a Magella attack hull. So far, one type of Zaku 1 with a Zaku 1 upper body has been found. This unit
Only
was
one.
equipped with a dozer blade, and instead of normal manipulators, it had a pair of aptly named long manipulators. This made this version of the Zaku tank a purely worker vehicle. And that is all for the development history
Purely worker. Immediately crushes man. Yeah.
of the Zaku 1.
And following on the edge of that one, a Zaku 2 now. Let's jump into it.
Even though the Zaku 1 was the first combat-ready mobile suit that also saw actual combat, the Zeon High Command was still not satisfied. In order to compete with the Federation's numerical superiority, an even more powerful machine was needed. Originally planned as the MS-05
A machine to surpass Metal Gear. I know it's the wrong franchise, but damn does it fit.
C Zaku 1, the unit instead became the MS-06 Zaku 2, retroactively known as the MS-06A Zaku 2 first mass production type.
It's so
True to
freaking
its
iconic,
nature,
man.
it wasn't a radical departure from the Zaku 1, but still enough to be classified as a whole new suit. The armor was overhauled and improved, the thrusters were upgraded for better mobility, the sensors were enhanced, and it was outfitted with a more powerful Minovsky reactor, which now also required external power pipes. The original color scheme was the same as that of the Zaku 1,
It's doing the freaking thumbs up. Oh my god. I'm doing my part.
but this was only meant as a demonstration paint job and would later be changed to the now iconic Zaku Green. Additionally, a more colorful blue and white version, known as a full production version.
Oh, I don't like that. I just think football. Like, in other colors, maybe it wouldn't get me, but right now, all I can think is football and a skirt. I don't like that. It's probably the shoulder pads that get me, though. And the color, but just, I don't like it.
Was used by the Instructor Corps in Side 3. When it came to the weapons, it still used the same 105mm machine gun and initial type bazooka as the Zaku 1, but a rack was added with extra ammo. Completed in August of Universal Century 0077.
Again, nothing has changed here, but just changing the color palette means I don't mind it anymore. Just something about the blue and white just did not work on this design. Still don't like the purple on them, but yeah, it's fine otherwise.
The machine quickly entered
Gundam
mass
Gladiator
production.
football.
But
Oh,
after
God.
around 90 units were made, it was halted by Cecilia Zabi. She feared that the Federation would also produce mobile suit-like weapons, meaning that the Zaku 2 needed anti-mobile suit capabilities.
Oh?
This prompted the development of the Heat Hog, a
I mean,
mobile
she ain't wrong.
suit-sized tomahawk with a superheated blade. Additionally, new armor was developed for the shoulders. On the left shoulder pauldron, spikes were added for better ramming performance, and the right shoulder pauldron was replaced by a shield for better defensive capabilities. This so-called C-type also featured better avionics, a more user-friendly cockpit that was easier to get in and out, and radiation shielding that allowed...
Wait, they didn't have radiation sheet. They're running around on mini nukes without radiation shielding prior to this. Damn, I'm kind of surprised anyone survived long enough in these things.
To carry out nuclear strikes. The first prototype was completed in September, and it was formally adapted as Zeon's mainstay mobile suit in January of Universal Century 0078. This was also when the production lines were completely shifted from the A-type to the C-type. And with the introduction of the C-type, we also see the traditional Zaku 2 weapons appearing for the first time. The 120mm Zaku machine gun and the 280mm Zaku bazooka. It is believed that of the 98 types produced, 60 would later be upgraded to C-types. These included the machines used by Johnny Ryden and Ian Graydon. 2 other units were kept by Zeonic and used to develop the MS-06J Zaku 2 ground type and the MS-06S Zaku 2 commander type. The remaining suits would either be used...
I guess you could even say the red ones go faster. And considering the pilot, they probably did.
...for spare parts or...
Also, I'm being told Frozen Teardrop is a shitty fanfic. Ad Stella is Witch from Mercury. Oh, okay.
As training units, serving as a start for many future Zeon aces, like Shar Aznable and the Black Tri-Stars. It also became commonplace for trainee pilots to carve their name into the seat of their training Zaku after graduating.
Really?
When the one-year war broke out on the 3rd of January, Universal Century 0079, it would be these pilots and their C-types that cemented the legendary but equally infamous legacy of the Zaku 2. On the one hand, they reigned supreme on the battlefield, heralding the age of mobile suits and their aces. But at the same time, it was with these machines that Zeon executed Operation British. Proven in battle, the C-type would soon receive another update that would make it last for most of the war. After its bloody opening, the Federation and Zeon signed the Antarctic Treaty, banning all nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons.
Yeah, they just didn't go with the entire giant mass drop weapons of, you know, moons, colonies, planetoids. It'd be really nice if they did that because, you know, everyone would definitely acknowledge that and follow the rules.
This meant that the heavy radiation shielding of the C-type was now useless. The removal of this, along with some...
Oh, it was only for external sources. Honestly, though, how long ago did it take them to learn that you needed radiation shielding in orbit as well? Because that's actually something that is incredibly useful IRL now, and something that they do monitor to make sure people don't have exposure risks for. But there's a lot of radiation in space because we have an ionosphere right now keeping the Earth mostly safe, but some things get through. UV radiation, for example. But when you're above the planet, you're above the planet with all of the bullshit that usually bounces off our atmosphere. Radiation shielding in space would sound like something they'd need more. I mean, for narrative reasons, they probably just didn't bring it up because it's only about nukes is the reason it's being brought up occasionally, but yeah, IRL, it would be kind of cool to keep that in there.
Other small tweaks resulted in the lighter and more nimble F-type, with the first units already rolling off the production line on the 15th of January. These were then rushed to the front lines to participate in the first drop.
It's another mech doing the thumbs up. How many mechs do they have art for just doing thumbs up in like the really jaunty poses? Huh. Also, Hammer, remember the sun is a deadly laser. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they had multiple weapons doing that in Gundam at multiple points.
Operations on Earth, and according to anecdotal evidence...
Also, I'm being told the Arctic Tree did ban the colony drops as well. Oh, I'm glad that put a stop to it and it never happened again.
Everything had to go so fast that crews were still working on these F-types to make them suitable for Earth use as HLVs were about to enter the atmosphere. Even the pilots themselves were helping with tasks such as applying anti-slip rubber masks.
Okay, I know this is not what he's talking about right now, but this is something I truly appreciate seeing in any space. The holographic line projection showing the scale of something. One of the things you get into when you have scale projections of here's a giant spaceship in the background that looks huge, and here's the other spaceship that you know are huge in the foreground. So comparatively, they look like they're close in size. But when you have one of these showing how small a ship is right here, moving into it compared to those lines saying how close it is, it lets you see the scale difference of one in the foreground that looks bigger, so you see the detail, one in the midground, so you see how big it is by comparison to the guiding line showing where it enters, like, oh, the colony's huge. So you keep the comparative sizes correct that way. One of the ways this has not been done is look at the ending of the first Pacific Rim movie, and you have no idea how big any of those monsters are. Apparently, everything was huge and bigger than everything else by comparison, but there's no scale for reference, so you can't tell if they're huge or tiny.
To the cockpit hatch. Putting aside this rushed start, the F-Type was a defining model of the Zaku, and it became...
They put clothes on it. I mean, it's not the weirdest thing I've seen. It's not even a bad idea if it needs insulation from something getting in. I just think it's weird to see.
The most produced suit of the war with many variations, upgrades, and customized versions. One of the most striking ones was the Dozel Zabi custom, sporting a very ornate gold trim, a custom commander antenna, a custom heat hog, a spike pauldron on the right shoulder instead of a shield, and some more spikes on the hands for good measure. And he would frequently use this machine to carry out so-called battlefield inspections, which then turned into impromptu raids on Federation bases, along with his friend and bodyguard Shin Matsunaga. But with the Federation's mobile suits slowly appearing on the battlefield, and even Zeon beginning to field newer machines, the Zaku 2 was in need of another upgrade. And so halfway to war, the F2 was developed. The biggest upgrades were extra armor on the chest, reduced weight, and a slightly more powerful reactor that made the F2 more on par.
I know it's a little less iconic, but it's still a cool design, man.
With the standard RGM-79 GIM. Along with it, new equipment was also introduced. Solid rocket boosters could be attached to the backpack for a short boost in thrust. The old 120mm Zaku machine gun was overhauled and now also featured a grenade launcher, and a 90mm machine gun was introduced. Its lower
90mm. That's okay. That's significantly big still, but kind of seems small for a gun bullet.
Caliber allowed for greater firing speed and better penetration.
Oh, that's why it's actually small.
Many F-types would be converted to F2s during the war, and even after the war, many would continue to see service, either with Zeon Remnant.
I'm sorry, you can't look at this and tell me this is not me and the boys posing before the fight. Wrong button.
Groups or with the Federation. But a lot of non-upgraded F-types were also still out there, and just as the F2 types, these would see use by Zeon Remnant groups, although the F-types would usually be customized to make them more on par with modern machines. One example of this was the Zaku 2 Stutzer, which was equipped with a pair of winch units.
Okay, that's cool. Sorry, every time you have the gun that folds out mechanic, every time I see it, I love it. No reason why. I don't even think it looks that cool. Never mind. I think it looks incredibly cool for how stupid it is. But I just love moving components on models. And the more times they have these snap into position aspects, I just think it's so it's utter me bait. And I love every second of it. I don't care if it's dumb. I don't care if it's good. It looks amazing.
These things had a wire-guided arm each, and also mounted a Gelgoog's beam rifle that was powered by a sub-generator on the back. But back to the 1-year war now. In its closing days, one final attempt was made to create an upgraded mass-production Zaku, the MS-06FZ Zaku 2 Kai. Rather than being another incremental upgrade, this was a complete overhaul under the United Maintenance Plan, an attempt to standardize as many mobile suit parts as possible to ease production. In short, the Zaku 2 Kai was the best general-purpose Zaku 2 around. It had better thrust, it used a lighter and more durable titanium ceramic composite.
They changed up the head in this one to look like a bucket helmet without the spike. Yeah, you could definitely see exactly which World War they inspired this from.
Armor, its mobility was improved, and it had 3 hand grenades as standard equipment. The only downside was that because of its high performance, operation time was cut in half when compared to the regular F-type. Unfortunately, because it was introduced so late into the war, almost no machines made it to the front line, and even less survived it. Still, for its short lifespan, 2 variants are known to have existed, the normal Zaku head version and the B-type, which had a head modeled after the German Stahlhelm.
Yep. So it was intentionally done that way as well. Okay.
Final thing that should be mentioned here is the Skyure.
That
this
looks like
weapons
Zeta.
platform with a giant beam cannon mounted on it was designed to be
Yeah, I guess it's basically... I don't know, something about this, like, it looks like a booster unit, but they're taking extra steps to get to that. Seems
operated
odd.
by Zeon mobile suits, and in practice, this meant that during the One-Year War, it was most often manned by a Zaku 2. The power of the beam cannon was second to none, and it was also one of the two only beam weapons that the Zaku 2 could use, the other one being the beam bazooka that is most often linked to the Rigdom. There is still one mass production Zaku 2 variant that we haven't covered yet.
Also, Kryn, folding guns are bad in general. They may be cool, but they have issues. More moving parts to break. Oh yeah, no. Simplicity is best for reliability. But as far as toys go, moving parts are neat. That's the line. Like IRL, stupid. In fiction, yeah, that's shiny. I'm going to stand by that one.
The MS-06J Zaku ground type, but just like the F-type, the J-type has a lot of variants and developments. So instead of ramming it all into this video, we'll be having a look at the ground Zakus next time. If you enjoyed this episode of Gundam Development History, be sure to leave a like and subscribe for more similar content.
Ooh.
As always, a big thank you to the Patreon supporters. I hope all of you watching have a great day.
And now we got the Zeong development. Okay. We got some things going on right now. Also, Alan, the whole saying is about keeping it simple? I don't know, but that would be stupid not to. Oh yeah, Crunchyroll has a mascot. And we'll do it from here.
Purchase and support the channel. Links down below. According to Zeon Zim Daikun, new types were the next step in human evolution.
Again, I would love to see an alternate reality where he was not assassinated. Definitely not by the zombies. I'm actually not sure who did, but I'm assuming the zombies fucked around. And the zombies never took power. I would love to see what Zeon would have become at that point, because it would be so freaking cool, man. Probably still fucked up, but it would definitely be a very different show.
And that freed from Earth's gravity, they would develop a sixth sense that would allow them to understand each other without misunderstanding. However, with the zombies taking...
Well, I mean, even the ones who did develop that sense, the misunderstandings happened a lot.
over Zeon and preparing the nation for all-out war with the Federation, it was discovered that this sixth sense had the potential to be weaponized. Due to the Minovsky particle, traditional means of wireless communication could easily be jammed, but Zeon researchers began speculating that those special brainwaves that new types possess to communicate with each other could also be used to communicate and therefore control wireless weapons.
And nothing bad ever came of this. Something psychoframe.
Not only would these remote weapons not be jammed by the Minovsky particles, but since they were directly controlled by the brainwaves, they would be far more responsive than any traditional weapon. To find and research these new types then, the Flanagan Institute was established by Cecilia Zabi. But of course this was not for the good of mankind. This was to research new types for their military uses. As a result, the Institute would also develop several mobile weapons for their test subjects to operate in battle. Their first success was the Brabro. This massive mobile armor had 4 wire-guided weapon pods that could be controlled through the so-called Psychomu system, short for Psychic Communicator. As the name indicates, this was the breakthrough system that allowed a single new type pilot to mentally control the weapon pods and fly the Brabro at the same time.
Oh, man. I know a little about this early period. I know a lot more about some of the later ones, like what happened in 00MS? 0008? 8th MS unit. Let's just go with that one. You know what I'm talking about. Even though I'm not sure if that's the official name or not. I know what happened there. I know what happened a lot in the Psycho Frames with Zeta and a lot of other things that came up. But the early ones, I'm actually not that sure of, just because I never got into the first season of Gundam. Sorry, the first series as much as the others. Also, single. Look, the Leo is my favorite mobile suit in the franchise. I have no room to shit on anyone for liking how the ball looks. Yeah. To be fair, the Leo is also one of those mechs that's just good. It's just such a cool base level mech. A lot of the base levels are cool, but that's definitely one of the nice ones. I like the Gem. But the Leo probably is better because it came later, so they had more time to actually make it look cool.
However, despite this, the machine was still completely operable by regular pilots for either test purposes or for during real combat. For this, the Brabro not just had room for a pilot, but also for 2 extra gunners.
Wait, Duck, there were companion movies? Or compilation movies. Oh, I might someday.
And even though it is
What is with that helmet? Okay, sure.
was a functional configuration, it still wasn't as good as having a single new type controlling everything. The Brabro was also designed to be split into individual parts,
What?
each with their own propulsion
Modular?
system, granting the machine two big benefits. First of all, it gave the test data and the pilot a greater chance of returning back to base. And secondly, it also allowed the Brabro to keep on fighting if one of the parts got damaged. The main cockpit itself was connected to the two weapon pods with dual mega particle guns and was said to be, by itself, the equivalent of 2 to 4 mobile suits. So as long as this part remained unscathed, the Brabro remained a serious threat for whatever enemy it was facing. There was also a very good reason for the size of the Brabro. The Psychomu system was a massive system, and combined with the weapon systems and the propulsion.
So this was the first Psycho frame. At least it's a mobile armor. I wonder if they did anything with it after Unicorn. I haven't seen some of the later franchise stuff, so I don't really know.
Propulsion system, the Brabro just had to be that big to house everything. The next step.
Also, I'm being told the Psycho frame was made in Char's Counterattack after Zeta and ZZ. Really? But I thought there was explicitly one of those inside of the 8th MS unit. Unless I'm completely misremembering, it's been so many years.
Then was to miniaturize this system and attempt to mount it onto a mobile suit. This became known as the Bishop Plan, the quest to create the MS-16X. The first step was the YMS-06Z.
Huh. A white Gundam. I mean, it's not, but close enough.
Psychomu early test type Zaku. Not a lot is known about this unit, and from a functional point of view, it was closer to the Brabro than the later Psychomu Zakus.
Oh.
Rather than having the wire-guided arms that the Zeong would become famous for, it had weapon pods that were very similar to those of the Brabro. This machine was then further developed into the MS-06Z Psychomu System Zaku, sometimes also referred to as...
Yeah, I've seen the art a few times where they do that, but the backward leaning legs where it just goes inverted, I don't like it when I see it, because everything looks so human. When you see the joint going that far back, it gives me that vibe, where even if it's not necessary, because giant mech, not actually human, it feels wrong because it looks close enough.
The MS-06Z Bishop, due to the Bishop Plan, or
actually, now that I think about it, no, it looks like it's backwards altogether because the thrusters look like they're on the chest.
Or the quote-unquote Zeong test base. And originally the machine was going to be called the MS-16X Zeong, named as such because the engineers envisioned it as the culmination of all of Zeon's technology into one perfect machine. However, the Psychomu Zaku still had a way to go before reaching perfection. But regardless, it would carry the MS-16X designation for a while before having it changed to MS-06Z. Its main goal then was to test out the new arms that the Bishop Plan called for.
Oh, the
Rather
gun
than
hands.
having separate pods or bits with mega particle guns in them, the hands now became the weapons, with each finger serving as its own mega particle gun.
I mean, it's cool, but this is one of the things I never liked aesthetically or functionally. Functionally, it's like, okay, so you have to bend the beam all the time. And functionally, in terms of looks, it just gives them big, bulky fingers that always feel like they need to go every which way. So whenever you have an actual model, it feels like they're going to break immediately. Maybe that's just me, though.
However, combined with the high-performance thrusters and the new head that also incorporates...
So I'm being told F-91 had some in the cockpit, and the Victory had it in the Psycho frame and the wings. Oh, okay. I don't think I saw either of the shows that those came from.
Various Gelgoog parts, this machine was not only extremely expensive to produce, but also had a very limited operating time of around 10 minutes.
Only
This
10?
meant that production was halted after the first 3 test units, although it is rumored that a 4th unit was cobbled together from the spare parts. In addition, the looks were also a source of ridicule, as comparisons were drawn to mountain gorillas due to the oversized arms. But despite this, the...
That's what they're ridiculing it for? The arms. Oh, okay. Also, I'm being told the Crossbone uses Psycho frame. Oh, I've heard of that one. I don't know the show. I never watched it, but I have heard of it.
machine did achieve what it was meant to achieve. It might not have looked the best or even be suitable for combat, but the wire-guided arm tests were a success. And
Somebody told F91 was a movie? Oh, okay. One more thing I just need to check out one of these days.
thanks to these tests, Zeon could start developing tactics for using them in actual combat. All 3 confirmed units would eventually see action during the Battle of Abawa Q, although
they actually made it in.
would do so as a slightly different unit. This machine was modified to what would eventually become known as the MSN-01 Saikomu Test High Mobility Type.
Why do they have landing pods for something that would be in space and not subject to gravity? Like, yeah, it's more like a mobile frame made, or sorry, a mobile armor made from a mobile suit. But the pods are weird. I guess you'd have to land down sometime if you're just hooking it in. But again, lack of gravity. Wait, are these upward facing thrusters hide in there? Yeah, either way, it looks cool.
Zaku. Other than the previously mentioned issues, another flaw that Zeon engineers wanted to fix was the lack of speed. And to do this, they looked back at the Brabro and decided that the best way to go was to replace the legs with high-yield rocket boosters. To make it look even more funky then, it also got a quite unique landing gear.
Yeah.
While this definitely made the MSN-01 a very capable hit-and-run machine, it still suffered from all of the other issues. It was expensive and only had a limited operating time. But, as I said before, despite all of these flaws, the unit would still participate in the Battle of Abawa Q.
I think I realize what makes it look off for me. It's not even the boosters there. It's that the overall aesthetic of the entire Gundam is so incredibly blocky that even the circular sections look like they're part of a square. It looks like you're driving a building.
And a second unit is even rumored to have existed. In terms of naming then, it seems that this machine was still designated as the MS-16X when the regular test types designation had already been changed to MS-06Z. It would only become the MSN-01 after it was decided that with the introduction of the Zeong that we all know today, the designation of these new type machines would become MSN. The Zeong became MSN-02, and the high mobility type retroactively became the MSN-01. To fix the flaws then of the previous Bishop Plan machines, the Zeong was built as a completely...
Wait, it has legs? Sorry, that's actually news to me. I've never seen an image of the Zeong with legs. Oh, that's... That feels so weird.
New unit. It was to become a massive 30.1 meter mobile suit that was worthy of bearing Zeon's name. Legend has it that it was so big because it was designed as a counter to a supposed giant Federation Gundam, which was actually a customized ball that just looked like a giant Gundam head.
Did they actually oversize it based on... Oh my god. It's probably based on something from the... It's a kid's comedic comic, isn't it?
And the Zeon soldiers that spotted it mistakenly assumed that it had an equally giant body to match. This then supposedly made its way back to the Zeon engineers, who then somehow managed to design and build the Zeong in less than a week. In reality though, the Zeong's massive size wasn't so much a choice as it was a necessity. To circumvent the limit...
Also, I'm being told it was supposed to have the legs, but it was never finished. Oh, so the entire floating skirt was literally just the incomplete frame from the waist up. Oh, I wonder if they ever made models of the full mech. With how big it is, that would be kind of absurd.
Operational time of the test Zakus, it was decided that with current technology, their only option was to use a significantly bigger reactor, 3.8 times the size of the one used by the Zaku, which would then also require a much bigger mobile suit. This also allowed the Zeong to have more weapons without impacting its operating time too much. In addition to the wire-guided arms, which had a megaparticle gun in each finger, it also featured 2 extra...
Wait. Oh, so someone did actually make a version of it with legs. Cool.
Wire-guided arms, which had a megaparticle gun in each finger. It also featured 2 extra megaparticle guns on the waist and 1 in the head, stylized as a mouth. What was a very unique feature for a mobile suit of the time was that the cockpit was located in the head as opposed to in the torso. And thanks to this feature, thrusters
Wait, the entrance was still located on the chest, though. So you had to climb up into it? Okay. Odd, but okay.
were also mounted on the head so that it could serve as an escape craft for the pilot, or should he or she want to, it also allowed him or her to continue fighting thanks to the mega particle gun.
Yes, because if your mobile suit dies, fight on with a ball. Yeah, that's a choice.
In the final stages of the war, 3 Zeong units were produced, with 1 unit used by ace pilot Char Aznable at the Battle of Abawa Q. This unit famously lacked legs due to time constraints and instead had extra thrusters mounted on it to compensate. Even though it was supposedly only 80% complete, this wouldn't impact its performance at all because this was a space battle.
80%?
Don't be stupid. The Zeong isn't... The Zeong's at 100% capability.
冗談じゃありません。現状でジオングの性能は 100% 出せます。足はついて
It doesn't have any legs.
ない。あんなの飾りです。
They're just for show anyway. The brass never understand that. Oh, they actually said that in universe. Well, I mean, they're not wrong. It is a spacesuit at that point. Don't just go into Earth atmosphere, though.
偉い人にはそれがわからんのです。
Ironically enough, this incomplete Zeong is nowadays typically referred to as just the Zeong, and the completed Zeong, which is what the Zeong was supposed to be, is now referred to as the perfect Zeong. What the other 2 Zeongs did is currently unknown, but officially all 3 Zeongs were destroyed by battle before the war ended.
Why do I feel like I've seen that? What was the Psycho style or the Psychic Gundam that was used in 8th MS? I don't remember it. Oh, dear God. Granted, it has been probably closer to 20 years than not, so...
The original design for the Zeong also required it to be able to split into 7 parts, head, chest, waist, arms, and legs, to perform an even more devastating all-range attack. Sadly, this idea had to be shelved because it was simply too much for the technology they had available at the time. This concept was then brought back for the Zeong successor unit, the MSN-03.
What?
Which was also just going to be called the Zeong. This machine...
And there's no information on it, so apparently it's just one of those they don't have anything for. Also, according to Duck, slight correction, the perfect Zeong, the one with the legs, is not 30 meters, it's 36. Oh my God.
Would be very similar to the original Zeong, but would feature the aforementioned ability to split into 7 parts, and would also be capable of doing it wirelessly. Unfortunately, no other substantial details are known because the war ended before any serious amount of time could be dedicated to it. As such, the existence of a supposed variant, the MSN-032 Great Zeong, seems to be
I can't tell if I like this or not. On the one hand, it's so cool. On the other hand, I kind of don't. Because it looks like everything would get in the way of it. But it's cool. But it's not. It's like someone tried to do a Zaku version of the Nightingale, but then left on the hands from the Zeong. Yeah, there's a lot going on here, man. Also, does it have a mouth and a chest laser? Okay.
Questionable at best, even as just a concept. But it does offer us a very interesting insight into what the weapons of the MSN-03 could have been, as it gives all 7 parts weapons. Something that would not be the case if the MSN-03 was simply a wireless MSN-02. The arms and head remain functionally the same. Each leg has a mega...
With the color change, I can definitely see the interpretation here.
Particle gun and heat claws. The waist has 4 small megaparticle guns and 1 big one, and the body has a scattering megaparticle gun in addition.
No wonder they had to separate. It's literally a dick laser. It's literally a dick laser from the skirt. Oh my God. The feet actually look kind of cool this way, with the legs just closed down to look like, well, a muffler of some type.
2 anti-ship missiles in the shoulders. Another machine that is rumored to have existed is the MSN-01.
This is definitely an old one. The low detail on everything. That's a choice. It's not bad for an old mech, but some of the old Gunpla are just, you can see the age.
Kakarot, a machine that resembles a cross between the Saikyo Mizaku and the Zeong, with 2 extra megaparticle guns on the shoulders, and according to one picture, legs that resemble those of the later Garibaldi Beta. Supposedly, it was developed alongside the Saikyo Mizakus, but taking a different path to get to the Zeong. As opposed to being a development from the Brabro, this machine was meant as a mobile suit-sized version of the Elmeth. But all of this has yet to be confirmed, along with...
I will admit, the shoulder cannons, that's pretty cool. Granted, I like Battletech stuff, and that is such a Battletech concept to have giant fuck-off cannon on either side of the head, so yeah.
Whether or not this machine...
Also, I'm being told the figure cost $220. I've seen a lot of Gundam models that cost maybe $25 to $30. $220 is either huge or, oh god, rare.
Even existed in the first place. After the
a
war,
custom
then,
model?
the
Oh,
Zeong
okay.
itself wouldn't see any further development, but it would receive 2 spiritual successors. The first one was the NZ999 Neo Zeong.
Is that literally just the Nightingale inside mobile armor that's a giant mobile suit? I kind of want to see this on a flight stand. Oh my god.
Just like the original Zeong was the best thing that Zeon had to offer, the Neo Zeong was the best thing that Neo Zeon had to offer. Its general shape was also very reminiscent of the
It's a mobile
Zeong,
suit for a
and
mobile
it
suit.
even had similar arms. In addition to this, it also had 6 megaparticle cannons on the shoulders, eye field generators, a new weapon called the Psycho Shard generator, and so much more. Just
God.
like the Zeong,
As much as I've been shitting on the hand designs, I kind of like the just general barrel arm. Again, it's probably just because it's closer to Battletech, and I just love the aesthetic of that. Also, this is not... Wait, it's not... Oh. So it's its own mech, and that's not actually a mech suit within it. It's actually incorporated entirely. Oh.
this thing was a
And it's piloted by... It's the Xianju piloted by Full Frontal. Oh.
force to be reckoned with. From its spare parts, a second unit, appropriately named the
Again, it just looks like they're wearing mechs at this point. It is kind of cool, though.
second Neo Zeong, was
Ricardo, I'm not going to even look at that number. That number is scary.
constructed. Other than a different color scheme, the shoulders were overhauled and the arms were now wire-guided,
Unicorn,
making
right?
it even more like the original Zeong. The second successor then was the ZMGE-03 Zong, used by the Zanskar Empire. And
Zanskar?
from afar, this machine could probably be mistaken for the Zeong
Yeah.
if it was painted in the same colors. It even featured the separation gimmick that the Zeong was meant to have. And then finally,
Gimmick.
we have the MSN-02R Zeong High Mobility type.
Oddly enough, adding the thruster pack looks pretty cool to it.
This is essentially a what-if version of the Zeong from the Giran's Greed video game series.
Also, I'm being told it was a mobile suit in a mobile armor. Okay. And according to Strike Wyvern, the perfect grade Unleashed new Gundam costs about $500.
And shows us what could have happened if Zeon engineers took lessons from Char's performance. He essentially showed them
speed?
that the legs were just for decoration and that they could achieve much more with more thrusters.
It does limit the utility of just dropping into the earth and walking out immediately, or dropping into his side and doing something while walking around. But as long as you're in space, where most of the fighting was, that's perfectly fine.
But since the 1-year war stopped after the Battle of Bawaku, this machine was never meant to be. And that was all for the Zeong's surprisingly long development history. It might not have been on screen for long, but it sure had an impact. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave a like and subscribe for more similar content in the future. As always,
And next up, we have... That can't be right. Zaku. Oh, it's the ground and marine units of the Zaku 2. Okay, specializations.
Following Zeon's invasion of Earth,
That just looks weird. This has to be from one of the games. I'm not sure which games, but I'm thinking like PS2 era.
development of Zaku specifically for use on the planet was a given. Using the already tried and true Zaku 2 F-Type as a basis, various ground and marine units were developed. Starting off with the ground units, we first got the MS-06J Zaku 2 ground type. Visually, it was very difficult to tell the J-Type apart from the F-Type. The only way to do so was to look at the verniers or the lag thereof.
Oh.
Since they were useless on the J-Type, they were removed, resulting in a lighter machine. Two other improvements for the ground pounder were an upgraded reactor to better deal with gravity and better environmental.
Also, I'm being told that wasn't a game, that was a CGI movie. The MS Igloo 2 CGI series. I've never heard of that. I mean, that's not unusual because there's a lot of Gundam I haven't seen, but it's not even... Okay. That was a choice then. Ah.
Isolation. This also gave it limited underwater capabilities. Weapons, on the other hand, were identical. Whatever the F-Type could use, the J-Type could also use. Although there are a few weapons that are more synonymous with the J-Type because they were more commonly used on Earth. These were the light-mounted triple missile launchers and the Magella top cannon. As supplies were getting stricter on Earth, several Zeon engineers came up with the idea that the main cannon of the Magella attack would work pretty well as a heavier artillery weapon, and
Why are there so many sci-fi series that have tri-barreled tanks? Or like tri-hull tanks? The two that come to mind first are literally right here, but also Halo. I'm pretty sure there's other ones as well, but those are the two that come to mind first. Was that just like a fad within the sci-fi community? I just missed it. It's interesting that I've seen it multiple times in very different franchises. Huh.
since most Zakus on Earth were probably J-types by this time, the weapon seems to be mostly linked to them nowadays.
Yoink.
Just as the F-type, the J-type also featured a number of variations. The first one was a minor upgrade in the form of the JC type, and again the unit is visually mostly identical to its predecessor. The only ways to distinguish them is that some units were known to use a spike shield on the right shoulder, and that their standard issue paint job was slightly different. Other than these minor visual differences, the
Wait, that was a paint job difference? Honestly, I thought that was just a stylization from one medium to the next, but okay.
unit featured better thrusters and an overhauled cockpit. It was now moved to the middle of the body, had its ergonomics improved, and also had additional screens.
They cared for the
Another
ergonomics.
variant was known as the JE.
Okay, that is a cool setup. Like the head mounted on a plinth with the soldier going by it on a bike. I'm not even usually for these setups, and I probably wouldn't get the bike soldier version, but just the head mount, that is actually awesome.
type, but at the moment very little is known about this unit. All records seem to have been lost, and we currently only know about the head of one unit. So as far as the head goes, it had a
Oh, that's why it's literally just a head picture, because there's no others.
wiper for the mono-eye shield to improve its all-weather performance.
Windshield
A bigger
wipers.
upgrade was the MS-06G Zaku 2 High Mobility Ground Type. When the goof was being developed, Zeonic engineers realized that one of the biggest improvements
The drop schnoz. I can't unsee it, man. I just can't unsee it. It's supposed to look intimidating, but it looks like it has a trunk.
were the leg
Also,
mounted
I'm being told from Duck, that's just a kit. Oh, that's actually pretty cool.
thrusters. So plans were made to retrofit these thrusters onto J-type Zakus. As a result, the G-type had unmistakable goof-esque thighs that also allowed for the elimination of the external power pipes. Other obvious differences were a new shoulder shield, a very goof-esque shoulder pauldron, and a high-performance backpack that was on par with the JC type and also included a powerful antenna. All of this made the G-type into a highly mobile machine that was one of the most powerful ground units of the One-Year War. For weaponry, it could again use all of
Ugh. I don't. Oh no. It's the Christmas type. Let's not do this. Let's get past this one. Like, sometimes the color schemes I don't really vibe with. This one, I actively despise. It is literally hurting me. It looks like someone wanted to do a tracksuit Gundam.
The standard Zaku equipment, but it would be mostly seen with either the giant bazooka or an upgraded version of the Zaku machine gun that now also had a barrel shroud. However, shortly after this powerful Zaku was rolled out, development of the Goof was completed. So after only 50 G-types were produced, production shifted to the Goof. Still, they were popular, and one customized unit would continue to see action after the 1-year war.
Something still looks off with this one, but I at least like the color scheme more. I don't know why it looks off to me, though.
It was purchased from the black market. This unit was initially known as the Zaku 2 High Mobility Type Dean West Custom, and after being damaged, it was upgraded into the MSO.
Okay, that shield is downright amazing. That is so cool. It's like you can see the sword in there, you can see the shield aspect. It looks like it has a laser out the center, and it has a freaking Gatling gun at the bottom of it, man. Oh, dude.
6G, Zaku 2 High Mobility Ground Type, plus R-Type legs, plus Goof Custom Arm. I think the upgrades speak for themselves. A more specialized version was the MS-06D Zaku Desert Type, and this time telling it
extra cooling on the back. You see all the filters and radiator segments.
Apart from the regular Zaku was quite easy. Aside from the stronger armor, it also had dust-proof joints, and the regular backpack was now replaced with
and that's why it looks like they're all covered up a bit, because they actually are.
A heatsink-esque radiator backpack. To make up for the loss of thrust, auxiliary thrusters were installed on the waist and the legs that gave it better mobility on the vast savannas and the deserts that it would be operating in. In terms of weaponry, they could again use the regular Zaku weapons, but they would be almost exclusively seen with a specifically designed, lightweight version of the Zaku machine gun. For heavier firepower then, they could be equipped with a Rat's Ripper 3-tube missile pod on the left arm shield, and a Rat's Ripper P3 twin-tube missile pod.
A what? A what? The what? Yeah, I'm reading that right. It says Rat's Ripper. That's probably something in universe I just haven't ever encountered, isn't it? Oh, okay.
On each side skirt. Originally, 2 versions of the Zaku Desert Type were produced. The twin rod antenna version and the single blade antenna version.
Oh, that's an antenna.
Both received an initial production run of 43 units, and later a second production run of 28 single blade antenna units was approved. This resulted in a total of 114 desert types produced at the California base that were then shipped to various fronts in Africa. The single antenna units were most famously used by the Garibaldi team in the Gambian Sahara, and the twin antenna units were most famously tested and used by the Caracal unit, who operated from the Libyan desert to the west bank of the Suez Canal. While it's not known exactly when the desert types were rolled out, it was at the time that the Goof was already in development. It has also been suggested that the second run of the Desert Zakus was slightly improved with a better cooling backpack, lighter armor materials, and redesigned dust covers. Then after the 1-year war, some of these units were further up.
Oh. Are those thrusters or extra cooling vents? And they redesigned the chest as well, making it more robust. That's an interesting change.
Upgraded by Xeon remnants into the MS-06D Desert Zaku. Although despite sharing the same model number and a very similar name, the Desert Zaku was quite a radical departure. Its armor was overhauled, it was outfitted with even more sand filters for ambushes in the desert, and the generator was now replaced with a significantly more powerful one. Despite supposedly being made with parts stolen from Federation bases, they all have a surprisingly uniform look, with the exception of the Desert Zaku used by Desert Rommel.
The schnoz, man. I can't keep unseeing it. It's there.
Also, they can use jet skis.
What?
As in skis with jets on them.
Ski jets. Got it. I mean, to be fair, people can ski down sand dunes. You just, if you fall, it's literally going to be sandblasting you.
one of the main reasons that the Earth Federation was able to stay in the war was thanks to their absolute air superiority throughout all of the 1 year war. With Zeon's only fighter being the less than ideal DOP, another solution was
Wait, that was the only fighter they had. Wouldn't space superiority be in? Oh, they probably didn't have space superiority.
Needed to combat the Federation's fighters and bombers. This then resulted in the MS-06K Zaku cannon type. Again developed at Zeon's California base, the K-type was unfortunately less successful than the D-type. This was
also, wait, you're talking about a video series. Wait, Netflix has a series on Gundam. I know nothing about this. Granted, I also don't have Netflix, so that's probably why.
Mainly due to a mid-development shift of focus. After witnessing the power of the Federation's gun cannon, it was decided to turn the K-type into an anti-mobile suit artillery unit.
I know it's stupid, but underslung cannons on the guns just going like, ha ha ha! It's a mood, man. Is it good? Probably not. Do I like it? Hell yes.
Rather than an anti-air unit. For this purpose, it was then fitted with a new backpack that
really
featured
cool.
2 big gun rocket launchers and a single 180mm cannon. This thing had enough power to tear through an enemy mobile suit, but the recoil also unbalanced.
And now it doesn't look like a trunk. It looks like it has a mouth there with various mandibles coming out the front. Almost arachnid. What if they were channeling a scorpion on this thing? It is cool though with the underslung guns. Also, Duck said Zeon wasn't smart in aerial fights. Yeah, that definitely is the case. Granted, their entire expertise would be space, not air-ground separation.
The Zaku itself. However, it seems that the need for an artillery support unit was greater than the balance issues. Even though official records show that only 9 units were produced, many more units have been spotted throughout the years, both during and after the 1 year war. And these were all equipped with a variety of standard Zaku weaponry, in addition to the already mounted weaponry. Typically the units had a single antenna, but there was also a version with a twin blade antenna, such as Ace Pilot Ian Graydon's unit. Because of the way the antennas looked, this version was nicknamed the Zaku Cannon Rabbit type. One cool feature of the Zaku Cannon was that its backpack was quite modular. The big guns could be removed, the 180mm cannon could be replaced with a 120mm Gatling,
That's a big gun.
The whole backpack itself could also relatively easily be replaced with that of a standard J-type.
Honestly, I'm a big fan of modularity when it comes to easy swap outs, just because it means you always have at least something on hand that'll probably work.
This then also meant that the opposite was possible, resulting in the MS-06JK Zaku Half Cannon. And of course, this unit was again developed at the California base. This unit was quite literally a standard J-type with the K-type's backpack and shoulder armor. While it could technically use the 180mm cannon, it presumably stuck with the 120mm Gatling, since the recoil issues would probably be even worse on a regular Zaku.
So the recoil was a problem. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I wonder how effective they were. Like, in universe, I don't really know because I didn't see this part of Universal's entry, but it was probably interesting. Also,
a final unit.
Can you actually have a cockpit window from the waist? I just realized what that might be. Well, that's definitely a choice. Not a bad one, actually, considering this draws all the attention, but I guess secondary optics?
That was developed from the J-type was the prototype Goof. But for obvious reasons, we won't be talking about that in this video.
I guess we're not goofing off here.
This is no Zaku, boy! No Zaku!
No Zaku.
Instead, we're moving on to the Marine Zakus. Dubbed the MS-06M1 Zaku Marine type, this Zaku was the first ever true amphibious mobile suit. But it wasn't necessarily the first successful one.
What?
The Marine type was merely an F-type with waterproof seals on the joints, a slightly different head that now also had Vulcan.
And that means if they take even a little damage, the water rushes in, probably.
guns and hydrojet engines on the back, the arms, and the legs. Originally, 5 units were produced and sent to the Sea Serpent
5?
submarine squadron for testing.
Oh,
But
for
these
tests, yeah.
machines proved quite unsatisfactory. They were unstreamlined, sluggish underwater, and their waterproof joints simply weren't quite waterproof. Then in terms of weaponry,
Water resistant then. Slightly resistant.
they would typically use the SUP-ROC gun, standing for submarine rocket,
Yeah.
and 2 4-tube
Please don't tell me they actually just put a rocket on it, right? Maybe they were just really bad under the water as well. Again, propulsion like that doesn't really work as well within water, which is why screws are still very useful. The spinning propeller blades at the back of something, but there's way more variations than just that. And it almost gets to the point now where there's things that look like jet engines attached, but working underwater for these kinds of propulsions.
240mm rocket pods.
The Dolphin
But despite
Squad.
their shortcomings,
God.
their story didn't end here. 2 more units were produced, their model number was changed to MSM-01, and they were distributed to various submarine squadrons. Fortunately
Oh.
for them, new marine units were already looming on the horizon, and the
Yeah, and the marine units that just kind of... Yeah, I'll see if I can just drop myself out of camera quickly so you see it. Yeah, those ones are iconic, all right.
7 Zaku marine types would be mostly relegated to data gathering. But again, their story continued. After the war, the Federation requisitioned these failed marine units and began tinkering with them,
Federation did?
resulting in the MS-06M Marine
sure.
Hyzak. And while they looked identical to the Zaku marine type, they were quite different on the inside. Depending on the account, these units either used a Hyzak generator or used a full-on Hyzak prototype
At the moment, no picture of this RX-106 prototype Hyzak exists. Oh.
inner frame. Especially in the latter case, that would suggest that these units far surpass the original units. These would then be further developed into the RMS-192
standing taller.
Zaku Mariner. Unfortunately, the Federation never got to use them, as they fell into Neo-Zeon hands when they invaded the Earth. Another development of the Zaku Marine type was the MSM-02 Hydro Test type.
You can literally see how it's more streamlined to go underwater, but also has extra, what looks like firing ports at the top of its shoulder pads. I wonder at what point they just realized they're building mobile armors for underwater on the base of something that doesn't need to be a mobile armor, or doesn't need to be a mech.
This time developed by Zeonic's rival, Zemad. It had a nice arsenal of weapons, but it still lacked in underwater performance, and
Oh.
even out of the water, it wasn't the best.
Oh.
And that is all for this episode of Development History. Of course,
So what I'm getting is, on land, they did some pretty cool shit. Underwater, don't. Yeah, that sounds about right.
there are still many more Zakus to cover.
Wait, there's even more
so be sure
Zakus?
to stay
I
tuned
guess it
for
is most
similar
iconic for a
content,
reason.
and consider leaving a like while you're at it.
Oh, man. And next up, we have the Salamis. Oh, this is one of the big ships, like the actual space versions. Neat. Before we do that, I'm going to take a quick rest stop because I am currently out of coffee, and that is a terrible state to be in. So I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. Had to get coffee. Should be good. And we got about 2.5 hours left before my camera overheats, so we're all good on this one. Let's jump into it. Next up, we have the Salamis. Love that
One
intro.
of the longest serving ships of not just the Federation, but possibly all of Gundam was the humble Salamis class cruiser.
Oh, I was saying that wrong for a long time then. Wait, that's only a cruiser. Do they have aircraft carrier equivalents? Or was that one we already saw that had like the double-barreled launch tubes?
This ship was named after the pivotal Battle of Salamis, where the Greeks managed to deal a severe blow to the invading Persians. And just as the Battle of Salamis was important to the Greeks, the Salamis cruiser would prove to be equally important to the Federation. First deployed in October of UC 0070, the Salamis-class cruisers were designed as the backbone of the Federation fleet and were fielded alongside the stronger Magellan-class battleships. Initially, both the Salamis and the Magellan were armed with conventional gun turrets, but before the outbreak of the...
Oh yeah, there's actually battleship-style IRL physical ones for what looks like, well, slug throwers here. And missile pods, too. Yeah, I mean, it looks cool. It's just general battleship look, which always is just fun to look at as far as I'm concerned.
1 Year War, all of these had been upgraded to mega particle cannons.
Ooh.
I don't believe this has ever been mentioned, but I do feel that replacing and then shortly thereafter overhauling the entire Federation fleet might have played a role in why the Federation was initially hesitant to again fork over a large amount of money for the development of mobile suits rather than simply relying on their ships that they had just spent all of their money on. But regardless of this, as soon as the war broke out, the weakness of the Salamis when faced with mobile suits became obvious. Its conventional anti-air guns hardly scratched the Zeon Zaku's, and while their megaparticle cannons could easily take them out on paper,
you gotta hit them first, and that's the hard part.
Landing a direct hit proved to be exceedingly difficult. Another on-paper advantage of the megaparticle cannons was it...
They're really just redoing the changeover from battleships to aircraft carriers here. Because you could get swarmed by little things that could sink you, and your shots could sink or take down a ship, or sorry, an aircraft. But then you have to put a lot of shots out to do it.
They were nicely distributed along the hull of the Salamis, giving them coverage of most of the ship. However, in practice, this meant that a barrage of a Salamis class was weaker than that of a Zeon Musai class, which was also classified as a light cruiser. While the forward placement of all three twin megaparticle cannons gave it a much larger blind spot.
Oh, that's a space battle where the people actually lined up on two sides exchanging fire. Huh. I wonder how space battles actually would look if you took into account other obstacles around them. Hell, you'd probably have to take more people out just from floating junk from everything being destroyed around it than anything else.
In reality, this hardly mattered. So, combined with a weak hull, the Salamis suffered horrible losses at the outbreak of the war.
Wait, it had a weak hull? Probably comparative to what they thought they were fighting versus what they actually fought, yeah.
But still, they fought on. And in order to get them to the battle in space, the Salamises produced at Jaburo could also be equipped with additional booster pods to allow them to escape Earth's gravity on their own.
They were built on Earth? I thought these were like something lunar-based or just something that you would have built in space. You didn't have to worry about gravity and just the sheer stress of taking off. But I guess, sure, we'll just chalk this up to, it's cool, ignore it.
Even though the Salamis had no mobile suit catapults or really any mobile suit facilities at all, the Federation was so desperate for ships to ferry their brand new gyms and balls into battle that many creative solutions were found.
Oh yeah, so you just love ferrying your balls.
Easiest and most often seen one was simply to have gyms and balls stand on the hull of the ship. Although, at least for the...
Yeah, actually, that's not even a bad thing. Hell, even just anchoring a bunch of balls to it like you're seeing right here might even be a valid usage of it. Mobile gun turrets that can deploy as well. Huh. The balls are a lot bigger than I thought they were.
balls, some cruisers had a dedicated rack to carry them. Another method, according to some reports, was storing them inside of the Salamises.
But now they look so much bigger by comparison to this thing. I'm going with the sizes are probably not consistent in how they're depicted, because here the Salamis is massive to just have a small hole to let them get out of, where the other one is taking up the entire topside standing on it. So it's definitely not a consistent scale.
However, it seems rather odd that an unmodified Salamis would have an internal hangar that could store several gyms. This means that there are three possible explanations for
Jury
this.
rig.
The first is simply that this was an as of yet unknown version of the Salamis that had some of its internals modified to make room for a hangar bay. The second was that the mobile suits weren't coming from the inside of the ship, but were instead attached to the bottom of the ship. Therefore,
I mean, as long as the pilot can get there safely without losing anything, like missing a handhold and getting left behind. Yeah, or I guess the pilot's already there to start with. Ooh, also, Luke, I'll pull up your comment. One, thank you very much, too. I just found out your dad is a Gundam collector. He has a strange model at the display. He says from Bandai. It's the Hyper Hybrid model. I'll check out whatever that is. I have no idea what it is, though. 1 second. Come on, Googles. Let's see what you got. I misspelled Bandai with a Q. How did I do that? Ah. There's a few different things here, so it could be any one of these. Hyper Hybrid model. Classic, probably. Not bad.
or making it look like they came out of it. This was a late war modification done to some Salamises to quickly upgrade their mobile suit handling.
And I asked earlier about the aircraft carriers, and I'm assuming this is what the aircraft carrier equivalent would be over here. Yeah, because I think it's the one that just stocked up on all the mobile suits.
Capabilities. In addition to brackets to secure the mobile suits, this modification also allowed the Salamis
Oh, and they actually had tethers to get out. Okay, so there's the entire being left behind problem gone.
to resupply the mobile suits. The third possibility then was that these were actually misidentified Fuji-class ships.
I don't know why, but I absolutely love the look of this more than the Salamis. It's something with the giant blocky edge of it. It's very similar except for the ass. It has so much more thruster and just build up around here.
Simply put, the Fuji class was a Salamis that had its rear section modified with a large container.
Yeah.
And these ships were capable of housing mobile suits inside of those containers. The most famous of these ships was the Suruga, captained by Henken Begener, and served as the mothership of the Halloween Squadron. But this wasn't the only mobile suit capable Salamis class. In September, work had begun on a true mobile suit carrier version of the Salamis, the Nelson class, which was named after
And I'm leading into the guess that this is going to all end with the white base. Or the, yeah, it's the white base on this one.
the famous British Admiral Horatio Nelson. On both sides of the ship,
I'm not British, so I'm going to pretend I have no idea what that guy did.
a cargo bay was added, complete with a
Also, I'm being told by the Spartan, the one I saw was not the correct one. It's a person-sized model. Oh, okay. Goddamn.
catapult, and thanks to the repositioning of the mega particle cannons, it retained most of its firepower too. Additionally, 3 ships were commissioned and planned to be completed in 3 months, right in time for the final stages of Operation Star 1. However, due to several production delays, including raids on valuable material shipments, the Nelson was only completed in February the following year. As a result, rather than seeing actual combat,
I think this is the most unrealistic thing about all of Gundam. Building a ship where a single year is the overrun. Yeah, I know what I said.
the Nelson herself, which was the namesake for the class, was used as a training ship. And I really hope this saved the ship from participating in the 0083 Naval Review. Whether the other 2 ships also became training ships or were part of the standard Federation fleet is currently unknown. One feature that was shared by all previously mentioned ships was a shuttle mounted on the underside of the bow. This tiny craft could double as an atmospheric re-entry pod or as an emergency escape pod. Sadly enough, due to the power of Zeon's mobile suits, it would hardly be used as the latter. And even despite the so far quite unimpressive combat record of the Salamis, it would
Bullet sponge without the sponge effect. Yeah.
continue to see development after the 1-year war. Their first major refit is now
I think the best thing about this is whenever they're designing these, they're taking the battleship aesthetic, and they are keeping that very consistent, but they're playing with the fact that it's 0G. You don't have to make it look standard. So they're just turning things that would normally be straight up on a normal battleship and then putting it straight out to the side like a wing positioning and underneath it as well. They're really taking advantage of that, which is something a lot of sci-fi doesn't do. For example, think of any Star Destroyer. They're very much oriented as if it's on water instead of a 3D space that can have any movement in any direction. I think it just looks cool.
usually referred to as the Salamis Kai 0083 refit, named after the year that these ships were unveiled. And rather than just being a refit, this
It
ship
slimmed it
seems to
down.
be a completely new design intended to fix all of the Salamis's flaws.
Not having
and
armor?
the answer of the Federation engineers was essentially, turn it into a Magellan, the other Federation ship that suffered heavy losses against Xeon mobile suits.
Ah,
The ship was faster, like the Magellan. It had heavier firepower, including double megaparticle cannons, like the Magellan, and its anti-mobile suit defenses were upgraded. Instead of having conventional anti-air guns, it was now equipped with laser turrets that had a slower rate of fire, but could
oddly enough, laser weapons in space seems like actually a very useful idea, just because you don't really have to worry about the biggest issue that you have on Earth. The curvature of the planet blocking long-range shots, and particles in the way to disperse a laser. So yeah, if we ever have space battles, it'll probably be a lot of laser weaponry.
actually damage mobile suits when they hit. The biggest problem was that all of these upgrades required energy.
Sorry, this mobile... the Gundam is a blast from the past with all the extra armor on it. Oh, dude. I never even saw that show, but I love the art of it.
And the smaller Salamis Kai
that
actually
Stardust?
had less power than the original Salamis. But that seemed only like a small trade-off, as these things went into full production in order to make for a nice showpiece during the 0083 Naval Review.
Oh, 83.
Unfortunately, this was about all that they were good for. In addition to many ships being nuked into oblivion, the surviving ships fared little better than the original Salamis. In fact, their performance was so abysmal that the class was scrapped altogether and its name was carried over to the next refit, the Salamis Kai class.
Why do they keep reusing the same name whenever something does so horrible they keep the names going?
This ship was the culmination of the regular Salamis, the 0083 refit, and even the Pegasus-class assault carrier Albion.
Yeah. You can definitely see some things going on here. Also, according to Laris, if I remember correctly, this is usually a difference between Xeon and Earth Federation designs. The Earth Fed designs struggle to break free from there is an up and a down perspective, compared to Xeon having grown up with artificial gravity. Yep. Which is weird that they then still insist on having legs on their mobile suits, considering that is also a anachronism.
Rather
Actually, it seems like the ultimate thing to do is just go full mobile armor with Gundam level or like mobile suit level defense and movement.
than designing another new hull, they just took the regular Salamis this time. Probably because they could then just upgrade their 1-year war stock as a cheap alternative to producing brand new ships.
I know we're doing everything here in universe reasoning. I'm pretty sure the out of universe reasoning was the design's good enough. Let's just redraw it or trace it.
We then see the ideas of the 0083 refit returning. More engines to increase its speed and upgraded firepower. The original Salamis had 2 sub-bridges with the idea that if the main bridge was destroyed, the ship could still be commanded from one of the other bridges. But in practice, if the main bridge was destroyed, the rest of the ship would soon follow too.
I think this is something that actually did happen in IRL ships before it was standardized to have a control command center way inside the internal, so that you have to get through a lot more armor and a lot more metal and a lot more material and a lot more opening rooms before you get to the thing that you need to keep the ship running. I think the con towers are mostly just for I'm not sure how they worked on battleships, at least on aircraft carriers. I think the con tower was mostly just like a peacetime observational point.
So instead, these were replaced with the Magellan's twin megaparticle cannons for some significantly increased firepower. But then, unlike the 0083 refit, which had laser anti-air gun turrets, this version kept the original Salamis' machine gun turrets.
Why?
But the biggest change then was the inclusion of a...
And again, the sizing does look different, where previously we saw a single GM would take up the entirety of here. You could have 5 of them side to side and actually have plenty of room still. Very inconsistent. Or this is a much bigger machine.
flight deck and hangar modeled after that of the Albion, rather than the more traditional system of the hangar doors opening up to allow mobile suits to take off. The mobile suits would now step onto a lift inside of the hangar that then took them up to the flight deck. It also offered more protection to the hangar and the crew inside of it.
We get close enough to them. We'll stop the EAUG. That is the name. The EAUG. Tell Jared and the others to fall behind. Or not to fall behind. But I feel I've seen this one before.
This was...
It is classic. Also, according to Duck, MA is either way too expensive, destroyed in prototype stage, and loss of movement. That the Ambic gives means like its speedboat, goes fast but wide turns. Oh.
It's without a doubt the most well-rounded Salamis so far, and the Federation immediately had all of their Salamis-class cruisers refitted to the Salamis Kai class. And again, the Salamis became the backbone of the Federation fleet. But this time, a single Salamis was actually a force to be reckoned with.
Oh,
and
really?
When the Grips War broke out, this now formidable ship was not just used by the Federation, but also by the Titans and the AUG. It was this combination of firepower...
Oh, it's the AUG? I've always just... I don't even remember how I heard it because it's been so many years since I watched Zeta. Which is probably why I recognized it.
And mobile suit capabilities that would ensure that the Salamis Kai would stick around for many years to come.
Your anti-Earth
Even the
Union
introduction
group.
of the Klopp class, a brand new light cruiser, didn't render the Salamis obsolete. While Londo Bell was quick to adopt the Klopp class, many Federation captains preferred to stick to their tried and true Salamis Kai class ships with heavier firepower. The story of this old warhorse was far from over.
There's
the
more
final
designs?
known combat appearance of the Salamis Kai was in UC 153, 69 years after its original introduction.
Bonus fact, both the Salamis and the Salamis Kai can also serve as regular ships. Possibly others too, but those are confirmed. Actually, at that point, the design of looking like a battleship makes a lot more sense because there's a lot of landing spaces if they're actually naval compatible. Huh.
And over 80 years since the introduction of the regular Salamis class cruiser. Quite the long and successful history for a ship that at the beginning of the 1-year war couldn't even hope to put up a fight. As with many things in life, as long as you don't give up, you'll get there eventually.
I'm kind of surprised so many of them survived long enough to get upgraded. Or were they just pumping these out faster than mobile suits?
And then a final ship that has to be mentioned in a Salamis video is the original Salamis class. And all I'm going to say about it here is that, other than its name...
Oh, they actually did. I thought there was like a, here's the one sketch we got of a thing, but no, they fully animated this one. This looks like a deep research vessel. Like going well beyond the stars where you don't need the armor, you just need this light load to move further.
There doesn't really seem to be any connection between this Salamis class and the Salamis class we talked about in this video.
Ew.
So that is all for this episode of Development History.
And next up, we have the gun tank. Okay, we're getting into the giant fucking cannon mobile suit now. I'm going to be making so many Hunchback references, probably.
When the Federation first caught wind of Zeon's mobile suits, they were unimpressed and disinterested. The main feeling
Yeah.
amongst the top brass was that these new toy robots would prove insignificant on the battlefield, choosing instead to rely on their brand new fleet. But this feeling would begin to change after Zeon's new toys managed to deal an almost decisive blow against the Federation's supposedly invincible fleet. But despite this, it still took someone like General Revel to finally get the ball rolling on the Federation's mobile suit development plans.
I wonder if they have a Bureau of Ordnance within the Federation, too. It would explain so many issues.
This plan received the codename Operation V, short.
Oh, also, Laris, the gun tank is a menace in the TCG. I know people near me who actually play that. I've never tried the TCG. I've heard good things about it, though. So it's one of those things I'm actually very curious about, but I don't know anything else.
For Operation Victory, and it had the daunting task of accomplishing in a few months what had taken Zeon 5 years to perfect. This would
Not
then
shooting
result
themselves?
in the RX-75 gun tank, the Federation's first operational mobile suit.
I mean, outside of the fact that tank treads aren't good on super steep environments that are not something you can climb up, and this thing is very top heavy, the tank is a very, very good platform, especially if you have some of the updated ones where you can go really fast and they're very good at gripping places that normally wouldn't be. Like, there's some that are even good in mud of all places and sand and other locations that you normally think a tank would never go, but they're very fast in it. I'm kind of wondering why this is not going to be such a big thing.
Although it could hardly be classified as a true mobile suit. If only they'd had access to an online learning community filled with millions of creative people and thousands of
Okay, it's the product placement. I see where we're going on this one.
classes on a variety of topics. Just like today's sponsor, just one other mind when creating the gun tank. In order to save as much time as possible, other
Time savings?
companies and projects were also
Every time I hear time savings, or saving time, saving money, saving resources, I'm always like, okay, we're going to get something stripped down of the thing they needed that they didn't have time for. And I'm not talking about fiction either. I'm talking every time you hear that. Ooh.
incorporated into its development. And a few defected Xeon mobile suit engineers and scientists
Wait, the guy who did Minovsky's, he defected to Xeon? Or from Xeon to the Federation? Huh. I actually wasn't aware of that.
also
For some reason, I thought he just died and then everything went on beyond that.
lend a helping hand. The mobile suit itself was based on the experimental RTX-44
What?
main battle tank. Initially, this machine was developed as the replacement of the Federation's aging Type 61 main battle tank, but during its development, it was redesigned as an anti-mobile suit fighting vehicle. As a result, it had significantly higher firepower than the Type 61, with two massive 240mm cannons and 4 anti-air rocket launchers.
But it's all physical munitions, so there's no beam weaponry yet. Yeah, because that was a Xeon exclusive early on.
Also meant that it weighed 97 tons and had an unacceptable loss of mobility.
Yeah.
Even though by March 20th, Universal Century 0079, 4 prototypes had been completed, they were considered unfit for combat. The RX-75 then inherited the RTX-44's general shape and ideas, but had several improvements that did make it a more suitable combat machine. Its main engine now became the Takim NC-4, a hybrid engine that combined a nuclear fusion reactor and a gas turbine. While this was a powerful
Why do they need a gas turbine when they got a nuke power plant? I guess they just don't want to spin it up or something? Huh. Also, Duck, when you gas your people for independence, you would defect too. I'm surprised people found out about that. I mean, literally, if they were going to kill everyone, I'm surprised any of the people were left alive to make the report about that. Yeah. And then the Federation, how about we do it again? Because no one in Universal Century is actually good. Individual people can be. Every side has some level of fucked up.
combination that had enough juice to propel the gun tank, it was insufficient for energy weapons. As a result, it retained the RTX 44's physical weapons, although downscaled
And that's why they don't have the weapons.
lighter.
Okay.
The main armaments were now two 120mm cannons on the shoulders that had enough firepower to destroy a mobile suit in one shot and had a firing range of 260 kilometers. The secondary weapons were the 4-tube 40mm.
How far is 260 kilometers? Like, functionally, that's well outside of most battle ranges, right? I'm just going to look that up quickly because that is actually kind of fascinating to me. 260 kilometers to miles. That's 160 miles. How far is that on a map? On a map. Okay, that's one way to do it. So there's a driving radius image I'm going to pull up, which I think is exactly the image of what the fuck size that is. So its shooting range was from Minnesota to South Dakota. So you could start with, if you're in the middle, you could shoot into Minneapolis, all the way over to Fargo, Bismarck, like Sioux Falls. Like, there's a significant proportion of a state, a very large, very empty state. Honestly, that's a little my bias here because I'm just going to say no one actually lives outside of these places, and it's all a myth. Unlike Iowa, where I don't believe anyone lives there. Screw you, Iowa City. You don't exist. But yeah, that's that is a literal... did I mishear that? Maybe I misheard that.
Range of 260 kilometers.
Nope, I heard that correctly. This is literally a mini ballistic missile. Okay.
The secondary weapons were the 4-tube 40mm Bob missile launchers that the gun tank had instead of traditional.
Why do they even need any other mechs? Every single Gundam and Zaku has weapons that don't go nearly as far. If you have targeting data on someone, you could probably just win any ground-based war. Hell, you could probably shoot into orbit from that distance.
Hands, while these fast-firing missiles...
I have no idea how far it would be to actually do that, but granted, once you break orbit, if the shot goes far enough, theoretically, could they do that? Ground-firing weapons into orbit. I mean, obviously rockets could, because that's what they do, but are there any other types that would work? Huh. So, okay, so a small country. Yeah, maybe not even a small one.
Little damage again.
And, Federico, line of sight problem? Yeah, but since when does a gun that range is a problem ever need actual line of sight? If you have the targeting data, you have the targeting data. But Minovsky particles turned off most long-range communications. Okay, that's probably why. You'd almost need landlines everywhere at that point.
Against mobile suits, they were very useful against lightly armored vehicles and aircraft. Or they could also serve as a last-ditch defensive weapon. Their range was around 20 kilometers. Initially, plans were also made for various missile launchers that could replace the Bob missile launchers, but these never left the developmental stage. Originally, 4 prototypes were produced, but it would only be from the second prototype on that the gun tank would be classified as a true mobile suit as opposed to a tank. This was thanks to the introduction of the Hervik company's core block system and a core fighter that would go inside of it.
Because the entire gimmick early on was transformation and combining, because they were definitely channeling the Transformers aspects of it, or I guess more like Power Rangers mechs. I think this might have predated that. I don't know when Sentai started.
The idea here was that, to make sure that the valuable test data had a higher chance of survival, the cockpit would also double as an escape craft that even had limited offensive capabilities.
Yeah.
The 4 gun tanks then...
Also, people are now chiming in about the Minovsky particles and the gun tank for low orbit space firing. Yeah. Theoretically, though, yeah, but if you have a landline, you're probably not in a battlefield. And if you do, that is a hell of an advantage. If you have one working landline, you could basically call in gun tank shots from anywhere, as long as you have a few people around. But it would be so many hard points. It would be very easy to fuck around with. And also, according to Duck, Transformers came out after Gundam. Oh. Huh. I don't know when Sentai came out, but I'm not sure when the combining mech thing started with them either. I'm assuming after Transformers, though, so, Gundam did it first.
Underwent 2 more overhauls, resulting in the final version, the RX-75-4. However, the inclusion of the core block system...
Oh, and apparently, according to Yokai, Sentai only had mechs on the 80s, but the real reason is because of the Mazinger was the hype in the 70s. Oh. And I haven't seen Mazinger or Mazinger Z, so I don't know what they had. But I'm assuming there's a lot of transformation there. And inspirations for Macross. Yeah, that would do it.
Had one big
That's one of those foundational mechs.
It made it so that the body couldn't move, and in order to adjust the aim of the main cannons, the gun tank therefore had to move itself on its treads. Because of this and its lack of mobility, only 8 units were produced before production shifted to other units. In addition to the abdominal cockpit, the gun tank also featured a second cockpit in the head for a dedicated gunner.
Why?
This has led to some confusion on whether or not the gun tank was pilotable with just one pilot, or if 2 were still required until a certain modification was made.
I mean, it's basically still a tank at that point where you have multiple people doing multiple roles.
It seems that this confusion stems from the first prototype that didn't have the core block system and thus required 2 pilots, versus the later prototypes with a core block system that allowed a single pilot to control the gun tank. The reason then that it was still sometimes seen with 2 pilots instead of just 1 in the core block system is possibly due to the fact that it was simply more of a tank than a mobile suit, and that the traditional job division seen in tanks was simply the most effective.
I mean, yeah, it's not a bad one. Also, that actually looks cool, damn it.
Whether or not the later variants of the gun tank that excluded the core block system could also be piloted with a single pilot.
Okay, see this right here, the section in the middle where you can see it spins, that solves the biggest problem the tank has. Turning without having to turn the bottom section. That's actually really cool.
Is not known.
Also, Japanese Spider-Man also inspired the Team Mech in Sentai. Like, are we talking Spider-Man, the emissary of hell, Spider-Man? Okay, the more you know.
At the moment. Another fun fact is that despite being mostly designed as a ground unit, it did come complete with thrusters, so it was technically usable in space. Unsurprisingly though, it was even more cumbersome in space, and the gun tank and its descendants would be used almost exclusively on Earth as a result.
I just said get good scrubs. However, do not underestimate its acceleration. Yeah, treads are fast, man.
Even though the gun tank has sometimes been referred to as a failed mobile suit, it was nonetheless an important step in the Federation's mobile suit development and even resulted in its own lineage. The first variant was the RX-75 gun tank mass production.
I don't know why, but that head on, like the tiny little head cockpit on the massive bulky body, it gives me Final Villain vibes in like an Armored Core game. Well, maybe not Final Villain, but like definitely villain you need to fight.
Type, and as its name indicated, it was an attempt to mass produce the gun tank. The biggest change, other than its overhauled aesthetic, was that it no longer used the core block system. While this meant that it no longer had the core fighter as an escape craft, it also meant that the gun tank mass production type had a movable waist, which then made it much easier to target things. Another change was that its backpack could now be lowered to act as a counterweight for increased stability during firing.
Oh, that's actually kind of a genius idea. Granted, keeping it low to the ground as a regular tank would also be a genius idea, but let's ignore that.
Performing very well in its intended
Also, I'm being told that's the high-grade MP gun tank. Oh, it's not even out because Duck was asking when.
tasks of artillery support and bombardments, the gun tank mass production type would only see limited production and would be mostly relegated to base defense after the war ended.
But if it works,
Still,
it works.
One variant of the mass production type is known to have existed. This machine was known as...
This looks like someone just is doing a lot of construction work with it because it's doing all the construction jobs. Honestly, yeah, good use.
the Berger gun tank and had its cannons replaced with cranes and also had a dozer blade attached to its front, in addition to other makeshift customizations. Given the fact that these units shared their model numbers with the actual gun tank mass production types, it is highly likely that these units were all battlefield improvisations and all had their own unique features to them. The gun tank mass production types were then followed up
And now we're getting full on just crazy sci-fi levels of bullshit, and I love every second of this. It's just like row upon row upon row of firepower on the base of a tank. I just realized what it reminds me of. Some of the crazy mechs out of Battletech. I do not remember it. Like, there's not the Cyclops. There's the other one that looks like it has a tail over the top of it. But just some of those clan-style mechs. Oh, man.
replaced by the RMV-1 Gun Tank 2. It took some of the changes of the mass production type, such as removal of the core block system for better rotation, and also had various other changes to turn it into more of a mobile vehicle as opposed to a mobile suit.
Yeah.
Other than just feeling more...
They've definitely gone into the we are a tank on top of a tank on top of a tank aesthetic, and I kind of love it. I'm here
like
for
a
it.
tank, its firepower was upgraded to turn it into an even better fire support unit.
Yeah.
Rather than the wimpy 40mm Bob missile launchers, it now had one 4-tube 180mm rocket launcher and a large 3-tube missile launcher of similar caliber. For anti-infantry, it featured a 60mm machine cannon on its chassis, and as its main weapons, it of course retained the two 120mm cannons. But even though development progressed smoothly thanks to the Federation's experience with fighting vehicles, the gun tank wasn't ready until the very end of the 1-year war and would only be used in combat afterwards. Although some sources claim that it did see some action. A desert version known as the RMV-1E Gun Tank 2 Kai was also produced, but other than its color scheme and a few desert-oriented modifications, it was essentially the same unit. How the Gun Tank 2 performed, though, is up for debate. Most available footage of the Gun Tank 2 can be considered as less than flattering and presents them as less of a mobile vehicle and more of a mobile target.
Yeah. Oh, it tore right through that. Seriously, though, the animation on this is nice. I don't think I recognize which one this is, because I would say Zeta at first, but no, this looks like a much newer animation. I don't think it's Unicorn, but maybe it is. Or it could be one of the many movies I just never saw.
The Gun Tank 2 Kai, on the other hand, was said to have developed a reputation for having high firepower and was therefore considered as an excellent fire support unit that was a true asset to your team. This last interpretation seems to be confirmed by another gun tank variant, the RMV-3M.
Oh? This is so much the coding I see on Mech Warrior stuff. Like, it has the stocky arms, the chest plates. Like, if you just put legs on here, it would look like a Mad Cat. Well, maybe not a Mad Cat, more like a Marauder. But, like, it's so much in there, man. Also, according to Larissa in the chat, responding to Soundwave, after doing some Googling, the Macross robot design were made by the Diaclone designers, who then went on to design the toy series that would later become Transformers. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's why there's so many carryovers. Beyond inspiration, actual direct things. And that was from Unicorn. Oh, okay. So I probably have seen that, I just forgot.
Local control type gun tank. This machine took the idea of the Gun Tank 2 even further. Again, it was armed with 120mm cannons as its main armament, and its silhouette was even more that of a fighting vehicle. In place of its arms, the local control type was equipped with 3-tube...
Oh, and they put the actual cannons way closer to the ground, too. Interesting. It's going back to tank a lot more.
Missile launchers of unknown caliber, and these units were mainly used for mopping up operations in Africa, where they performed very well. So it would seem that, unlike their popular depiction as just target practice for whatever Xeon they encountered, these units were not to be underestimated.
Lower to the ground, smaller
One
profile.
interesting thing about the local control type, then, is that it used the same chassis as the original RX-75, but it was turned around, and now also had a dozer blade for clearing obstacles.
And that means there's more weight in the back, so when there's backblast from the weapons, it probably can hold it better.
The final unit then that we have to cover isn't really a variant of the gun tank, but more like a sister unit because it was developed from the same machine, the RTX-44. Not wanting the 4 already produced prototypes to go to waste, the Federation upgraded these units into the RTX-440 ground assault type gun tank.
I'll be completely honest, if someone showed this to me, I would think, oh, armored core, but kind of rough. The design aesthetic is very different here.
And these units were perhaps some of the strongest gun tanks to ever see combat. They came standard with a 220...
Oh, it extends, so it basically just goes full-on tank again. Are those all missile launcher pods? Oh, damn.
Main cannon, 30mm bolt machine guns on the arms, and a flamethrower on the left arm. Optional weapons then included 56-tube missile launchers, the multi-launch rocket system, and heavy mines. And even with all of this stuff attached to it, the gun tank still had a surprising top speed and enough...
This is from the Igloo movies I was told about that were CG. I have not seen these. I thought they were game. Nope, apparently they're full-on movie series even.
Agility to pose a serious threat to even the latest Xeon machines such as the Goof or the Dom.
Cutting right through the barrel, but not the actual mech.
Sadly enough, no more of these amazing units were produced due to them being used in a Federation intelligence ploy that...
The bastard who stole the information about this 440, which led to the cancellation of its development and stripped it of its future.
Involved all of their data being leaked to Xeon. This then resulted in 3 of the 4 assault types being used in a penal battalion during the first wave of Operation Odessa, and none of them would see the end of it. One final thing to mention about the gun tank then is that it wasn't directly developed into the gun cannon and later the Gundam, but rather they were developed alongside each other. Unlike Xeon, who initially only focused on bipedal units, the Federation went with 2 design routes. The bipedal units that would then result in the gun cannon and the Gundam, and units with caterpillar treads and thrusters that would result in the gun.
Because of this, some sources consider the ball as a mobile suit. I mean, in a very loose sense, it has arms and a cockpit, but I would consider it a mobile coffin.
Tank and ball units, respectively. And despite bipedal units becoming
that is
the norm,
cool art.
the gun tank's influence could still be felt in some future designs, such as the
D50C really cool
Loto, a miniaturized...
Okay, no, now it's just full-on armored core. I'm not the only one seeing that, right? That is also really cool.
Mobile suit with a lot of utility. Not only did it still pack a surprising punch for such a small machine, but it could also serve as a battlefield command center and as a troop carrier for up to 8 soldiers. This very successful design then resulted in the F-50D gun tank, a failed unit that never made it past the prototype stage.
That's a failed unit.
This unit is sometimes also seen with the model number R44, but this designation was given to...
What's with the random German? Okay. Yeah, it's like... This looks cool with the different gun options. It is a very slim profile, so it's harder to hit. And then there's this one, which is just... You can even see the head ducking down. Might be fun to actually play with this toy variant, especially if it does all of the movement. But yeah, it's a little less actually practical, but it's still cool look. Oh, I just realized they have the firing finger effect on this too. Okay.
One particular unit belonging to a private museum. The owner of this museum was called Roy, and he was 44 years old when he got the gun tank.
That's probably the guy in the corner.
Hence the origin of this model number. Despite the eventual failure of the F-50D, Anaheim Electronics had full faith in this unit during development and had already begun designing an up-armed version known as the Powered Weapons type. This was basically the same unit, but with this...
I'm almost certain I've seen this on a Yu-Gi-Oh card from one of their archetypes. Maybe that's just me then. Also, Twitch, or Tippelwitch? I'm probably butchering your name because I don't know how to say that without any vowels. You mean Prussian? he is offered free with each gun. Wait, he's actually part of the tank options. You just get him. Oh, that's actually pretty cool.
Different weapons such as a mega machine cannon and a twin beam cannon. Compared to the conventional weaponry of the normal F-50D, the powered weapon type could have been a much more successful unit, although it is unlikely that it was ever made due to the failure of the former. But that is all for this video of development history. If you enjoyed it, be sure to leave a like and subscribe for more similar content in the future.
The yellow one looks like a toy?
Then
Oh,
all
yeah.
is left. I hope all.
And next up, we have the... I am not going to be able to say this one. Bjarland? 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 I'm probably butchering it regardless. I wonder how crazy it is going to get.
In Universal Century 0079, Xeon began experimenting with the concept of a mobile suit that could achieve independent flight.
What?
After many changes and upgrades, this would eventually
rocket
result
boosters,
in the
or?
MS-07H8 Goof flight type.
Oh, it's the Goofs. Wait, no, this must be a successor to the Goof. Oh, speaking of 8th MS, or MS-08.
Despite technically achieving their goal of being able to fly, a myriad
man.
of flaws and complications.
Also, I'm being told by Wave, yeah, the Super Dreadnought Rail Canyon's Superior Dora looks kind of like that one in the drawing. Good, I'm not the only one seeing it. Also, for anyone wondering what I'm talking about, there's an entire deck archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh! That's just trains with guns. And one of them first turn killed me because it could just keep looping 2,000 damage effects over and over and over. And I was like, oh, didn't know you could do that.
Like an overheating engine, prevented the Goof fly type from truly being successful in its intended role.
Oh, I just realized it actually has turbines on its legs. Huh. Wonder how that would infer with the rockets as well.
After Xeon surrendered then, the designs for the first prototypes fell into the Federation's hands, and they decided to continue.
The scale on this one is weird. Like, it's crouching down, but because he's in the foreground but not visibly farther away, he looks like he's kind of huge, or this thing's really short, but then you see these guys over here, it's like, oh, yeah. Maybe it's just an odd angle, but it looks like the perspective is really off on this. Sounds like that's a consistent thing I've been talking about for a while.
The concept. Even though they somewhat modernized the Goof fly type by installing a linear seat and also replacing the thermonuclear rocket engines with thermonuclear jet
Federation
engines,
colors?
the machine that would become the Federation's testbed for their own flying machine was the Gundam TR-1 Hazel Custom. As with all experiments carried
Respect the Hazel! Admittedly, that does look really cool with the triple shields. I said it before when I saw the actual model on this one, because the Hazel was the first of this entire build series I saw, and it does look cool.
out with the Hazel, this was achieved by adding
Oh shit, comment, thank you, man. I'm gonna pull up your comment. So Air, would it be possible to watch more Me, Myself, and Die next stream? I can put it in the list. The series has a bit of a slow start, but once it finds its footing, it really gets the ball rolling. Stakes increase. I will add it in. We can't guarantee it because I do have the rules on that, which I don't think I added to the stream here because this is specifically one thing, but we could definitely add it to the list. Speaking of the list, I need to add timestamps for the 30-hour video still. All right, it's in the list. And it crashed. But yeah, I can definitely add it to the list. Now, winning or not would be up to people in chat. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
extra parts
I
and a new
misclicked.
backpack. This new equipment was dubbed the Ikaros unit after the famous Greek mythological figure Ikaros, who is sometimes also referred to
Again, the Hazel is just one of those Gundams that just keeps looking cooler with all the redesigns of it.
as Icarus, the later Latin version of his name. Originally, the unit was designed in such a way that it would use both thrust and wings to stay airborne, but it soon became obvious that the shape of a mobile suit simply didn't lend itself to aerodynamic flying. And even worse, it also caused an unacceptable loss of maneuverability. Because of this, the prototype Ikaros was redesigned to focus purely on achieving flight through brute.
This is one of those models I'm probably going to be very tempted to get if I can find one. It's kind of like some of the specialty, like Mark III tall geese. It's like, I want it, but I can't justify the cost. But I want it, damn it. It would be so fun to build.
Brute force with the use of large thrusters. In this form, the Hazel also retained its original backpack and was used.
Oh. Also, according to Duck, I'm surprised that YouTube, your post for, the YouTube let me post a 30-hour video. For you wondering, at the time I did this, as for members only, there is a 30-hour YouTube iceberg video. YouTube let me upload it. Also, it's heavily showing compression. Like, it is noticeably compressed. Yeah, that is, I just can't get around that because 30 hours had a toll, man.
Usually equipped with a single shield booster for extra thrust. In order to power all of these thermonuclear jet and rocket engines, extra generators were installed in the shoulders and on the waist. For the first time,
Ricardo, you have the master grade version of this? Oh, I am actually both jealous. I want to see pictures.
mobile suit with self-sustained flight capabilities was deemed a true success, and further development was greenlit in the form of the Byrland. And throughout this unit's development, a trial version of its arms was also tested out on the Hazel Icaros. Rather than the usual manipulator hands,
the double arms,
Byrland had a claw on each arm with a built-in mega particle gun. And while these claws were not able to wield any guns, they were capable of wielding beam sabers. Its test data has been long since lost, but seeing as how these were used on the Byrland, the initial reception must have been positive. However, in later years, these arms have become a source of criticism. Other than those mega particle guns, the Byrland has no built-in weapons, and since the Byrland also couldn't wield any other weapons...
Oh, so it's undergunned in the extreme, so it can do beam sabers, and that's about it. Wonder if the Cobra hood was part of the aesthetic.
Some have claimed that the Byrland was either undergunned or otherwise limited in its weaponry.
But
to a certain degree, this does hold some merit, but at the same time, it disregards the reality of combat during the Grips War. On the one hand, many of the enemy units that it would be facing off against were machines that incorporated the movable frame technology.
Yep. The Zeta, Char's unit, and the generics.
And were thus more lightly armored as a result. And on the other hand, compared to contemporary units, the Byrland's mega particle guns were already plenty powerful enough at 4.7 megawatts each. This easily outclassed any other...
I just want to do a quick thing. Just how many megawatts does it take to power an IRL one? I want to double check that quickly because that seems like it could be very interesting. 1 second, just pulling this up. How many megawatts in IRL ship laser? Oh, I spelled laser with a Z. And that information is not going to come up for obvious reasons. I found one for a National Security Journal from March of this year. The closest thing I found was this right here for Israel with a 100 kilowatt beam. I'm not doing the metric conversions here, but I'm assuming that's probably relatively close for kilowatt to megawatt. So pretty close, probably. Yeah, that's not bad.
Mass production unit, and even many other prototype units, many of which typically sortied with a loadout similar to that of the Byrland anyways.
Oh, sorry, Wave, you're right. No, that was... I said Char. I missaw that. I saw the red one next to it. That's on me for being wrong. That was Quattro Bajin. Completely different person. I have no idea what we're talking about. Unrelated entirely.
Making it anything but a limited unit for the time and the war that it was created for. Another big benefit of this was, of course, keeping the weight down, resulting in a surprisingly capable flying machine with a lot of mobility to boot. And even though it was designed for use under Earth's atmosphere, the Byrland was also capable of operating in space, where it was again able to show off its very high performance.
This was the Titans machine, I think. Also, I'm being told 100 kilowatts equals 1 megawatt. Oh, 1/10 of a megawatt. And a megawatt is 1,000 S. So a megawatt is 1,000 kilos. So yeah, it's a way more powerful one. Me not doing metric apparently gets me some very wrong numbers. I was off by a couple zeros.
It is unknown how many Byrlons were produced throughout the war, but they did see limited mass production, with at least 3 known units having survived the war. The first 2 were part of the Federation's initiative of incorporating
picture for illustrative purpose only. Oh god. Also Golden. And this MFer is straight up menace farming in Unicorn. Yeah. According to Angel. Beam weapons in Gundam aren't laser beams unless specified. The beams are usually firing mega particles, high energy Minovsky particles from beam rifles. Yeah, okay. That actually makes a lot more sense in hindsight.
Titans mobile suits into their arsenal and were dubbed the Byrland Custom. First and foremost, this involved making them more Federation-esque by replacing the mono-eye with the Federation standard visor, and secondly, it involved upgrading.
Unironically, I think the visor change is really cool. It actually looks better on that one.
Them with spare parts from various other high-performance Titans units, leading to the engineers dubbing the project the Chimera Project. As a result of this, Unit 1 and 2 had similar features, like their upgraded thrusters, but they also had unique parts.
It's a
In
cool
terms
mech.
of recycled Titans parts, Unit 1 featured the Gadfly's claws and feet derived from the Bound Dog. In addition to this, it now had a mega particle cannon on each arm with a variable output ranging from a standard beam rifle to a beam machine gun to even a beam saber. And just like the normal Byrland, this Byrland Custom was sometimes down-talked as undergunned because it supposedly only had those 2 mega particle cannons and also didn't have the ability to equip any other weapon.
You know, when you put it like this one, it almost looks like a hand or a claw itself reaching out to grab it when it's upside down. Which is admittedly kind of intimidating as fuck.
Again, this assessment would prove to be quite false in real combat.
Oh, wait, no, this is Unicorn. Oddly enough, the part that gave it away, because for some reason I'm forgetting a lot of Unicorn, or it's from the TV series that expanded where I saw the OVAs, is the music, man. Hiroyuki Swano. I know that OST, man. Oh, hell yeah. Note to self. Is it? Actually, no, note to self. I'm going to ask you guys flat out. Would it be worth watching the full series of Unicorn as opposed to just the OVA versions? Because I saw the OVA all the way through and it was fun, but is the TV show worth going on separately? Or is it just more or less the same thing but slowed down? Yeah. Is good mech. So freaking cool.
A final change to this Byrland Custom then was the addition of fuel tank hardpoints on the thrusters to extend its operational time. Unit 2 then took less parts from other Titans machines and had only 2 beam cannons that were inspired by those of the Gapland's movable shield binders.
Ooh.
It also had the ability to equip the same optional booster as the Gapland.
Normally I love the booster effects, and this kind of looks cool, but it looks like he's riding a space motorcycle, and I can't tell if that makes it better or worse. On the one hand, space motorcycle, rocket space motorcycle. On the other hand, it looks very empty. Like there should be a seat to push it forward, or maybe a gun over top of it on top of the 2 that are already there. Like just a third giant fuck-off gun. I don't know, it looks pretty cool regardless.
The weapons then were 2 long beam rifles that could also emit a beam saber, and it was also the only known Byrland variation with Federation hands, so it could also use any standard Federation weapon.
Oh.
The third Byrland to survive the war then was the Byrland Isolde. Other than its color scheme though, it was mostly
beam saber,
the same as the standard
yeah.
Byrland. Its head was changed to be more Gundam-esque, its shoulder thrusters were now upgraded to ones similar to the Byrland Customs, and extra thrusters on its backpack modeled after those of the Violent Custom Unit 1 were added. With these upgrades, the
But it has a Gundam head, so it's immediately more powerful than anything else around.
Assault's performance was probably comparable to that of Unit 1. Finally then, there is one more development of the Violent.
What the fuck? Why'd they make a super deformed... This is a joke, right? Or is this like there's no actual information, they're just picking a random image? Also, according to Federico, I haven't seen the giant wheels of the Zanskar Empire. I don't even know what that is, so it's probably from one of the series or franchises I've never even checked out before. All right.
That is rumored to have existed. The RX-160X apparatus.
Bet.
This machine was essentially the normal Violent with 2 megaparticle cannons on his chest, 2 wire-guided mega launchers that could also be operated wirelessly, and a quasi-Psychomi system to operate those launchers.
Oh.
Supposedly, this machine was made by defected Titans engineers for the AUG, although it seems likely that this thing never went further than the drawing board.
Yeah.
And that is all for this development history.
Also, I'm being told that was supposed to be an SD Gundam game. That would be why it's super deformed then. And Zanskar is from Victory Gundam. The only thing I know about Victory Gundam is that it's supposed to be the ultimate edgelord Gundam of depression. I don't even know which Gundam it is. If someone showed me a picture of it, I would not be able to name it. Never saw it, never got into it, and it's the one I probably know almost the least about. Hell, I know more about A's or Turn A Gundam than Victory. And I almost know nothing about Turn A Gundam.
One of my favorite mobile suits from the Zeta Gundam anime series. In the past, I always felt that it was a bit overlooked, but ever since Unicorn came out, the Violent has definitely become more well-known. So, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave a like and subscribe for more similar content.
And now we have the Strike Dagger, so we're getting into seed on this one. Ooh, we're making time, so we won't even run out of heat. Duck, what about Age? I don't know much about that one because it just, for some reason, it never caught my interest. Like, some of the other ones sound cool, but I never got into them. Age, it's one of those I just forget about all the time. I've heard it's interesting because it goes into generational issues, but that's also part of the reason I don't really get into it, because knowing that the cast is only going to be there a temporary amount of time, and the last time I saw a Gundam show decide to change out its entire cast, it was Seed Destiny, and yeah, that left a really bad taste in my mouth. And my eyes. And my nose. And how the fact that I started tasting things with my nose is in its own right disturbing, so I don't want to think about it further.
In theory, it took 5 Mobius mobile armors to take out a single Jin. But as bad as this sounds, the reality was much worse. In response, the Alliance began their own mobile suit program, giving birth to the 5 so-called G-weapons. But
yeah. Again, I do have a soft spot for the first Seed. It's so melodrama. And even though I always go on about loving when they break the format, that's not because I don't like what they did to establish the format of the first part. It's trope heavy, but I mean, they became tropes for a reason.
Before they could be deployed in combat, 4 were captured by Zaft, leaving only the Strike Gundam in their possession. As a result, this machine became the basis for their own mass production mobile suit, the Strike Dagger. Due to wartime...
So according to Yokai, Gundam Age is good because the protagonists are actually likable, unlike Seed Destiny. That would do a lot of it, but my problem wasn't actually the protagonists in Seed. I honestly forgot everything about them. Like, legitimately, sorry, not Seed Destiny. It's more just they decided to really screw around with so much of the, hey, we did a thing, now let's ignore the first season and move on to follow this other thing. And then halfway in realize, oh, well, let's go back to the main character. They were trying to build up the villain for the thing. It did not work. It really didn't work. They did try to build up the other side. It did not work. It really didn't.
On demand, this machine was a greatly simplified version of the Strike, omitting several key features. For starters, it lacked phase shift armor, making it much more vulnerable to ballistic weapons.
Ew.
On the other hand, this also made it so that the dagger had a much longer operational time. It also didn't have the ability to equip striker packs, making it less versatile, although it could be equipped with a parachute pack for drop operations.
I don't think I have ever seen this, or if I did, it was probably from one of the episodes I just forgot completely from Destiny. So that's entirely possible. But I don't remember seeing many. Were there previous usages of parachutes in any other Gundam show?
Ironically, despite being called the Dagger, the unit didn't have the Strike's Armor Schneider combat knives.
Oh.
Instead, it was equipped with a single beam saber.
Not
Another
bad.
cost-saving measure was only having one 75mm Eagle-Stellung Seewiz instead of the Strike's two. As for ranged weaponry, the powerful high-energy beam rifle was now replaced with the weaker M703 beam rifle. While its output was lower, it was still plenty powerful enough to punch through any Zaft mobile suit, and it even came with an
I mean, to be fair, if it does the job, weaker isn't bad.
underslung grenade launcher for anti-ship combat. So despite all of these cost-saving measures, the Strike Dagger was still a more than capable machine that easily outperformed the Jin, but in turn it was outclassed by the later Guays and Orb's M1 Astray. It was first able to show its combat prowess on May 25th, Cosmic Era 71, during the Battle of Panama. At first, it performed remarkably well. However, it was here that a fatal flaw of the daggers was shown.
Oh?
Zaft also deployed its own new weapon in the battle, the Gungnir, a powerful EMP-emitting device that easily overpowered the dagger's weak EMP shielding, if it had any shielding at all. It rendered the daggers completely useless, and the defenseless machines were subsequently slaughtered by Zaft soldiers thirsting for revenge after what happened at Joshua only days earlier. In the aftermath of this battle, all daggers were upgraded with sufficient EMP shielding to prevent such a disaster in the future.
And again, just one of those. Remember, Seed is the one that does everything evil? Although I will say one of the most unrealistic things in Seed, not Destiny, but Seed, is that when the final villain has that moment where they're on the edge of victory, but then they're defeated. They're not killed by the good guys. A random grunt stands up and decides to end the crazy asshole in charge because it's the right thing to do. That would never happen IRL. I mean, it's a nice fiction, though.
Despite all of its flaws, it was quick and easy to produce, allowing it to quickly replace the obsolete Mobius as the Alliance's frontline unit.
I mean, quick, easy to produce, guns that can get the job done, and armor shielding, or at least EM shielding that works. It's kind of the perfect suit. Still not my favorite, though. For some reason, I hate the head design on this one. It's like it's too close to a Gundam, but it doesn't have that aesthetic from Universal Century for their heads that I actually really enjoy.
And alongside it, another unit called the Long Dagger was also produced. This
Still
machine
no daggers?
was designed as a high-performance machine based on the stolen Duel Gundam, and they didn't limit themselves to their version of the Duel. They also created their own version of Zaft's Assault Shroud equipment and called it Fortestra. It had the exact same benefits and shortcomings. Increased firepower at the cost of mobility, especially on the ground. In order to remedy this, they made it so that the armor could be purged during combat, and while doing so, a strong flash of light would blind any enemies close by. Despite being a very powerful and
Does the flashlight actually matter, considering anyone who's in a mobile suit would probably have dampeners on it? Or is that just not common technology to have?
easy to produce machine, since it shared 50% of its parts with the Strike Dagger, it wasn't produced for long. This was most likely due to the fact that it was geared toward defected coordinators and their own combat coordinators. So once the natural compatible Dual Dagger was released, production switched to this one instead. Other than the color, the only difference between the Dual and the Long Daggers was that the Dual Dagger could be operated by natural pilots, and typically these machines would be assigned to Alliance aces. But back to the Strike Dagger now. Technically, this wasn't the first mass production unit of the Strike. That honor goes to the GAT-01A1 Dagger, now better.
I don't know where this art is from, but it looks probably from a magazine or something with that level of detail and polish on it.
Known as the 105 Dagger. This unit had the ability to use striker packs, had 2 beam sabers, 2 Eagle-Stellung Seewiz guns, and boasted an overall superior performance to the watered-down dagger that was eventually mass-produced. A feature not often seen on mobile suits was the inclusion of 12.5mm anti-infantry machine guns on the feet. One omission that it did share with the...
On the feet? Oh yeah, infantry would be ground level and they're already at the right level. You just don't really think about that because if you're dealing with people shooting you, you step on them. Or collapse the building on them, usually.
Dagger was out of the phase shift armor, but on the 105 Dagger, this was replaced with laminated armor, giving
Only in
the
vital
105
areas?
Dagger better protection against beam weaponry. And since beam weapons were the future and phase shift armor offered no protection against them, this technically made the armor of the 105 dagger better than that of the strike. Of course, all of this meant that the 105 dagger was more costly and time-consuming to mass produce. And because of this, its production was pushed back in favor of the regular dagger.
Also, I'm being told by Duck, no, it was civ killing. Yeah. And foot-mounted Vulcan cannons. Those are for war crimes. Yeah.
During the war, only 23 units were produced, including 2 prototypes and a system verification unit. The most famous 105 dagger was without a doubt Morgan Chevalier's gun barrel dagger. Just like the Mobius Zero, the gun barrel striker pack used 4 gun barrels.
Because I thought I saw most of what was up there for Seed and Destiny. Yeah, I shit on Destiny because I did actually watch the entire damn thing. I think that's the one I actually sold after I watched it. Yeah, I bought Seasons and I sold Destiny. Still have Freedom. Or sorry, I still have Seed. Destiny, I was okay with getting rid of that one.
But with better weapons. Instead of 2 autocannons each, they now had a railgun and 2 missiles each. Originally, the gun barrel striker was meant to be assigned to Mulaflaga and the Strike Gundam, but after his defection, it was given to Morgan instead. With its excellent performance and versatility, the 105 dagger became the de facto blueprint for all Alliance mass production machines going forwards, and it would see a lot of variants too. First deployed on July 5th, the Buster Dagger was, as its name implies, an attempt to mass-produce the stolen Buster Gundam. Initially, it was planned as another striker pack for the 105 Dagger, but it was decided that it would be more cost-effective to turn it into a dedicated unit instead.
I mean, they're basically just trying to get to heavy arms without explicitly making it the heavy arms Gundam from Wing. Because they got the perfect, the firepower Gundam done right. And everything else that's trying to get to that level is just recreating what they've already perfected.
Presumably, its intended role was also too close to the already tried and true Launcher Striker Pack. And even though this was a mass production machine, it was still fully featured. The gun launcher and rifle were carried over from the Buster and retained their ability to dock into an anti-armor shotgun or high-energy beam sniper rifle. And while the missile pods were made smaller, 2 beam sabers could now be equipped to the forearms. And just as with the 105 Dagger, while it lacked phase shift armor, it did have laminated armor instead.
Only on the vitals, though.
An argument could be made that the Buster Dagger had certain advantages over the original Buster Gundam. I'm
being told a lot of this is from side story stuff. And Doug mentioned Stargazer. That I don't think I have ever seen and or read if it's manga instead.
Variation of the 105 Dagger was the almost identical Slaughter Dagger. This dark painted dagger was used exclusively by the Alliance's 81st Independent.
I'm not sure which is sillier. Like, it's explicitly the Edgelord, or they just gave it extra edges to ever edge it out. You can even say it's the edging Gundam. But I think that might have a different meaning.
Independent mobile group, Phantom Pain, and those associated with them.
Yeah.
Aside from the color scheme, the unit was lighter and had its OS adjusted for higher performance. It also had better equipment, such as a beam rifle instead of a machine gun, and a high-output version of the Ale Striker.
And people are mentioning it's from the Gundam Seed Never Ending Tomorrow game for PS2. Oh, yeah, I definitely never played that one. And Stargazer was a Seed OVA. Oh, okay, Cyber. Yeah, definitely didn't see it then. I've missed almost all of the OVAs across all boards on everything. With the exception of Unicorn, which is the one I did see. Not sure why I saw that one specifically, but it was good.
This upgraded version allowed for independent atmospheric flight and gave it more mobility in space. The third 105 variant was also used exclusively by Phantom Pain, but this time for a more dark reason. The N-Dagger N not only had a nuclear reactor with an N-Jammer canceller, but it also had the...
Wait, are those explicitly just swords? And they're trying to redo the Shenlong Gundam.
Mirage Colloid stealth system. 2 things explicitly banned by the Junius Treaty. As a result, these machines never officially existed, and it is unknown how many were produced. Essentially, the N-Dagger N was a mass-produced version of the Blitz Gundam. On the right arm, it had the simplified Shield Guerre offensive shield that now only had a single beam rifle.
Unironically, how come more Gundams don't, or like more mobile suits in general don't do that? Where the shield is also the gun. I mean, sure, it's heavier and harder to move out, but considering how many times shooting the gun is a viable thing, covering yourself with a gun is a viable thing, It seems like it'd be a great 2-in-1 option. It probably just heat and manufacturing at that point.
The grabbing glide.
Ooh, also, Davis, you built the high-grade Slaughter Dagger Gundam. Ooh, that's cool. Also, this is stupid, and I love it.
Here on the left arm had been replaced with the Hakenfaust, and on the hips it now had 2 anti-armor swords and
Oh, it's
one
a physical sword, too.
anti-armor penetrator. And just as with the 2 previously mentioned units, it again had a feature that made it better than its Gundam counterpart. Unlike the Blitz that could only use its Mirage Colloid for 80 minutes, the N-Dagger N's nuclear reactor allowed it to go invisible indefinitely.
Ooh.
And talking about nuclear, that's what one of the N's in its name stood for. The other one stood for
It's
Ninja
a nuclear
Wars.
dagger.
While this might sound weird for a mobile suit with samurai weapons, this was actually an inside joke by its designers. They had started development of this machine before the Junius Treaty, and once it was signed, their secret research had to become even more secret, like the work of a ninja. As for the SO and its model number, that stood for...
It's the nuclear ninja dagger. Oh my god, I don't even... It's so cheesy. It's like so cheesy, I kind of like it, but I don't like that I like it. Oh
Special
god.
Operations. Because, unsurprisingly, this machine was mainly used for various top-secret missions. It also made for a great recon unit. Next in the dagger lineage was the
I mean, they're not wrong. You can't report what you don't know is there.
Dagger L. Although it is debatable how much better this machine
That is a
truly
very
was
big
than
change
its
in design.
predecessor, the 105 dagger. Visually, very little has changed. The Dagger L had a new head.
And the camera overheated, so I will switch quickly. Oh, it died fast today. Huh. This is probably from all the changes I made. So we will be finishing part of this like here and maybe take a quick break to see if we can extend it. Huh. Wonder why it died so fast today. Because I had the camera on for an hour before the stream working on just making it a little more accurate to the... Yeah, that's on me. Yeah. Sorry about that. We'll make sure to edit that out in a bit. Gundam using a stiletto. Oh, literally the little knifey thing over there, designed like a stiletto dagger. Yeah.
2 stiletto rocket-propelled anti-armor penetrators. These dagger-like weapons could be either handheld or
Ninja
thrown,
Star,
and
go!
a well-placed hit
That's
could
all I'm thinking,
destroy an
man.
enemy mobile suit. For handheld weaponry, the
Also, wave. Oh, right. We didn't see the multiple launch strike used by anything other than the Windom, huh? Oh, yeah. I guess that makes sense. Machines, got it. Kind of figured because of the entire foot-mounted machine guns, but we have the clarification there.
dagger.
It's a transforming variant that goes full-on leopard, but has a machine gun for a head. It looks really weird when you realize it's just the head and it's just laying on its feet. But it's kind of cool, but it's also kind of stupid.
As early as the First Bloody Valentine War, the Earth Alliance wanted a mobile suit that could effectively deal with Zav's Bakus and Legos on uneven terrain. This marked the beginning of the Wild Dagger project. Unfortunately,
this was from a game, wasn't it?
development was slow and expensive, and nothing came of it before the war ended. However, when Phantom Pain managed to capture the Gaia Gundam, the project was revived. The end result was a mix of the Gaia Gundam and the Dagger L mounted on the transformable X300 frame. And ironically enough, rather than designed to fight against Bakus and Legos, it was now turned into an anti-insurgency mobile suit. Still, the Wild Dagger had more than enough weapons.
It's like, I want to say it looks cool, but at the same time, as soon as you see it from this side, it's like, oh, it's a Gundam falling forward. No, that's just its head turned around. It feels off to me for some reason. It's like it's so close to what you expect that you just don't get it. Also, it's from Sea Destiny and Stargazers. Literally Zoids. Yeah, I see that one.
At its
off the eyes into two separate glazing ones, so it looks, or not glazing, lenses, so it looks like it's glaring more than anything else.
daggers being carbine, and the shield had two sharp blades on the edge and mounted two.
Was this in Destiny or something else? Because I don't remember the scene. Granted, that would mean I'd have to rewatch Destiny to figure it out. I'm okay with not doing that. I think I'll pass. Thing is, everyone has nukes. Nukes for everyone. Yeah.
Has often been depicted as lackluster. It was in fact a very formidable machine. This was especially shown by one customized Windam belonging to Phantom Pain ace pilot Neo Roanoke. While the only visual difference was
I know they're doing the thing where the villain is wearing the helmet and they're supposed to be the secondary antagonist who you really root for. But this one did not work.
Captain Roanoke's personal colors, the machine had been fine-tuned to its specifications and various limiters had been removed. The end result was a machine that could even hold its own against the fearsome Freedom Gundam. And finally, there's one unit remaining that just has to be mentioned.
Okay, this is just the designers fucking with the people animating. It's like, okay, sure, you want to do this? We're doing it. Sure. If someone showed me a picture of this, I think it would be a joke. But no, apparently this is real.
In a video about daggers. The very unique looking Gelsgay.
Uh-huh.
This very insect-like mobile armor used a modified dagger's top half to increase its firepower and defensive capabilities. But more on this machine when I do a video on Alliance mobile armors. And that was all for this episode of Development History. If you enjoyed it, be sure to...
And next up we have the Estrella and Murasame. But before we do that, I am going to take... let's see. It's 2 o'clock right now. How much in this do we have? I wanted to get all the way to Freedom and Justice. I don't think we're going to get that far today. That is disappointing. Mostly because the camera already overheated, so we could probably jump into... I'm going to put up a poll for everyone on this one, because this might be a deciding factor. So the camera overheated. We need to either take a quick break or go a little longer. We're at the 4-hour mark right now. No, I was hoping to hit 5, but camera issues earlier overheated my camera much faster than I intended, which is completely on me. Let's see. Maybe I can adjust some power settings on the camera tomorrow, but whatever. And like I said, yeah, no, lol. Yeah, we're not getting that far with that. We're not going to be doing 10-hour streams of Gundam, mostly because the camera will not survive that. So if there's all the mech stuff, I kind of want to see about this. Quick break, maybe a good idea. Oh yeah, the camera's actually off right now. It is cooling down as we talk. So the few options we have are we can either do a quick mission in MechWarrior 5 and watch me get my ass kicked in a giant robot. Thematically, it seems perfect. We can continue on to a small cam like we're doing right now, just with more Gundam. Or we could do something else. Also, wait. Yeah, there isn't a Gundam TCG equivalent of Master Duel. Oh, that would have been fun if there was. Because Master Duel is the reason I even got into Yu-Gi-Oh! And I kind of stand by it being actually really fun. For as many issues as it has. Yeah, and okay, let's take a break because we're sitting so long. To be fair, we're going to be sitting regardless. The break will just be me standing around. Here, I'll start the poll up. Quick break, maybe good. Not yet, Waf. Oh, for Wave, yeah. If they do one, I might look into that just because that might be fun. Also, Christian. Hey, Airier, I would love to recommend the video Duck Adventure, Paper Ink, New Adventures by Fiction Addiction. Talks about Disney comic series by superhero Donald Duck. Wait. Duck Adventure? I thought... Oh, I was thinking Darkwing Duck, who's not there. Okay, that's different than what I was thinking. We're not going to be taking recommendations right now just because there's so many we need to do. But it would be a thing. Also, Duck, if you have a specific preference, since this is your paid video segment, you get to choose if this is not what you want. But it looks like most people want to keep going in small cam. But Duck, if that's not what you want, we will stick to what you think on this one. I'll probably cut this, though, when we hit roughly the 5-hour mark, so we get maybe one more hour in. Granted, I'm always biased about MechWarrior 5 in general, because I'm a mech head. Is that what you call a fan of Battletech? I have no idea, actually. Sounds like it'd be weird. But yeah, it looks like we have to sing. But on the other hand, there's only 19 votes. There's about 76 people here. If more people voted, we could easily see any one of these taking the lead right now, including something else, which would be basically letting Duck decide. Also, heads up for the Striker support unit gore warning. What the hell happened in the support unit? The next one is the Astray Murasame, the Jin Development Part 2, Zacrello, Gundam TR Hazel, which we've already seen, so we skipped to the Giaz, Dreadnought, and then Freedom. Yeah. Yeah, we're probably not going to get as far as I hope today. I really wanted to end on Justice and Freedom, but I don't think we're going to get there. And Duck's good with whatever. Though I'm not home, so I can't help with MechWarrior 5. That actually might be a problem. For anyone wondering, I'm currently in MechWarrior 5, where the clan invasion started, and Duck has been the only reason I've got through some of it, because he was there to back me up with all of the rockets. Yeah. On the other hand, I'm pretty good with just headshotting mechs, and then not being able to claim them because they come in with so little battle damage that I don't have enough salvage for it. Yeah, if anyone knows what I'm talking about, you know the pain of having a perfectly preserved, really high-end mech that you're not allowed to even try and get. Yeah. All right, I think we know what's going to win, but since it's still really low compared to how many people are watching, I'm going to put a timer up quickly. Anyone who's watching this right now, you will have a limited amount of time to finish this off. All right, that's good. 1 minute on the clock. When that hits 0, we stop it. Normally, the reason I get around these long breaks is because I constantly stop between recordings to just do another break, talk to chat, think about what's coming up next. And it does take a little longer in the time, but it does extend my watch time in my camera from maybe almost 4.5 hours to 5. Maybe pushing 5 hours and 10 minutes to, I think we pushed it like 7.5 hours once before the camera died. I've been leaving it on straight this entire time, plus an hour beforehand. 45 minutes beforehand, so it took a lot less Also, all this stuff right now, when this video goes live for everyone, right after this, I will be cutting this out, so it'll just be straight Gundam the entire time, and I'm okay with that. Also, Digimon UP just released? Digimon Up. What is that? I have no idea. And it looks like we're at the... Why is it counting down further? There we go. Okay. So it looks like you guys want to continue with the small cam, so we will continue with the small cam. At least for a handful of episodes, and then we'll go back to the big cam. Also, Yokai, remember to stretch your legs so you don't have cramps? Oh, actually, I keep moving my legs under the table the entire time. So if you've ever seen me do like little ups and downs, it's because I'm actually raising and then lowering my legs because I keep trying to move them so they don't cramp up. Oh, it's a Digimon mobile game. Ah, that could go either really good or really bad. Mostly because while Master Duel for Yu-Gi-Oh! Is surprisingly good, I don't want to touch what Magic is doing because I heard it's fine, but there's so many issues with that, I don't want to touch it. Yeah. Oh, and Cyber Dragon, it was the Skygrasper video for what you mentioned earlier? Ah. Okay. I'm pulling a blank on what the Skygrasper is, though. Mostly because I see your previous comment about Digimon. Unless Digimon was related to Skygrasper, I'm just completely pulling a blank even more than I actually thought so. Me not forgetting things. Weird. Me forgetting things. Not so weird. Moving on. Let's jump into the next one. We'll probably leave the camera down for a bit. Also, wait. While Master Duel has a mobile client, Duel Links is the main mobile Yu-Gi-Oh game. Really? Oh. I only play it on my phone. Granted, I do have it on my PC as well, but okay. Oh, and Up is a gacha idol game, Cyber. Oh. Really? Wait, Doug, Seed is gory? Really? Oh. I don't remember it being that gory, and I've watched all of it. Granted, I also watched, what is the one that was tagged Ultra Violence, and thought it was kind of not that violent, so I can't really talk. Zeta is gorier? Was it? I mean, a lot of people died, but they didn't really go all that crazy on it. I mean, I've seen shows that are gory for the sake of gory. They didn't seem like it was that bad. Maybe I'm just not looking at it right, or I was overexposed to shows that extremely went into the high detail, so I'm not exactly a unbiased viewer then. Here's the thing, I don't actually like gore, but I've also seen plenty of shows that had fun with it. Guyver, that's the one. Yeah, I'm the kind of person who thought Guyver was not actually that gory. Seemed just more melodramatic than anything else. All right, let's move on. Just going to leave a like in advance. I have not left a single like on any video but the first one. I'm going to need to fix that later. Don't be a me. Make sure to leave a like on all these videos for Kakarot. And starting up now.
The neutral nation of Orb had become known as a land of peace, but despite this nickname, her rulers were very well aware that in order to ensure this neutrality, a powerful military was needed. And once the capabilities of Zaft's mobile suits became painfully obvious to everyone,
This is one of my favorite moments in Siege, just because even though it was the fall of the nation, it seemed like it was a good example of everything working in such a way that even if they lose, they made a good showing of it. It was really fun to watch.
It was clear that Orb would need mobile suits herself to keep up. And if you still want some more mecha goodness after this video, you can check out Ryan Tang's new book, Strength of 1,000.
I'm going to skip it because it's an ad, but this actually sounds interesting. I might check it out on my own time. Neat.
Down below. But now, back to the video. Despite the aforementioned neutrality, a top-secret joint effort to develop mobile suits was launched between the Earth Alliance and Morganrate, Orb's leading weapons manufacturer. For the Alliance, this offered a secretive place to develop their 5G weapons, and for Morganrate, it offered them the opportunity to copy as much as possible. And so they secretly began work on their own prototypes. This then resulted in 5 mostly identical Astray prototypes that were initially only
and the one that has a sword. Okay.
Distinguishable by their colors. Not only were they identical to themselves, but they also shared many features with their Alliance sister machines. Much of their frame was directly lifted from the X100 frame, and so was their beam technology. The only thing Morgan Raid was unable to copy was their phase shift armor that rendered them impervious to physical weapons. To counter this, the Astrays had less armor, and the armor that they did have was a special kind of foam metal compound. This then made the Astrays lighter and more maneuverable than their Alliance counterparts, a feature that would also carry over to their respective mass production units. Unfortunately for Orb, all 5 Astrays were stolen due to an unexpected Zaft attack on the colony that they were being produced at. But luckily for Orb, they didn't lose all of their data. At the same time, they were also developing a mass production version known as the M1 Astray on Earth, and these machines retained many of the features of the prototypes.
I don't know how I feel about this. Like, I've seen this mech before, but I'm still not entirely sure about this. Like, is it better for the giant wings up and down the back of it? I mean, from the back, the thruster panels up top look good, but the lower ones, all I can think is if they're walking, it's going to hit this every single time. Maybe that's just me overthinking it. No, never mind. It's explicitly me overthinking about, but it does look like a walking hazard when you're trying to pose it.
Other than some visual changes to the armor, the biggest change was the hardwired boosters on the backpack, whereas the prototypes had a hardpoint that was presumably meant for all kinds of...
Also, wasn't a Seed manga only, or was it actually an anime? I just missed that, because I don't think it was in Destiny. Huh. I think I remember hearing about it, though.
Backpacks had their development continued.
The wings
However,
were removable?
one big problem that was also present on the Alliance machines remained, making the machine pilotable for natural.
No, it looks like this was an anime. Have I just missed this entirely? Huh. I might have missed this entirely.
This was at first partially solved by some behind-the-scenes action that allowed Erica Simmons, the main engineer of the M1, to get her
I'm being told it was a manga OVA by Yokai, as well as a video game. And mostly manga, though. Oh, so might be worth checking out the OVA, then.
hands on the data of one of the stolen prototype Astray units that was being piloted by a natural. But despite her best efforts and those of the test pilots, the M1 was still extremely difficult for natural pilots to handle. This all changed when they received help from Kira Yamato. To make a long story short,
Gundam
due
Jesus.
to circumstances, the Alliance warship this coordinator was serving on had to flee into Orb to evade a Zaft pursuit force, and in exchange for supplies and repairs, he had to use his experience piloting the X-105 Strike to help perfect the operating system of the M1, and with its newly the X-105 Strike to help...
While not specifically mentioned in the anime, all events seem to point to such an agreement. Oh, okay. Also, the Astray appears on Sea Destiny. Huh, and the Astray had a short OVA, then the manga. The M1 Astray units did show up in the main series. Okay. I missed the OVA. I heard about the manga. I never actually read it, though. But it's one of those, it's been so many years, I wasn't sure I did, or if I'm just gaslighting myself into thinking I did.
Perfect the operating system of the M1, and with its newly optimized operating system, the M1 Astray was the most powerful mass production unit of its time, and it was easily capable of holding its own against the later Guays, which was fielded by Zaft near the end of the war. As a testament to its performance, these machines were carried over into the Second Bloody Valentine War, where they were often seen with a new flight unit called the Flight Rotor Shrike Pack. These units were hence designated as...
What? Do they have them like that? Like, do they bend crooked? Or... That's so... Sorry, I just... With how they're set up right now, they can pull them forward, but the wing is set up so it's flat as well, so it'd be pushing against it. Unless they're trying to do like a vertical takeoff with the rotors instead, it must bend. But at that point, it would be less useful to have that because they're stuck fixed in the wing. So you're pulling against the wing regardless. This is a very weird design. I don't like it. I really don't.
As the Astray.
Also, the Sea Astray follows Low and his Astray Red Frame, one of the prototype models. Oh, okay.
Shrike. During the First Bloody Valentine War, a space-only version of the M1 was also developed, and was designated as the M1A Astray. The biggest differences were improved and additional thrusters, an additional fuel tank to offset the increased fuel consumption, a simplified space-only leg structure that also greatly improved its mobility, and a bigger V-fin that increased its communication abilities. In terms of weaponry, these units would often be seen with a sniper variant of the regular beam rifle. The M1As were mostly used by the Sahakus, one of Orb's 5 noble families, and
I don't remember any of the families because, again, I only saw Seed and Destiny, and a lot of the families weren't gone into beyond the obvious main character ones. So all of this is people I just don't recognize. Also, I'm being told those things did rotate like a VTOL. Ah, were they also really bad like a VTOL? Seriously, those things are death traps. Or maybe I'm just thinking of the Harrier in general.
The one that was also in control of Morgan Rate. As a result, most would be used
Space
to guard
station?
the Ame-no-Mi Hashira military satellite, a station that was under the Sahaku's control
Is it a
and
death
also
laser?
served as the production facility of the M1 A handful also served with the 3 Ships Alliance and would be given exclusively to ace pilots such as Barry Ho. Despite the successful combat record of both the M1 and the M1A, they
Also, I'm being told the family appears in the manga by yokai. And so it's more characters primarily from Seed of Stray and probably the OVA or the manga only. And most likely just the manga because yokai mentioned that.
not get a true successor unit. Instead, they were followed up by the transformable Murasame. While some parts still bear some resemblance, it was quite the departure from the M1. The unit featured 2 12.5mm Sea-Wiz on the head and on each wing, 2 anti-air missiles on each front skirt, a high-energy beam cannon on its tail stabilizer, and a slightly upgraded version of the M1's beam saber.
If the beam cannon's here in the Gundam form, does it just shoot straight up in case... Or is it just like a wasted gun at that point? Might just be a wasted gun, actually. Huh.
Although it did only have 1 versus the M1's 2. Then for extra equipment, it of course had a beam rifle and a plethora of missiles that could be mounted onto the wings. Another strong point of the Murasame was that it also had atmospheric flight capabilities as a mobile suit. Still, despite all of these amazing features, the combat debut of these machines was less than stellar, as they would be routinely defeated during the hunt on the Zaft assault carrier Minerva. But as the war went on, Or pilots seemed to have familiarized themselves with these high-performance machines and were able to get significantly higher performance out of them.
So these were the enemies, the Minerva, which is the main character or carrier you're playing as, watching from the position of in the beginning of Destiny, before switching over to the actual main characters and everyone else just becomes the villains you have to defeat or watch get defeated. Again, Destiny had issues, man.
This high performance became especially obvious with ace pilot Andrew Waldfeld behind the controls. Other than its striking golden color, this unit was identical to the regular Murasame. Throughout the war, 2 variants of the Murasame are known to have existed. The first one was a reconnaissance unit,
and that's the other reason that I cannot forgive Destiny. They did the cool thing of Waldfeld surviving and then didn't do anything with it. Yeah, I'm still salty about that, literally years later.
That was simply known as the Murasame reconnaissance type. The only difference with the regular Murasame was that the tail stabilizer had been replaced with a sensor radome. The second variant was a space-only version and was known as the Otsukigata. While it retained the ability to transform into a mobile armor mode, its wings were now replaced with a sensor unit and a railgun. It also had extra thrusters and an upgraded fire control system that, in theory, with the help of the new sensor, could identify up to 128 targets and lock onto 32 of them, but in
only 32. I mean, I guess the big thing about the Freedom, for example, was they could just lock onto everything, which is why it was hyper powerful, because you could make all those called shots. So any other mech doing that would be kind of impressive in its own right.
practice, this would often be cut in half due to interference from the end jammers. But even with that, the machine was still an excellent artillery and sniper unit. And just as the Murasame replaced the M1 as the general machine, the Otsukigata would replace the M1A in space. But supposedly, it was also made to work in tandem with the M1A, which would suggest that these machines also served, or at least were planned to serve.
I just realized one of the big differences here is the venting is straight down as opposed to this one, which is straight out. Huh. I guess that's more defensive intake?
During the Second Bloody Valentine War. And talking about the Astrays, Orb wasn't the only one making these units. Seeing that the invasion of Orb could not be averted, former leader Uzumi Naraatha decided to pay the ultimate price and self-detonated himself along with all Morgan Raid facilities to prevent them from falling into enemy hands.
Oh, they're playing... Again, I do have good memories for Seed. And just hearing this music is... Oh, dude, I got goosebumps on that thing.
This, of course, also meant that many engineers were now without a job. One of these was Yoon Sefan, a gearhead who managed to evade the Alliance and found work with the Junk Guild. Other than her usual engineer work, she also set out to create a whole new mobile suit for them, the Raysta. Although, maybe calling it a...
Standard colors? I don't... Like, for some things with Astray, I kind of knew a bit about it, but not really. I wasn't entirely sure. This is something I've never heard of. If anything, if I had seen this, I would have thought it's a stripped-down Sandrock Gundam because of the shoulders. This is all new. So I'm assuming this is probably either from one of the manga I don't know, but it has to be from a manga I don't know then.
New mobile suit isn't exactly the correct term.
Oh?
You might have noticed that Raysta is an anagram of Astray. This machine was in fact made with...
Yes, I definitely knew that. Hey, random distraction. Is that literally just the pilot with a window to view from? I mean, I'm not sure if that's structurally sound, but it looks cool.
About 40% M1 Astray parts. Why about 40%?
Stolen?
Well, that's because it was made mostly out of scavenged parts. Still, with the war raging on,
without anyone finding out.
Probably more than enough wrecks to mass-produce these machines and to sell them to people who wanted a mobile suit in a very similar way.
Also, I'm being told this is also the Astray manga. Okay. Base model with space backpack. Still looks cool.
As one would sell a car. You had the base model, which looked a bit boring, but still had some cool features, like hardpoints, legs that could transform to grab containers.
I just realized this is literally the equivalent of saying a Toyota Corolla. It's like, this baby will get you everywhere. Oh my god. Also, Gabriel. Gundam Astray, no name. Load Astray, like the version Astray model of the best? Ah. Need to build up a picture of that later.
Containers, and something rarely seen on military mobile suits, handlebars around the cockpit and on the cockpit hatch. And then you had various option parts to make your Astray, your Raysta, look cooler and more personalized. And to absolutely no one's surprise, one of the most popular options was the Gundam head pack. Other than looking cool, it also offered better sensors. So there was some use to this.
More sensors,
and talking about functionality, while...
Wait, the Gundam pack actually came with more sensors? I thought it was sheerly style. I guess those would be the antenna instead of just literally aura farming points. Or more likely, they're explicitly aura farming points that the designers had found some way to make sound useful.
People who bought these units were contractually forbidden from equipping them with weapons. These machines were still completely capable of using weapons.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more, say no more. Don't look whatever's under the covers. Got it.
Something that the Junk Guild once had to do themselves when they came under attack from the Earth Alliance. Another Astray variant was also developed by the Junk Guild, but this time in cooperation with the DSSD research group. They were looking for a worker unit that could also serve as a combat unit in case of emergency, and the result was a civilian Astray DSSD Custom. The two most...
The head looks really odd here. In fact, there's so much glass effect, it almost makes me think it's a spacesuit more than a mobile suit. He's like, I know it's a mobile suit, but the head aspect alone is what's making me think that.
Striking things about this unit were the visor, which served to protect the delicate sensors behind it from space debris, and its propulsion system. This was a combination of traditional thrusters and a new prototype electromagnetical propulsion.
Oh, I just realized, yeah, you can see it. It actually folds out. I mean, I actually kind of don't like that because it looks really thin and lacking because you can't actually see where any of the propulsion would come from to get to there. So it kind of just gives away the entire empty design philosophy. Okay.
System that was later also used in the Stargazer Gundam. Although this combination granted it finer controls in addition to being less polluting, they didn't benefit the mobile suit in battle. But despite not being a combat mobile suit, it still passed battle. But
when the safety limiter was disengaged, the laser torch could act as a beam saber. Authorization from above was required to do this. Ah, so it's not a military mobile suit. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, say no more, say no more.
Despite not being a combat mobile suit, it still packed enough of a punch
this
to
was
pose
in the
a
anime
threat
as well?
if used in high enough numbers. Then once the DSSD's quota was met, the Junk Guild also began selling these to civilians, which again led to many customizations. The most famous one was probably Leon's Graves' Purple Astray. But as a mercenary, he wanted something a bit more geared towards
despite the uniform, he was a natural. Oh shit.
Combat. So he changed many of the internal parts to more combat-suited ones.
Yeah.
The two more obvious changes were a slightly different head with sensors that were better suited for sniping, and a power-receiving unit on the backpack that sounds...
Also, being told the main use was in Stargazer. I thought Stargazer was an OVA, or is that a full series and I just missed it completely? Or was it something else?
very similar to the Impulse's Deuterion beam system. This machine was then appropriately dubbed the Arms Astray PMC Custom. The DSSD Custom was also further developed by the Junk Guild themselves and resulted into the cheaper civilian Astray Junk Guild Custom.
Version and blue
it was
version.
largely the same unit and would be manufactured on the same production line to keep costs to a minimum. The biggest difference seems to be the backpack that was copied from the Astray prototypes that also housed two beam sabers. And just as the aforementioned Raysta, this thing would also feature various option parts. But ironically enough, after the first production run, the Gundam head option now became more or less standardized.
So I'm assuming they just had better results and probably more people going for it, which, to be fair, Gundam looks damn cool, so it makes sense. And Cyber Dragon did clarify, as well as Yokai, this is an OVA, but it got a novel. Oh, okay.
Because so many people dislike the DSSD Customs visor head. So now the visor head and the chin bar became optional parts. Many other Astray prototype replica parts could also be bought as option parts, and while expensive, this was often a small price to pay for the
They have the chin bar and the double swords.
pilots who wanted a more legit looking machine.
These options were also compatible with the DSSD Custom.
They did nothing for the machine's performance though. So let's wrap up this video with the three most well-known modifications of the Junk Guild Custom. We've got the civilian Astray Zero Custom, which was modified to look like the blue frame and featured a metric shit ton of weapons.
This is actually one of those variants that, I think this is something that if you breathe on a model of this IRL, it would fall apart because there's so many things sticking out in so many ways. Oh my god.
Including a genuine IWSP striker pack courtesy of Lucas O'Donnell. And talking about lookalikes, there was the Gundam Astray Violence Geist, which was...
What? After the pilot had a change of heart, the unit was renamed the Astray Geist. Ah, former villain, got it.
Was piloted by an imposter of Lo Gul, the pilot of the Astray Red Frame. And yet the mostly black Violence Geist was nicknamed Fake Red because it had red lights installed on it. Just paint the damn thing red if you want to impersonate Lo. Our final machine then was a Turn Delta, modified by the
They're giving an... I'm sorry, they're using the Turn name again in this series. Oh, are they trying to lead into the idea that everything leads to Turn A, which was technically the initial canon for Turn A Gundam? Because that seems like a very distinct naming choice.
And himself, Logiel. This thing was a combination of the Delta Astray and the Junk Guild Custom, resulting in quite a unique appearance. It got its name from the triangle-shaped Voiture Lumière system on its back, and the L in its model number stood for low. And to make things come full circle, this machine...
Also, I'm being told not really? Okay, so it's more just they're using the name again, but it's not literally related.
Was later used to upgrade the first machine we talked about in this video, Lowe's Gundam Astray Red Frame. This machine then became known as the Gundam Astray Red Frame Kai. And I almost forgot about yet another
Mars
custom
jacket?
civilian Astray, the Mars Jacket. And rather than having replica parts, these parts came directly from the Gundam Astray Red Frame Mars Jacket. As a result, this unit not only looked like the real deal, but also performed like the real deal. And that is all for the development history of the M1 Astray, a machine with a surprising amount of variations once you saw.
I really need to check out Astray, don't I? Like, it seems like the big thing I've been missing from from Seed that actually is good. Huh.
Start looking past the anime. To be honest, I wasn't planning on doing this video immediately after the Dagger development, but the results of the poll didn't lie. Anyways, a big thank you to Ryan Tang for sponsoring this video, and as always, another big thank
All right. And before we do anything else, I'm going to see about switching over back to the main camera because it should be cool enough now to at least go a bit longer. Unless I'm wrong. Oh, no, it's back. All right. Let's go back into the normal videos. Unlike the normal ones where we're already doing them. And this is going to be the Jin development history.
In order to counter the Alliance's vast military, Zaft began work on a humanoid fighting mecha that was based on the humble power loader worker suit. This would eventually...
Wait, that's what they started on? To be fair, it looks like a ball without the extra armor around it, so sure, why not?
Result in the now famous Jin. The first known prototype for the Jin was the YMF-01B, completed in Cosmic Era 67, and is therefore sometimes considered as the first prototype mobile suit ever. However, even though it was the first one to see combat, the first prototype to be completed was an unknown unit in Cosmic Era 65. Due to time and possibly secrecy, almost all data on it has been lost, and we currently only...
Is this one of those things where they just haven't bothered to show pictures of it, or it's going to be like a Tall Geese where it's like actually too powerful for anyone to control, so we hid it away? Which sounds like it would actually be pretty cool, but I'm not sure they would do that a third time.
We know that it existed.
Fourth?
Still, it is possible that since the 67 prototype was a YMF-01B, that the 65 prototype was the earlier YMF-01A. Upon completion then, the YMF-01B was deemed as a success and would enter mass production, while at the same time being further developed into what would eventually become the ZGMF-1017 Jin. It was also at this time that the name of the YMF-01B was changed from Jin to Proto-Jin in order to avoid confusion. But even with the introduction of the new Jin, the role...
I don't know what it means about my level of geekiness, but as soon as I heard Proto-Jin, all I was like, wait, why is Proto-Jin involved in this? It was like, oh, no, wait, this isn't a crossover, we're safe. But for a second there, my mind went that way. God, that would probably be really fucked up and go meat suits.
Of the Proto-Jin was far from over.
I'm not the only one hearing that, right?
Some units were redesigned as the ZGMT-01 Jin Trainer and would serve as training units for Zaft pilots for many years to come, even after the introduction of newer machines. A less glamorous role that they were also often seen in was as manual labor on board of ships or at many Zaft bases.
If it works.
Some of these worker units also seem to have had their backpacks replaced with that of a Jin Ochre. A modification that makes a lot of sense, considering that this backpack increased the Jin's operating time by adding extra batteries and gas turbine generators. Due to their high production numbers.
Because they were not using nukes in this one right off the bat, which is one of the things that the Freedom did.
They were also sold to private entities. A more honorable distinction then that I also previously mentioned is that the Proto-Jin was the first mobile suit to ever be used in battle. In Cosmic Era 69, Plant Supreme Council Chairman Siegel Klein announced that Junius 7 through Junius 10 would be converted into...
Okay, I know it's supposed to be like a new design because they don't want to use cylinders again, or like specifically O'Neill cylinders. But the more I look at this, the more I think these are so incredibly fragile. Any space debris would tear through this. Like, they'd have to actively pilot around any little thing because these are incredibly fragile design. Granted, every space colony is an incredibly fragile design, but still, it's just... These definitely highlighted. Living in space is, yeah, that's a choice. I know it's meant to collect, but just... they look so fragile, man.
Agricultural colonies in order to increase plant autonomy. In response, several of the plant sponsor nations decided to use their military might as a threat. For them, it was vital that the plants remained reliant on them so that they could keep control over them. Unfortunately for them, this plan completely backfired when the fleet they sent was annihilated by a much smaller force of Zaft mobile suits. It was in the wake of this incident that Alliance Admiral Dwayne Halberton proposed the G project. Even though it was rejected, he still managed to get it started in secret. It is also possible that this battle is where the estimate of 1 Jin equals 3 Mobius mobile armors originated. It would also explain why this estimate proved...
Also, Yokai, you're still struggling to understand how they work? I mean, the design itself isn't bad on its face. Solar collectors here, this is why you have one here, both leading into collecting from different sides, so one would be getting light, one wouldn't. I'm assuming they would also be spinning, and the spin would be changing which side is getting light from the central disk. That said, they'd have to be orienting on the sun to get it there, and if anyone even does some little sabotage to cut the wires or cutting the central point, they're literally just giant piles of, well, there's a lot of strings held together, and they're probably held in pretty tight, so if one of these went away, everything would be thrown off. And have you ever tried spinning a yo-yo, then cutting the string? Yeah, any bit of space debris that hits it and damages it probably destroys a plant. Like, it's a very, very struggling design. But, on the other hand, it could function to collect light this way. If I'm assuming correctly, that is. And since it's me, I could be very, very wrong. Because I do that a lot.
This incident that Alliance rejected that this battle is where the estimate of 1 Jin equals 3 Mobius mobile armors originated. It would also explain why this estimate proved so wrong during the Bloody Valentine War. Not only had the Jin pilots not experienced real combat yet, but the standard Jin was also significantly more powerful than the proto-Jin that was used during this battle. Other than some slight redesigns to the armor, the biggest changes were an added sensor array on its head and a much higher performance backpack.
Mohawk.
Its standard weaponry consisted of a 76mm heavy assault machine gun and a heavy blade. Oftentimes they would also be seen with the Pardus triple-barreled short-range guided missile launchers and the Katus 500mm recoilless rifle. And for taking on heavily fortified targets, they could also be outfitted with the so-called D equipment. This consisted of either 2 Kanus short-range guided missile launchers.
I do like how giant they're making these missiles look. Because, like, normally, when you think missile, it's compared to a ship or like a taking off rocket. But these are essentially the sizes of ballistic missiles, like full-on intercontinental almost, or maybe even short-range ballistic missiles. They're huge, considering, you know, a human would be the size of this guy's foot. Like, the chest size would be a single human. These are multi-human tall, like siloed missile size individual shots, and they have 4 of them just mounted on it. It is kind of absurd when you think about it. Also, according to Blaze, the habitat areas are top and bottom of the hourglass. Yep, they're actually just held together spinning around, which is why the angled frames would be able to angle the light in, and half would be getting, half wouldn't. And how do they get fake centrifugal force for fake gravity? Yeah, essentially. These look like capital missiles? Yes. And the Jin is one of your favorite grunts, along with the Leo. Davis, which is weird, I don't agree with you, and I don't have anything wrong with them. I just don't have any strong feelings about them. Don't know why. Probably because they always felt derivative to the standard Xeon variation, because they're so incredibly similar, which didn't really bother me with the rest of the Gundams, or the other knockoffs, which were explicitly just knockoffs of Xeon stuff. But this one just never did it for me. Nothing wrong with it, though. It's a perfectly fine mobile suit.
Or a
Also, Yoka, to answer your question, how they kept force, theoretically, they would be spinning very slowly, but they're so far out, a little went a long way. Except in every single image you ever see of them, none of them move. So you just don't ask questions and ignore it. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the answer.
Aruskai Heavy Ion Cannon. This last one was also the only beam weapon in the Jin's arsenal because it had its own reactor rather than having to rely on the Jin's reactor.
Oh!
The equipment could then also be paired with the...
Wait, so that gun had its own... That would do it. Yeah, who needs the weapons from the mobile suit? You're just holding it at that point.
Pardo's missile launchers for even more firepower. And finally, some Jins have also been spotted with a sniper rifle that was typically associated with the Jin long-range reconnaissance type. This large variety of weapons combined with a very solid base model made the Jin a very versatile unit that was quickly produced en masse by Zaft. And as a result, many personalized custom units exist. The most well-known unit was probably Miguel Ayman's bright orange Jin. And the color wasn't just for show. It had enhanced thrusters that gave it a 20% performance boost over the regular Jin, and it also had a customized shield for defensive purposes.
I can't read it.
Together with this machine, Miguel earned himself the nickname the Magic Bullet of Dusk. And
I do not remember this guy at all, so he's probably either from one of the OVAs or Destiny. I blocked the memory. Could go either way on this.
Fortunately, this machine was undergoing repairs during the attack on Heliopolis, and Miguel was forced to temporarily switch to a standard Jin instead. Another Jin with upgraded thrusters was the red custom Jin used by ace pilot Good Ver, who later became known as the hero of Zaft. This was after a miraculous battle where he single-handedly managed to take out an entire Federation fleet after all of his allies had been defeated.
Oh.
Other than increased performance, it also had customized shoulders.
How do I have no idea who this guy is? Like, maybe I'm just forgetting a lot of things from Seed, which is entirely possible, but I don't remember any of these characters, unless they were in Stardust or Astray, and I just never got them at all, so that would be why.
And despite being known as the hero of Zaft, he would later desert the army. Other custom colored Jins were the white machines used by Jean Carey and Raoul Le Creuset. Although, other than the color scheme, these were just standard
Raoul I
Jins.
remember, though.
And given their widespread usage, it also shouldn't come as a surprise that many units fell into private hands and were customized as their owners saw fit. One such unit belonged to collector and professional mobile suit pilot Kate Madigan, who adorned his standard Jin with his trademark white and orange cross. Another standard Jin with some slight visual alterations was Unno's Jin.
Okay, that's kind of cool before and after. Oh, he actually repaired it with the actual... Oh, you see where he even put over the really weak striping here. I guess literal patchwork. Also, Yoke, how many Char clones were there in Seed again? I don't actually know, but the thing about it is in Seed, they were legitimately clones. It's actually one of the first time I heard about telomeres, and how if you shorten them in a clone, at least in their universe, it would shorten the lifespan because you aged faster. One, telomeres are a real thing. If you found a way to extend them, that actually would have that effect because it's how your body regulates not getting cancer by cutting out pieces of your DNA so that they don't become cancerous. But in the process, it also breaks down your DNA so it's replicated worse each time, leading to aging and just degradation of cells and bodily functions in the process. I'm heavily simplifying this, but it's not entirely wrong. I was just mostly missing all of the point. Biology is complicated. But yeah, all of them were literally clones. Not of Char, of course, because it's a different universe, but a lot of the villains were just clones who were really fucking insane. Like literally an insane clone factory. It was kind of absurd. But according to Blaze, Rao and Neo are the main ones. Durandal has the same VA as Alex Dino, and he is a Quattro. I'm actually forgetting what Quattro was. It's been so many years. I don't know why I remember the villains being clones. That's a weird detail. But that's the part I do remember.
Although, other than the color scheme, they weren't exactly customizations as much as they were
Patch jobs?
repairs.
Yeah.
While protecting his colony from pirates, his Jin got damaged, and everyone's favorite Junkyll tech, Lo Gyul, did his best to patch up the Jin. As a thank you then, the old swordsman gave Lo the katana of his mobile suit, the Garbera Straight, and also trained Lo how to use it. This then left to repair Jin with only the Tiger Pierce Wakizashi, but who needs ranged weapons when you have style?
I mean, if there's one thing Gundam holds true on, it doesn't matter how up-armored the enemy is, if you can flex on them with all the aura, you're probably going to win the fight.
Most notorious Jins then
Hey,
were no doubt the two custom ones used by mercenary group Serpent Tail. One was used by Elijah Keel and had the so-called Buster Sword mounted on its head that could be used as a last resort. The other one then was used by their main pilot, Guy Murakumo.
Is that it's an actual literal physical dagger, unpowered daggers over each shoulder. That is so edgelord. Oh my
machine
God.
was significantly more customized and therefore also had a much higher performance than the standard Jin. For greater speed and agility, its armor was made thinner, and additional thrusters were mounted on its body and on the legs. And to fuel all of these extra thrusters, it had two large fuel tanks mounted on the back that gave it more operating time than the...
Those were external fuel tanks? Yeah, I guess that makes sense, and if anyone's getting behind you and able to shoot them, you're probably already screwed in a high-mobility vehicle, so I guess it's fine, but at the same time... Any Outwen? Alright, thanks for dropping in, man. Also, Wave mentioned seed characters split the Char role among multiple other characters, and Rao was the crazy mask man, while Arthron was the main character's rival and pilot of the red mobile suit. Yep. I like how Seed made both physical and beam weapons viable for their own reasons. Yeah, that's true, where it kind of does lean one way or the other in almost every other franchise. Although 00 literally meant beam weapons are better, except for this one instance, which is the entire point of some of the models, and that's a completely different side story we'll eventually probably get to when we hit the 00. If this playlist has anything from 00 on it, no, I'm not sure they do, actually.
Standard Jin. Despite all of this though, Guy's Jin wasn't made for combat per se. It was designed with a specific mission in mind. Destroying a Zaft supply base and then getting the hell out of there.
Yeah,
the increased operating time was so that it could operate more independently away from their mothership, and it's...
Wait, destroying Zaft? Oh. I just assumed he was like maybe one of their contractors, but okay, apparently not.
Weapons also reflect this attitude. It was armed with flashbangs to make a quick getaway, and rather than the Jin's standard heavy sword, it was armed with two last-ditch Armor Schneider combat knives, which have seemingly nothing to do with the Strike's Armor Schneider combat knives as far as we know.
And they don't fold out either, they're just there in the sides. So yeah, this is hit and run and nothing else.
I guess that works. Be that maybe they were made by the same company and that they're differentiated by a model number, which we don't know about, but regardless. Other than those unique weapons, Guy's Jin could of course also use the standard Jin weaponry, and the M68 Katu's recoilless rifle works wonders against bases.
Because it just has a big gun.
One more interesting modification was that instead of the normal sensor mohawk, it had a second mono eye to better survey its surroundings.
Oh, that's an eye!
Moving on.
Oh, I thought that was just a dot painted on the model. Okay. Huh. I'm not sure how I feel about that, because considering what speed it's going, you think just situational awareness would be better than a single eye just to observe things. But okay, sure, why not?
Surroundings. Moving on to the Second Bloody Valentine War then, another infamous Jin appeared and would become even more notorious. This unit, typically called the Insurgent type, was mostly brown and also had floodlights installed on it. On the normal Jin, these would have...
the War Crime Gundam. More of them! Sorry, the War Crime Jin. My apologies. We've had so many of those so far. Does it also have feet-mounted machine guns for extra penetration?
Been pointless since it came equipped with a low light level television system for use in low light situations. The reason for the floodlights then was that the group that used this Jin simply could not figure out this system and therefore had to improvise. It also prominently featured a red K on its chest, and although...
Oh, so it's not a war crime, it's people who probably stole and don't know what they're doing.
It's not confirmed what it stands for. Given that its actions involved indiscriminately killing civilians, I would say...
Never mind, I take that back. It's war crimes. It's also possible that it's the initial of the organization they belong to.
That's simply...
I have no idea what show this is from. I'm assuming Stargazer or something? Okay.
Kill is not a far-fetched explanation. The saddest part then is that this terrorist Jin was piloted by 3 children.
What?
Of course, many pirates would also manage to get their hands on some Jins, with Anstan, or Hinson, depending on how you want to pronounce it, turning his Jin into a very metal machine. Other than screaming, it's not a phase, Mom,
I just realized he has the horn for telecommunications is a sword. He actually just made it a head sword. Oh my god. And there's spikes everywhere, so he could just do ramming procedures and have it slightly more damaging to the other guy. It says heartbeat over here, and I have no idea what tack says or whatever. There's extra claws on one end, and oh my god, it's whoever says this, you know, the joke is it's not a phase, Mom. I'm thinking, oh no, it's way too late for that. If you're lucky, it was a phase. This is not a phase. This is, oh dear God, someone get help. They're doing the thing again.
Also came with a nice array of weapons, turning this into quite a deadly machine.
It's so stupid.
Next up
looking.
then are 2 extremely customized pirate Jins that were designed to work in tandem with each other.
And you can see exactly where in the Universal Century that at least the gun tank variant came from. And the really pathetic arm joint. That is, that looks way too thin for how big the external armor is.
The Jin Tempester was designed as a high mobility unit with larger thrusters than the normal Jin, but this also meant that its operational time suffered. The Jin Fuego, on the other hand, was the long-range support unit of the duo. That being said, it was less of a mobile suit and more of a missile truck with the Jin's head on it.
Yeah.
And while they were probably fine
I just realized this is the communications horn going off, or horn, I can't speak, horn, there's the word, right off the back. Oh,
in their own right, their big mistake was taking on Jung Guild's #1 ace pilot,
yep, this is a stray.
Gil. And talking about the Jung Guild, they of course also made their own custom Jin, the Works Jin. Essentially, this was any Jin that they could get their hands on and then modified to be more geared towards industrial uses.
Oh yeah, the side, so there's good versatility back and forth. They have a towing hook in it.
Due to the nature of this machine, many different variants
exist. Is it from a game as well?
But the most common modifications were a new backpack, different shoulders, and a winch on the crotch. For combat then, these units have been seen with a Mobius's linear gun jerry-rigged into their hands, but presumably they could also still use standard Jin weaponry, assuming that they were available and that their Works Jin still had normal manipulator hands. But now back to Zaft. Seeing as how many Jins were created, they also came up with a system to easily increase the performance of existing Jins.
Oh?
Rather than painstakingly customizing them, they designed the Assault Shroud. The idea was simple.
Oh, extra armor, extra guns, extra speed aspects that can move in and out. Okay, yeah, it's literally just building on top of the frame.
Literally increase everything. It had more armor, more thrusters, more batteries, and more built-in weapons. There was only one problem. The Saigu finished its development shortly after the Assault Shroud was introduced, and it was simply more cost-effective to start producing the new and superior unit, and because of this, only a handful of these so-called Jin Assault types exist. Despite this, the armor did have a lasting legacy. The Saigu would also get its own Assault Shroud, albeit slightly different.
I'll be honest, that actually looks really good. Like, it's so cool, and you can see the armor on top of it. Something about mechs wearing extra armor on top of their armor is just one of those concepts I really love the look of. And this kind of nails it, man.
differently, and later the captured dual Gundam would also get an assault shout inspired by that of the Jin. The final unit we'll be covering in today's video then is the Jin ceremonial decoration type.
Yeah, I guess I would do it.
As the name indicates, this machine was mainly meant as a showpiece during important events, ceremonies, parades, etc.
That asshole.
As a result, it had very ornate golden markings inspired by dress uniforms of the past, and this included a mobile suit-sized aiguillette, a ceremonial saber for the officers, and a ceremonial 76mm rifle for the normal soldiers.
Oh shit, yeah, it does.
There is definitely
Also, wave. Oh, there's not a ceremonial type guide? Oh, if there was a kit for this, I'm not sure I would go for it because it's still not the interesting gun kit or a model kit to me. But it is really cool though, and I like anything that has a little gold in it.
something quaint about seeing a super modern mech with a single shot
Cavalry
bolt
saber.
action rifle made out of real oak. Normally this
How many
rifle
trees
was
do
loaded
they
with
use?
blanks, but should the need arise, it could also be loaded with real ammo. The saber, on the other hand, was made from foam metal and was purely cosmetic.
Oh my god.
So that is all for part 1,
what?
foam metal to be loaded with real ammo. The saber, on the other hand, was made from foam metal and was purely cosmetic.
I'm actually disappointed about that one. I wished it was a real sword.
So that is all for part 1 of the Jin's development history. If you enjoyed it, be sure to leave a like and stay tuned for part 2, where we'll be covering the more specialized Jins.
Speaking of, let's hit part 2 up. Also, Duck, if it had one, I think I would pick it up. Honestly, yeah, I can see that. It does look cool though.
To say that the Jin was a massive success for Zaft would be quite the understatement. Despite their numerical disadvantage, it had allowed them to fight on more than equal footing with the Earth Alliance.
Yeah.
Still, no matter how good of a general machine the Jin was, the ever-expanding battlefield would soon demand more specialized versions of the Jin to make the most of it. The first one we'll be having a look at today is arguably one of the most high-performance Jins of the war, the Jin High Maneuver type. As its name indicates, this was a Jin with significantly increased mobility thanks to the thrusters mounted all over its body. And in order to maintain the high reliability that the Jin became known for, these were all based on tried and true technology. Therefore, most of these extra thrusters were your run-of-the-mill thrusters, and even the brand new high-performance backpack was based on an engine used in many battleships. So servicing these machines was a total
I don't remember seeing this specific drill, but they definitely reused this design when they went on to the later series for 00, because that's more or less the iconic design of the solar reactors they use there. They just repurposed it for this. Kind of cool that they have overarching designs they've carried forward, rather than just giant mech in general.
Originally, it was just meant as a stopgap measure between the Jin and their next generation machine, the Guis, but a combination of high performance, high reliability, and excellent serviceability meant that this machine was quickly able to capture the hearts of its pilots. As a result, demand for this version of the Jin remained high even after the introduction of the on-paper even higher performance Guis. It is also worth mentioning that despite their extremely positive reception, only a few units were ever produced. As a result, aces were prioritized when it came to assigning these machines, and it became a very desired machine. Even though the high maneuver type was never produced in large numbers, its legacy was enough to ensure further development.
I don't remember this image, but it feels like Destiny to me, so it's probably something I'm intentionally forgetting. Also, Adrian, hello. New to the channel, but loving the Kakarot's MS development. Yeah, you're not the only one. I'm not the new to the part, but like loving the Kakarot's development video series. It's really fun, man.
Around the same time that the Guis was completed, the Jin High Maneuver Type 2 also came to be.
More swords.
This unit featured even more and better verniers, a new backpack that featured
Why
high
is
mobility
everyone
over
grabbing
raw
swords?
power, and also had a new blade that was shaped like a katana. These changes made the High Maneuver Type 2 much more geared towards close combat when compared to the original. Another change was an improved sensor mohawk and a generator that was also capable of powering beam weapons.
So I'm not the only one calling it a mohawk. Okay, good to know, because I was just calling it mohawk because that's what I thought it was. Like, no, it's a horn, but no, it's a flat out mohawk, man. Glad we agree on this.
Weaponry. As such, they were commonly seen equipped with a beam carbine. Its katana wasn't a beam weapon, but that didn't make it any less deadly.
Why?
It could still easily slice through a mobile suit, and it has also been said that its origins can be traced back to the same roots as those of the Red Frame's Gerbera straight katana. Despite its high performance, priority was given to the much more all-rounded and easier to pilot Guays, and again, only a handful of units were produced that were then given to mostly ace pilots. Unfortunately for the high maneuver Type 2, it would eventually get a more troubled legacy than its predecessor. Zala loyalists would use these machines to drop the remains of Junius 7 onto Earth.
Oh, also, Adrian, this is from MSV. Mobile Suit Victory?
Devastating terrorist attack that would later become known.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, I must be doing a lot of weird things here. The Zaku was Zaf, so this is Xeon. Unless I'm completely wrong here.
As the Break the World incident, and would also give the Earth Alliance the perfect pretext to again go to war with the plants, resulting
Nope, this is still in the seeds one. Okay, maybe I wasn't getting thrown off.
In the Second Bloody Valentine War.
Therefore, we have given notice to the government of the plants. As forewarned, the nation of the Earth Alliance will use force to eliminate this threat at midnight tonight. As for okay, they're still going the same line. Yeah, this was Destiny. That's why I'm intentionally forgetting it. Anyone surprised?
But now back to the beginning of the First Bloody Valentine War. As the fighting in space was quickly turning in the plants' favor, it wouldn't be long before they would need dedicated units for use on Earth. And one of the most successful ones of these was without a doubt the Jin Ogre. Short for Jin Operation Commando Hard Environment Reinforced.
Was that spelled out in Japanese and then transferred over to English and they just really chose words to work in there? Or is this one of those instances where it's Japanese choosing to use English? I don't know which one makes it weirder because I don't understand it in any way, shape, or form. But okay, sure, why not?
All parts required for space operation were removed, and it was fitted with dust-proof filters on the air intakes, protective seals on the joints, extra armor plating on the feet that could also fold out to provide more stability, a higher performance sensor mohawk, smoke dischargers, and it even came with a special tight beam ultrasonic scanner and pulse compression subsurface radar. Finally, the winged backpack was also replaced by a more hardy backpack that featured a combination of gas turbine generators and batteries to give it a
Yep. And you can actually see all the extra filters on it as well. Oh man.
Longer
it's a
operating
cool
time
effect.
than the normal Jin. For weaponry, it could of course use the standard Jin weapons, but it would often be seen with the experimental MMI XM17 37.5mm hypervelocity rifle and a heavy axe. This combination of hardened reliability and firepower would ensure that the Jin Ogre would still see action after the introduction of the Baku and even into the Second Bloody Valentine War. However, aside from that, most of their action would consist of guarding bases and as a worker unit, something that the Ogre probably excelled at thanks to its longer operational time. In the sea then, we first got the Jin Fighter Experimental Maneuver in Water and Surface, or FEMUS.
I just realized with the extra fin on the back, it looks like a shark going through the water almost.
For short.
Oh my god.
Unlike the previously mentioned units, this was a heavily modified machine that would eventually lead to the development of a brand new mobile suit, the Goon. Because of this, it would all
I remember seeing this because, again, I watched regular Seed. I didn't realize it was called a Goon. Can we all look at the obvious part that it's a white swimmer-shaped object that goons? I'm making accurate statements right here, nothing more.
also retroactively be known as the Proto-Goon. For weapons, the Famous came with 2 built-in
Ah, yes, you can see he's all blue.
7-barrel torpedo launchers on the arms, and it was sometimes also equipped with a 47mm dart launcher for extra firepower. Next up was the Jin Wasp, or the Jin Water Adapted Search and Patrol. But unlike its name
Does it look like it
indicated,
works?
it seems that this unit was made mostly to serve as support for Zaft's other marine units as opposed to a
So more just getting in and out,
unit.
but still being on land.
Even though they could only operate up to a depth of 100 meters, it was relatively easy to
That's not
convert
that
one
deep.
of the many normal Jins into a Jin Wasp, allowing them to quickly expand their underwater forces. Just as the Ochre, all space equipment was removed, this time to make room for underwater equipment. Waterproof seals were applied to the joints, the backpack was replaced, hydrojet engines were mounted throughout the chassis, and it received a variety of sensors such as a passive sonar array, an ultra-long-wave data communication system, the so-called Lorenzini sensors, which were electric field sensors that worked in a very similar way to a shark's sensory organs.
Oh shit, they actually did that? See, that's actually fascinating. I have no idea if IRL we have any technology even similar to that, but it would be really fun to find out because I love just looking at new tech that's being developed. But that's actually a really cool thing to include in there, that there's actually an electromagnetic sensor similar to what actually is existing in nature. Oh, note to self, look that up as soon as we end the stream. Also, Adrian, 1, thanks. 2, also, for the Strike Gundam development, it's a 3-part video. Oh my.
And a towed sonar array. In terms of weapons then, it typically used the MMI TT-04 405mm Mark II
Torpedoes.
multi-purpose torpedo
It has a
launcher, which
torpedo
fired
gun.
rocket-propelled
Oh my
torpedoes
God.
that worked well both in water and on the ground.
Why would it
But
work on the
some
ground at all?
units were also
Rocket.
seen with a rocket dart launcher and even phonon maser cannons, a weapon that would become standard on many of Zaft's later amphibious machines.
Laser
Even
cannons
though
really
it
underwater?
wasn't the greatest amphibious
Okay.
mobile suit ever, its ease of production and probably also maintenance would ensure its continued use, and it would be further upgraded to the Jin Wasp Custom during the Second Bloody Valentine War. This unit was visually identical, but featured improved Lorenzini sensors and various other internal upgrades that increased its cruising range. In this
Okay, I need to ask, what is that? Like, this is like an upgun of some of the previous ones. Same with this one. I have no idea what this hulking amble motherfucker is. And how it has an even bigger mohawk than everything else. Like, to the point where it actually looks like a mohawk, but gorilla themed all the way through. Okay. No idea what model that is.
skies then, we had the Jin Tactical Air Reconnaissance type. This so-called TAR type had 2 main goals. The first one was, as its name indicated, to serve as a flying recon unit, but its second and perhaps most important goal was to test out
Why does it look like
various
it transforms?
technologies. In order to make it more stealthy, it was painted with radar-absorbing paint, some parts of the armor were rounded to
sure.
better deflect radar waves, and it was also outfitted with
I'm not sure about the paint, although I wouldn't be surprised considering there's paint that fucks with Wi-Fi, so why not radar? But angles on a plane to get rid of radar signals is actually a thing that exists IRL in the Nighthawk, a plane that we actually just watched an entire model kill build for just yesterday. And so that's actually a completely valid approach to removing radar signals.
Zaft's first attempt at copying the Earth Alliance's Mirage colloid system, a high-tech system that would turn the mobile suit using it almost completely invisible to both the naked eye and radar. The problem,
Yeah,
however,
stealth.
was that this copy of the Mirage colloid was far from perfect. Unlike the original, this Mirage colloid could only completely conceal the TAR type when it stood completely still. As soon as it moved,
You know, you make that a sniper, that problem is not an issue whatsoever. Seriously, mobile suit sniper that doesn't get seen. It's like, I go to the place I need. I don't move. And then whenever I need to take the shot, I take the shot and it dies and no one knows I'm there.
small portions would be unhidden, ruining its invisibility. And to make matters worse, during flight it was just straight up unusable. Its second piece of experimental tech then was equally disastrous. Developed before the capture of
What?
the G-weapons, the JDP-3
Is that a lance?
MMX-50 experimental close combat beam assault rifle was Zaft's first attempt at creating a mobile suit-sized beam rifle.
What?
The result was an anemic beam that could only
Because they didn't develop beam weapons. Unlike Xeon, who started with a monopoly on those, these guys started with physical, but then the Earth side had all of the beam weaponry. Also, it's one of the reasons, even though they're supposed to be the coordinators who are so above it all and so smart, and Power's like, oh yeah, they're the ones who are lagging behind technologically in many ways.
Only served to blind the enemy pilot, after which the Tar type could take them out with either the standard heavy assault machine gun or the lance that was mounted onto the rifle and functioned as a pile bunker. When your quote-unquote bayonet works better than your actual rifle,
Was it just? Oh,
you
yeah,
know
Doc,
you
it was
done
Monday,
goofed.
not yesterday, was it?
Its most successful
shit.
piece of experimental tech then was the backpack. It granted the Jin independent flight capabilities, and the data
Yeah.
gathered from it would be used to develop Zaft's first dedicated aerial machine, the Din. In
To
addition,
be fair, the backpack looks freaking cool, man. Maybe it's just me, but I love mechs with wings. It looks so cool. It's dumb, but it's so cool.
to wings and turbojet engines, it also featured the Baku Tactical Reconnaissance Type's head and
Ooh.
sensor array, which would slide over
Oh, it actually does go in. Oh, I just realized someone was watching End of Evangelion before they saw this. Now that I see that. Like, look at this and tell me that doesn't look like a mass production Ava head. Like the giant mouth open. Yeah, I'm not the only one seeing that, right? Also, according to Blaze, the RX-78-2 was the originator of beam weapons. Yep.
the Jin's own head, a feature that would also be carried over to the future Din. Given the different times that all of these technologies were available, it is very possible that multiple versions of the Tar type existed. The most clear example of this would be the experimental Mirage colloid system. Time-wise, it simply makes the most sense for the Din to have either been completed or nearing completion by the time that this system could have been implemented. And finally, one of my favorite Jins is the long-range reconnaissance type. With its upgraded sensor Mohawk,
Honestly, this thing goes beyond Mohawk. This is a full rooster frill, man. Flange, maybe? I don't actually know what it's called.
sensor radomes, and various other equipment, this Jin excelled at search, rescue, and reconnaissance missions. To aid with the long operational times and
civilian
operational expertise that these missions often required, this was one of the few mobile suits to be outfitted with a twin-seater cockpit. This way, the pilot could focus on flying the Jin, with the co-pilot taking care of all of the sensors and the scanners. In this role, the long-range co-pilot twin-seater cockpit. This way, the pilot could focus on flying the Jin, with the co-pilot taking care of all of the sensors and the scanners.
Unironically, that's not a bad idea. I'm surprised we haven't seen more mobile suits do that, just because, you know, knowing where the enemy's at and having someone else call the targets that are pointed out to you might actually be a good idea. Not bad. I actually kind of like that.
In this role, the long-range reconnaissance type was famously used to search for the missing Lacus Klein, the daughter of then Supreme Council leader Siegel Klein. But other than these more passive missions, its sensors also made the long-range reconnaissance type a very formidable sniping machine, and therefore many units would be outfitted with sniper rifles. And those were all of the Jin variants that we currently know about. Let me know down below which one is your favorite. For me, it's definitely the Jin high maneuver type, with the Jin long-range reconnaissance type in combination with a sniper rifle being a
my favorite
close
Gundam
second.
or mech, but it's
Also, don't
definitely a
forget to
good
like
one.
and subscribe for more similar content in the future.
Yeah. And that's where we're going to have to cut this one, because my camera's about to run out of durability because the heat already overloaded once. And 2, we're at the 5-hour mark where it usually dies on me. We didn't get as far as I hoped today, so we didn't get to the freedom and the justice, but we're really close. But there's probably about another 2 hours before we hit that. I did not estimate well. So that'll be next Wednesday when we do that as well, which should also be the first day we're back. So we'll be starting next week on more Gundam. Unless things go weird, because I'm doing taxes that morning. That's going to be fun. If I'm not doing Gundam, I'll be crying because it'll involve math. Basically, what I'm saying is, you guys know the deal. There's going to be a link below to the entire playlist because there's a lot we're going through. What's going to happen moving forward is every single week, we're going to be doing another Wednesday of another Gundam series. We're just going to go through more and more and more until we get through all of them. And Kakarot197, beyond just doing a really good job on this, is still making these, so the list is actively being added to as we go. So I better hurry up. And if you haven't, again, links below. Hit them up. It's awesome. Check this out. I'll be leaving this live for anyone who's watching it. So as soon as this goes and ends, it's not going to be put to members only, so anyone can watch whatever. But if you want to support me, become a member. You get more access to all the videos. I'm going to start putting up that are only members because part of going full-time is getting a lot more videos than I can actually put out. So there's going to be a lot adding up that just will not be released generally because I just won't have the time to make thumbnails for them. So you're going to see a lot more things there. Either way, I'll see you guys later. Adios.